Chapter 501. Minato felt uneasy tonight. He was walking on the way home and passed by a pavilion. He thought it was still early to go home, so he went in and sat down. Looking at the full moon rising in the sky, his feeling of uneasiness became stronger. He hadn't felt this way for a long time. The last time he felt this way was when Lord Kato Dan was ambushed. When he thought of this, Minato couldn't sit still. He thought about what happened recently to see if there was anything unusual. With the strength of Mirai and Rika, no one can assassinate them, especially Mirai. That guy has a passive perception technique. As long as someone approaches within 20 meters of him, he will be instinctively sensed. If this person wants to hurt Mirai, even if Mirai doesn't notice him, he can definitely make a noise so that all the people in Konoha can know that he is in danger. Then will it be Rika? Soon, he shook his head again. Rika's strength has always been a mystery. He knew that there was a mysterious power hidden in Linghua's body. Once she exploded, he had no way to resist except to run away. It was said that it was the ultimate power of Bun. It was a pity that he had never seen it, and Linghua also learned the Yin Seal technique. If she really encountered danger, even if she was beaten by a group of Jonin, she could retreat calmly. Then what about brother Shenshu? Although Shenshu's brain was not very good, his physical fitness was the most abnormal among them. And his fighting style was more violent. One punch could flatten a mountain. It was so quiet now, it was obviously unlikely to be him. Then there were only the last two people left. Thinking of this, his eyes narrowed slightly. Although Kushina's strength is good, her character is a little bit worse. The method I can think of is to turn into my appearance and drug her. Given the relationship between her and me, she won't be very wary. And Ichiraku. That guy's strength is good, but it's just good. He is slightly higher than his peers. If he is, he can definitely be controlled before he makes any noise. In this case, the two of them are the most likely to get into trouble. Thinking of this, he stood up directly, looked around, and ran back the way he came. Although Ichiraku's strength is not good, he has a good relationship with people. So the possibility of being targeted is not great, but Kushina is different. She has a tailed beast in her body. This alone is enough to make people take risks. He knows that there are several people who will do this, such as a certain boss of the route. People in other villages are also trying to find out the existence of the Nine Tails. So he had to go see Kushina first. If she was fine, he could ask Kushina to go with him to Takukuraku's house. But when he pushed open Kushina's door, he searched everywhere where Kushina might be, but there was no one there. Suddenly, the whole person was silent. For a moment, a suppressed breath emanated from his body, like the sun, which had gone out. When Kushina woke up from her daze, she was stunned. The memory in her mind stayed on the last scene. After knocking down the old servant, she wanted to continue to taunt him, and then throw him to the Anbu and let the Anbu people interrogate him. See who wanted to harm her. But in the end, she saw Minato running towards her anxiously. After seeing her beloved, her vigilance instinctively decreased a lot. The other party also asked her anxiously if she had any problems while running. At that time, her heart was all on Minato, and she never thought that someone would suddenly appear behind her. The man pushed the cake in her hand into her mouth at lightning speed before she could react. Not only that, in order to prevent her from swallowing, the man actually discharged electricity and paralyzed her whole body. So that she had no power to resist. In order to prevent her from making any noise, the guy continued to discharge electricity for 3 minutes. 3 minutes. God knows how she survived these 3 minutes. It felt worse than death, her whole body was numb, and she could still feel the tingling of cells. It made her feel so uncomfortable. Now she had just woken up, and she could still feel the tingling all over her body. She didn't even have the strength to move. Because of the drug, the chakra could not be extracted at all. After her mind came back to her senses, she hurriedly looked around. This is a dense forest. Judging from the surrounding environment, they should be far away from Konoha village. Who are you and why did you kidnap me? The man carrying her was a pig-headed man. He glanced at Kushina coldly and spoke in a very unfriendly tone. Stinky girl, wait. When we return to our village, I will let you experience what it means to be worse than death. Kushina's hands and feet were tied behind her back and hung on her shoulders by the pig-headed man like a bag. She couldn't even do 2 cricket pupa. Her face turned ugly. She didn't expect that these people not only kidnapped her, but also took her away from the village. Only then did she notice that the man carrying her was not the old servant she had seen before, but a man she had never seen before. He was about 30 years old and had very strong muscles. He felt like a physical practitioner. At this moment, 2 dark clouds floated across the sky without her noticing. "Let me go. I tell you, if you dare to kidnap me, you will die a miserable death. You should know that my sister is Princess Tsunade, my companions are Uchiha and Hyuga, and my teammates are disciples of the 3 ninjas. If you dare to kidnap me, you will definitely die." The person walking in front turned his head and looked at her coldly, and said in a cold tone, "Second brother, block her mouth." "Okay, boss." The man named Second Brother immediately took off Kushina's shoes, and in the latter's astonished eyes, he also took off her socks. Before Kushina struggled violently, he stuffed the socks into Kushina's mouth. In an instant, Kushina's eyes were wide open, filled with deep disbelief and humiliation. Woo woo woo. Seeing her like this, Second Brother's pig-headed face suddenly showed a happy look. "Hee hee, little girl, you look pretty good. Wait, when we return to our village, I will let you experience the happiness of having 18 babies in own pregnancy." Ha 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 ha. Kushina is not a novice. She has also read colored books in private, especially she has secretly read the secret books collected by Minato. Naturally, she can hear what the second child said. For a moment, she was so shocked that she froze on the spot, as if she had forgotten to struggle. But her heart was different from the calm on the surface. 999. 9-tailed. Big big big, something bad is going to happen. Hee 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 hee, they are going to do that to me. Help, 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 help. In the sealed space, the corners of Kyubai's mouth had long returned to their usual state. It opened one eye and glanced at her lightly. It was too lazy to pay attention to her and drove her out of the sealed space directly. In the future, they couldn't stand Kushina's entanglement with Minato, so how could it stand it? But over the years, in the future, they couldn't stand it and could run away from them, but it couldn't do it. It couldn't escape at all. So in the past 3 years, it has been living in dire straits every day, every moment, every second. But it was furious. This time she was kidnapped, let's see if she dares to stick to Minato like that next time. Besides, with these 3 little Karami, it has plenty of ways to take Kushina back. Kushina was stunned. She didn't expect the 9 tails to be so heartless, watching her being taken away and falling into a miserable life of having 18 babies in one litter, each one different. In the shadow of the treetops 500 meters behind them, Mirai pointed in that direction. "Minato, the person is 500 meters in that direction." "Okay, thank you," Minato said calmly. Mirai glanced at him. After so many years of getting along, he knew that Minato was angry. He turned his head, looked at the dense forest ahead, and asked, "Do you need my help?" "No." Minato shook his head, and then he disappeared. Only some breeze was left, rolling the leaves. Mirai listened to him and stayed where he was. Behind them, there were 10 Anbu members. They wanted to follow Minato, but Mirai stopped them. "Leave it to Minato. Let's keep it to the end." Hearing this, the Anbu members were stunned for a moment, and then they all looked at the captain. The Anbu captain glanced at Mirai and frowned slightly. "That's 3 jonin." Mirai interrupted directly, "Just 3 jonin, it's not like I haven't killed them before." For a moment, the scene fell into deep silence. Jonin is the backbone of a village, how come he becomes just like an ordinary person in his mouth? Chapter 502. Kushina was panicking. If she really gave birth to 18 children, she would definitely die. So, she must not be taken away. Thinking of this, she moved her wrist slightly, and was about to pull off her hair as a mark. But just as her hand was about to move, it was held by another gentle hand, stopping her from moving. At the same time, a soft voice sounded from her ear. "Don't pull, Nana, you look so beautiful with red hair." Kushina was stunned. This voice. This touch. Sniff. And this body odor. This is Minato. Minato came to save him. Who is it? The second brother was shocked. He could hear the voice that Kushina could hear. The question was how this person appeared beside him silently. Was it a pursuer? Then why didn't the trigger trap set by the third brother have an early warning? He had many questions, but time didn't allow him to ask more. Just as he was about to fight back, he suddenly felt a chill on his neck and his consciousness gradually blurred. Just like a balloon filled with air, in a short moment, the air was gone. Second brother. The eldest brother looked at the second brother who was bleeding behind him with bloodshot eyes. He also heard the strange and immature words just now. Similarly, when he just reacted and was about to take action, he saw that the second brother had been cut by someone. The blood was gushing out like a fountain. And there was no one around him, even the red-haired girl he was carrying was gone. Second brother. The third brother looked extremely horrified. He had been behind him all the time, and the eldest brother didn't see it, but he saw a little bit. Just now, a yellow light flashed. The next second, the second brother was bleeding and twitching all over. The yellow color could be vaguely seen as a person, but how could a person be so fast? Rather than a person, it was better to say it was a ghost. Because as far as he knew, the third Raikage was the fastest person. There was no way anyone in other villages could be so fast, he swore on his dignity as a Jonin. But this person seemed to be faster than the third Raikage, so he must be a ghost. At this moment, he suddenly felt a dizziness coming, and before he could react, the dizziness quickly increased. The next second, he fainted. Xiao Saner! The eldest shouted in shock and anger. This time he saw it. It was a yellow thing, very fast, he couldn't see what it was, but it was this yellow color that appeared behind the third brother, and he rolled his eyes and fell softly to the ground. What is that? The eldest brother was horrified. Only then did he take out the kunao and prepare for defense. At this moment, a faint voice sounded. Since you dare to kidnap Nana, don't blame me. He said, and with one hand, he completely knocked down the boss. Then he ignored the two people who fainted and one died, turned around and walked to Kushina, and the coldness on his face slowly dissipated like ice and snow meeting the sun. Nana, are you okay? Kushina shook her head, she tiptoed on one foot, because her shoes were in the hands of the second brother, and her socks were taken out by Minato and thrown on the ground. Seeing that Kushina was inconvenient to move, Minato picked up Kushina without saying a word. Kushina was stunned. You know, her personality is completely opposite to Minato's. As a girl, she is basically carefree. Only when facing Minato, she will remember that she is a girl and be reserved. As for Minato, although he is a boy, he has always been very feminine. When facing her physical contact, his cheeks will blush. So he hardly took the initiative, it was always her who took the initiative. Take the initiative to pull him, take the initiative to hold his arm, take the initiative to do things that he loves with him. For example, cook together, wash clothes together, lie together, brag together. This time he actually took the initiative to hug her, this is simply the first time in history. She just stared at Minato's chin, her heart thumping. Even her breathing became rapid. Even her eyes were full of mist. Minato is so manly. At this moment, it seemed that there was only Minato in her eyes. The whole world disappeared, and she didn't even see Mirai and Rika standing on the treetops. She just blushed and looked at Minato. Looking at him, Kushina seemed to have thought of a name for her son. Just call him Menma, Namikaze Menma. She also thought of where to bury him. On the treetops. Linghua, Omega. She looked at the pictures flashing in the sky with envy, the little sister is so happy. She also wants to have a romantic love that will never break up. Thinking of this, she subconsciously glanced at someone. Mirai. He didn't notice Linghua's sight. He looked at his good brother's sister in arms killing under the moon, and his mouth corners slightly raised. Famous scene. After Minato left with Kushina, Mirai nodded at the captain of the Anbu who had just come to his senses. Look, Minato has helped you solve those two people, you just go and take them back. As he said, he took Linghua's hand and flashed towards the village. The sound of gasps was soon heard in the field. Suck. Hiss. It's so terrifying. Did you notice that it took only 1 or 2 seconds from the time he disappeared from our sight to the time the spy's neck was cut? What kind of instant body technique can have such a terrifying speed? He is simply not a human. When we meet people with dyed hair in the future, we should avoid them. That's right. It's too terrifying. If I remember correctly, he is only 12 years old, but his strength is so evil. The captain of the Anbu pursed his lips and swallowed several times with everyone else. Only then did he barely suppress the shock in his heart. As expected, he is a disciple personally accepted by the 3 ninjas, awesome. Okay, go and take 2 people back. He clapped his hands, and the team members who were all 666 in their hearts came back to their senses. Interrogate them carefully to see what their purpose is and why they kidnapped Uzumaki Kushina. Yes. Under the night. Minato's speed is extremely fast. Anyway, the two of them couldn't catch up with Mirai, so they simply stopped chasing. Seeing Mirai jump down and walk, Linghua also jumped down. She sighed, Minato is so bold tonight. He actually took the initiative to hug Kushina. In the past, he would blush and get angry when Kushina touched him. Hearing this, Mirai immediately said that he had something to say. Do you really think Minato is bold tonight? Linghua was stunned for a moment, and looked at Mirai with some confusion. What does it mean? From what he said, does it mean that Minato was very bold in the past? But why didn't she notice it at all? As if seeing Linghua's doubts, Mirai looked around, as if he was afraid that the wall has ears. Then he leaned close to Linghua's ear and whispered, I'll tell you a secret, don't tell anyone else. Linghua nodded, and even smoothed her hair around her ears to expose her ears in case she didn't hear the secret clearly. You said, I won't tell anyone else. Future got closer, and his nose couldn't help but smell Linghua's fragrance, and his eyes saw Linghua's delicate white neck and collarbone. This made his heart start to jump wildly. But he was not a pervert, at least he thought he was not. So he forced himself to look away. He quickly whispered, 3 years ago, Minato told me privately that he was greedy for Kushina's body. What? Linghua was shocked. Listen, what a familiar word. It seems that someone had said this to him 3 years ago. Looking at Linghua who was shocked, Mirai nodded, as if to confirm what he said. You heard it right, when Minato was 8 years old, that night after he moved, he told me that he was greedy for Kushina's body. So Minato's blushing from time to time over the years was all pretended by him. Linghua was speechless. She wanted to complain now, but she couldn't find any to complain about. Mirai looked at the moon and concluded with emotion, so, high-end hunters often appear as prey. Linghua was silent for a long time, and suddenly smiled at him. Then I'll tell you a secret too. Mirai. Chapter 503. What secret? Mirai asked curiously. Linghua also imitated Mirai's just now, and whispered in his ear, Kushina told me 3 years ago that she also coveted Minato's body. What? Mirai was stunned. From the 3 question marks, it can be seen that he was very shocked and stunned. It's okay for his brother to covet, after all, when Kushina just joined the class, he knew the thoughts of Minato, a sultry girl. After all, his hair color shows everything, after all, the old saying is good, appearance is determined by the heart. Unexpectedly, Kushina also coveted Minato's body, this. How to say, it's really worthy of not being a family, not entering the same door. Is it really so outrageous? The two of them actually thought of the same thing. After Linghua finished speaking, she stretched out her white and smooth index finger, placed it in front of Wei's lips, and whispered, this is our secret, don't tell them. When Wei heard this, he nodded hurriedly. No problem. He didn't even care about her hand on his lips. Minato must not know that I told Linghua about this. He thought to himself. Because when Minato said this to him, he also told Minato that he coveted Linghua's body. Linghua glanced at Wei, and when she saw that he agreed, her face remained calm, and she was relieved in her heart. As long as Kushina doesn't know that I have told Wei, then she won't tell others that I covet Wei's body. In the Hokage's office. The 3rd generation and his 3 old partners, Orochimaru and his 2 friends, Hitaki Sakumo and one of his men, all surrounded the crystal ball, watching the situation inside. When they saw that Kushina was fine, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, fortunately everything is fine. Tsunade looked at the crystal ball, where Minato was flying with Kushina in his arms. The corners of her mouth rose slightly. Although the dog food between Kushina and Minato would make them very annoyed, because they would show off their love from time to time. But she was still very happy that these 2 little guys could be together. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but glance at someone. Look, they are master and apprentice after all, and someone's apprentice is pursuing his own apprentice, but he, as a master, didn't make any moves, which is simply amazing. Not as straightforward as his apprentice at all. Thinking of this, Tsunade, who was in her 30s, couldn't help but feel a little resentful in her heart. Orochimaru was looking at the monitor hanging on the wall. There was a frozen picture on it, which was a picture of a yellow-haired boy holding a red-haired girl and flying to the center of the moon. Very artistic feeling. This picture was shot by the pinhole camera he placed in the future. At first, he was just to test new products. He did not expect that his performance was so good. I saw a certain white hair. Suddenly, the whole person couldn't help but snoring. He didn't dare to remember, because a fierce woman would definitely flatten him. You are playing with fire. If you really let Yun Ren's people grabbing Zintai, I will see how you cry. Then, he glanced at someone fiercely. All he knows is to use the position of Hokage to suppress him. Just wait, one day he will become Hokage, and let someone kneel down and sing conquer to him every day. The third generation ignored someone's sarcasm, he smoked a cigarette, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Judging from the results, this plan is still very effective. At least they all saw the feelings of Minato Namikaze, and saw that Kushina was more attached to Minato. In the field, only Mitarashi Shisho was at a loss. Who am I? Where am I? Wasn't there a yellow-haired boy who quickly and neatly solved the 3 jonins? You have to know that those 3 jonins are even difficult for him. If he faces these 3 people, he will definitely be in a difficult battle. Because the second brother still holds Kushina as a hostage. The third brother also set a trap where they passed by. If he didn't know, he would definitely fall into it. But all this was led by the Uchiha boy. Leaders, either avoid the trap or dismantle the trap so that it cannot play the role of early warning. The people who followed them in the Anbu did nothing, as if they were just going to receive 2 spies. Damn it, one is so fast, and the other has an absurdly strong perception ability. Is this really a 12-year-old boy? Could it be that some old monster has taken over and reborn? Or did he drink fake mangpo soup? For a while, he seemed stable on the surface, but his mind was full of fantasy. He even thought that the Uchiha future was an alien, and he was lurking in the Uchiha clan just to steal the intelligence of the ninja world, and then let the aliens easily attack the ninja world. Outrageous fantasy. Hitaki Sakumo, who was standing next to him, patted his shoulder and comforted him. I know you are shocked, but you have to know that these 5 people had strolled around the rock ninja camp in World War II when they were 8 years old, and came back alive and well. It is normal for them to be stronger, especially since they are disciples of the 3 ninjas. He has become accustomed to the outrageousness of these 5 little guys. Although he saw Zixiao's calmness, he was 100% sure that this guy was definitely not calm in his heart. Mitarashi Zixiao, ... He looked at the boss speechlessly. You call this normal? Their strength is already seriously beyond the scope. I was thinking about whether to send my niece, who was born not long ago, to Lord Orochimaru's men and ask him to help teach her. Now it seems that Lord Orochimaru obviously doesn't like his niece. After all, Uchiha Mirai and Senju Ngawaki are too evil. Compared with the 2 of them, Hongdu has no advantage at all. Minato, I'll tell you a secret. Kushina's voice suddenly came from the crystal ball, pulling everyone's thoughts back. 1 kilometer outside the village, Minato carried Kushina on his back and walked slowly on the path under the moonlight. Hearing this, Minato asked curiously, what secret? Kushina hugged Minato's neck, smiled mysteriously, and said, Rika-chan once told me a secret, saying that she was very greedy for Mirai's body. What? Minato stopped and turned his head to look at Kushina in astonishment. The latter thought Minato was shocked by this, so she smiled and continued, that was 3 years ago. At that time, the 2 of us were on a mission, and I asked her if she liked Mirai. As she said this, her face turned red unnaturally, because the topic at that time was that she was pestering Rika. She was helpless and spoke her mind. As she said that, she tightened her arms and whispered with a smile, she admitted that she was craving Mirai's body. Hee. Minato. I didn't expect that Rika was such a person. She was craving my second brother at the age of 7. The second brother refers to Mirai. This is really great. He thought that Mirai was the only one who was craving Rika's body. He couldn't help but smile strangely. Nana, then I'll tell you a secret too. Kushina was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Minato to say that he had a secret to tell her. This aroused her curiosity. So she couldn't help but move closer and almost asked Minato's ear, what secret? Mirai also told me that he was craving Rika's body. Hey! Kushina, surprised face, isn't it such a coincidence? They both lust after each other's body? After Minato finished speaking, he hurriedly continued, I will only tell you this secret, don't tell anyone else, especially Mirai. If he knows, this guy will definitely fight me to death. As long as Mirai doesn't know that he told this secret to Kushina, then I think he won't tell Kushina that he also covets Kushina's body. Kushina nodded subconsciously, oh, I see. Kushina, who came back to her senses, also thought of something, and she also said, then you can't let Linghua know what I just said. If she knows, she will be so embarrassed that she will fight me to death. Okay. Minato nodded in response. The Hokage's office fell into a long silence. Everyone's eyes were scanning the three ninjas. Good guys, you disciples actually have 800 minds. Chapter 504 The teams of Mirai and Minato entered the village one after another. The people who were in the Hokage's office just now had already gathered here, and there were two more teenagers, Noeki and Ichiraku. They had just learned that Kushina had been kidnapped. However, due to their trust in Minato's strength, as well as Rika and Mirai's perception, they did not have much worry. Mirai and the others had just met the teachers, and they noticed that the seniors looked at them in a very strange way. This made Mirai frown slightly. He glanced at the teacher, and then looked at the camera the size of his little finger on his shoulder. A bad premonition suddenly emerged in his heart. Could it be that all these people heard my conversation with Rika? He knew that he had a pinhole camera on him, but didn't Orochimaru teacher say that he would watch it alone? So he didn't avoid Orochimaru teacher at that time. He subconsciously looked at Orochimaru teacher. Noticing Mirai's gaze, Orochimaru turned his head away in embarrassment. He also realized that he was doing something wrong. He had promised Mirai that he would watch it alone, but he thought that a rescue mission shouldn't go wrong, so he moved the display screen to the Hokage's office so that everyone could see their strength. But the result was beyond his expectations. They were shocked to find out that these four little guys were so cunning. They agreed that this was a secret between each other, but they turned around and told the person they liked. Where is your integrity? Doesn't your conscience hurt? Seeing Orochimaru's expression, Mirai was speechless, but what else could he do? He couldn't beat him up. If he dared to do this, he would be tied up and beaten by Orochimaru. When he went home, he would be hung up by his father and beaten with his mother in a mixed doubles. So Minato must not know that he leaked the secret. Otherwise, if Rika knew that he was greedy for her, she would definitely stay away from him. Thinking of this, he hurriedly said, well, it's so late tonight, why don't you let Minato take Kushina home first? If you have any questions, you can ask tomorrow. At first glance, this seems to be for Kushina's sake. But the people standing here are all old foxes, how can they not know what this kid is planning in the future? All looked at him with a smile. He couldn't help but turn away in embarrassment. Linghua also knew the future plan. She instinctively glanced at her little sister and hurriedly followed up, yes, Kushina-chan suddenly encountered such a thing, and her mind must be traumatized. So, Minato, come with me to take Kushina home. After we get home, I'll take a good look at Kushina-chan. Fortunately, the third generation just smiled and agreed with Linghua's opinion. Xiao Linghua-chan is right. After encountering such a big thing, it is indeed necessary to take a good rest. Everyone, go away. It's not too late to talk about anything tomorrow. Since the third generation has spoken, no one wants to say more, so they all responded, oh. After saying some comforting words to Kushina, several people left with a strange smile on their faces. Even the old guy Mitamanyan said to Yudit and Koharu with a smile when he left, it's good to be young. Yes. Minato's face froze. He always felt that they were implying something. Could it be that what he said to Kushina was known by others? But it doesn't make sense. There were only the two of them at that time. There shouldn't be a third person to say it. Naturally, the secret he told Kushina would not be heard by the top management. But he still looked at Mirai with a guilty conscience. He found that the latter did not notice him, but still looked at Orochimaru with a resentful look. What happened to him? In addition to feeling guilty, he could not help but feel curious. But he was tactful and did not ask. Some things are better not to ask, but once you ask, something big might happen. This is what his intuition told him. Let's go back to the Senju clan first. Tsunade said. Of course, the future people did not object to her words. So they followed her to the Senju clan. On the way, the three ninjas looked very good. Especially when Tsunade saw Kushina, she could not help but look at Minato again. Then she glanced at Mirai and Rika. It made them feel creepy. Their intuition told them that the secret they were talking about might have been exposed. But the four of them were very guilty, and no one dared to ask directly. This atmosphere continued until they checked Kushina's safety and found that she was just poisoned by psychedelic drugs. With her physique as a member of the Uzumaki clan, she could recover completely after a night's rest. So after they left the Senju clan, this weird atmosphere dissipated. On the way, Mirai smiled bitterly and apologized to Ling Hua. "I'm sorry, Ling Hua, I think our conversation may have been known to the senior people." Ling Hua knew about the camera before she set off. Because Minato contacted them first. Then the two sides agreed to meet at the entrance of the village. When they arrived here, they met the Anbu who were about to set off, and Orochimaru. And what Orochimaru told her? She didn't blame Mirai, but took the initiative to comfort Mirai. "Don't worry, the fact that the teachers didn't say it right away proves that we still have a chance to make amends." "Ah!" Mirai sighed, then cheered up and took Ling Hua to the laboratory. They had just started their experiment. In the Whirlpool Tower. Noeka looked at Kushina with a smile, and suddenly asked a question that made Kushina embarrassed. "Kushina, are you greedy for Minato's body?" "Kushina." Her face flushed red, and she immediately retorted, "Slander." She pointed at Noeki and said to Tsunade excitedly, "He is slandering me. I'm a girl, how could I think of such shameless things?" Tsunade's face suddenly showed an old aunt's smile. "Don't worry, there are only 3 of us here, just speak boldly, we won't leak the secret. Anyway, they already know it, it doesn't matter whether we say it or not, hee." Kushina immediately shook her head, the amplitude was so large, like a rattle. "Nothing." She thought that Tsunade's siblings were thinking about whether she was greedy for Minato's body because she wanted to live with Minato 3 years ago. She never thought that the sisters would stab her in the back. Looking at Kushina's stubborn look, Noeka laughed so hard that he couldn't hold it. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes and heard it with their own ears, they might have thought they were seeing things wrong just by seeing Kushina like this. Fortunately, Tsunade's siblings stopped teasing Kushina. If they really pissed off this little girl, and made her break the jar and move in with Minato with her neck stiff, they would be speechless. The next morning, when the future woke up from his sleep, he felt uncomfortable all over as if he had been hit by someone last night. "It hurts everywhere." "Hiss. I didn't expect that doing experiments is so tiring." Last night, after they came out of the Senju mansion, they went straight to the laboratory. They were busy until 3 in the morning, and then they dragged their tired bodies back home. The progress of the experiment was just enough to select 5 pairs of suitable genetic embryo factors. He didn't expect that the activity of Hyuga Tsuruyoshi's genetic material was so low. Many genetic materials have died, and it is unknown whether the remaining ones can be cultivated into suitable embryos. "I hope the experiment goes well. It seems that I have to find the teacher and ask him to give me the reincarnation technique. He is quite sure about this matter. Teacher Orochimaru is different from others. He is really good to him." Facing his first request to him, he thinks the teacher is unlikely to refuse. He didn't know that Ling Hua had already had an idea of how to control the clones. But he didn't ask, and she didn't tell, so both sides were kept in the dark. They both wanted to control the clones in their own way. Chapter 505. So, Mirai and the others were doing D-level tasks during the day, and they were busy with their own things at night. Those who did experiments, and those who practiced forbidden techniques practiced forbidden techniques. As for Mirai's purpose of learning reincarnation without corpse, Orochimaru only asked him about his purpose, and the latter just said that he wanted to control the clone for fun, and then he was very happy to give it to him. He also gave him his own training experience and development principles. For Mirai's words, Orochimaru just smiled and didn't ask any more questions. He knew that Mirai was a proud guy, who had a clear purpose for everything he did, and rarely did useless work. It was impossible that he came to him to learn reincarnation without corpse just for fun. That's it. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, only one minor incident happened. It is said that someone broke into the Hyuga clan temple and brutally killed the gatekeeper Hyuga Shikato and Hyuga Tsuyoshi. The former can still be recognized, but the latter has no facial features at all. Especially the bun in his eyes, which was ruthlessly dug out by someone. This made all the people in Hyuga furious. All agreed that someone coveted the power of bun, so they targeted the people of Hyuga Tsuyoshi's clan. But only a few people knew that Hyagasayoshi was not dead. This was the opponent's escape technique. For example, Mirai and Linghua. At that time, Linghua also saw Hyagasayoshi body up close. It was obviously a male corpse, so she immediately knew that this was definitely done by Hyagasayoshi. Maybe he wanted him to completely break off his relationship with his past. Come to think of it, his current appearance is so feminine, more like a girl than her, who was born a girl. Once it is revealed that he is Hyagasayoshi, I am afraid that he will be pointed at by others and live under people's strange eyes for the rest of his life. There is one more thing, that is, Orochimaru's #1 experimental subject has gradually taken shape. In about 3 months, he can try reincarnation. But Mirai looked at the person in the incubator with a strange look on his face, and couldn't help asking, "Teacher, why is she a woman?" He came here to learn from others and improve his experimental subject. Then he saw the child in the experimental chamber. This experimental subject curled up in a translucent green liquid, with white hair, flowing slowly with the liquid. He was naked. Through the glass chamber, he could clearly see the other person's facial features. Without the toughness and tenacity of a man, it was full of the petiteness and softness of a woman. Through the slightly developed breasts and the East African Rift Valley, her gender can be clearly determined. This is a female clone. Orochimaru explained calmly, "It's mainly because this is my first time doing cloning experiments, and I can't control gender accurately. Moreover, I chose the best optimization options, and the result has evolved into this. This is not a clone at all. It is clearly cultivated by myself using the cells of 2 people. That's why there is a gender difference." However, Orochimaru didn't say anything and continued to fool Mirai. Listening to the explanation of teacher Orochimaru, Mirai nodded in understanding. "Is that so?" "Yes, gender is indeed difficult to control. He is also a person who does cloning experiments, so he naturally knows the difficulty. But..." As he looked at it, his brows gradually frowned. "Why do I feel that this person is so familiar? Especially the white hair all over his head and the 2 red tear marks on his cheeks. Damn, isn't this Uncle Jiraiya?" He suddenly looked up at Orochimaru, with a dull face. Could it be that the teacher has a different feeling for Uncle Jiraiya? I don't know if Orochimaru understood the look in Mirai's eyes, or if he didn't notice it. He kept his eyes on the clone, and couldn't help but touch the glass cabin with his hand, and licked it with his tongue. Sage mode. I wonder if this body can let me learn Sage mode. Hearing this, Mirai understood instantly and couldn't help but slap himself. The teacher is still the same teacher. The reason why he used Uncle Jiraiya's cells for cultivation was obviously for Sage mode. I still remember that he once accompanied teacher Orochimaru to Ryokai Cave to accept the test of Grandma White Snake. He passed the first few items, but was stuck at the last level. That is, teacher Orochimaru's body was rejected by the natural chakra, preventing him from entering Sage mode. At that time, the arrogant teacher was very angry. Later undead corpse reincarnation was born from that incident. If you think about it this way, it is not surprising that Orochimaru would think of using Uncle Jiraiya's cells to make clones. Because he saw it at the beginning, Uncle Jiraiya could learn Sage mode, but Orochimaru was rejected by natural chakra. He had a deep obsession with Orochimaru that he could absorb but not fuse. Besides, Uncle Jiraiya's own strength was not bad, so it was normal for Orochimaru to think of using his cells to clone a new body. But he actually doubted the teacher's motives, which was simply too wrong. So he wanted to slap himself for thinking about Orochimaru like this. Orochimaru kept looking at the future with the corner of his eyes, and when he saw the strong guilt on his face, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Hey! Mom, it's good that I fooled it. He almost thought he was going to die young. But Mirai is a child after all, so it's easy to fool him. He decided to change the subject and not dwell on his own culture, so he asked, "How far has your cloning experiment progressed?" Hearing this, Mirai really didn't think about Jiraiya's clone anymore. He scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. We are still in the embryo cultivation stage." Orochimaru nodded in understanding. He thought about it and spit out a scroll. He rolled his tongue and licked the saliva on it clean, which made Mirai envious. If he had this ability, wouldn't he not have to wash his face and brush his teeth in the morning? And when he grows up, he can give Linghua the happiness she has never had. After Orochimaru handed over the licked scroll, he said, "This is the experimental data I have sorted out. You can take a look at it." Maybe it will be helpful to you. After saying that, he noticed the envy on Mirai's face and couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. What's wrong? What is he envious of? Is it the technique of swallowing and spitting things out by yourself? Wasn't this technique taught to him a long time ago? How could he be envious? Hearing this, Mirai subconsciously rejected it and said, "No, I just think that teacher Orochimaru is so amazing." Hearing this, Orochimaru couldn't help laughing. So it was because of this. Hee. Your talent and talent are all above mine. After you do a few more experiments and accumulate enough experience, you will always surpass me. Orochimaru firmly believes in this. In this world, he only admires 5 people. 2 are the ones who ended the Warring States period, the first generation and Uchiha Madara. The third is the master of forbidden techniques, the second generation Senju Tobirama. Then there is his teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The last one is Uchiha Mirai. Especially the latter, he didn't guide him much, but this guy's strength rose up. And his character is much better than those pedantic people. It is a person like him who only looks at reasons, not motives. A person who is not bound by worldly concepts. Mirai held 2 scrolls and smiled foolishly. Did you hear that? Teacher Orochimaru admitted that his talent and talent are better than his. After the master and apprentice talked for a while, Mirai said goodbye and left. Looking at Mirai's disappearing back, Orochimaru frowned slightly. He murmured, Hyagasu genetic material, do they want a pair of Purebyan to replace Ling Hua, or do they want to use his identity for something? I hope it's the former. If it's the latter, he will definitely intervene. It's not to stop the future, but to secretly help them find out the gaps. Be careful not to be discovered and cause unnecessary trouble. He doesn't want his 2 beloved disciples to become rebels after he becomes Hokage. Thinking of this, he suddenly narrowed his eyes. Will Denzo intervene and add fuel to the flames? You know, that guy is very envious of the position of Hokage. If they become rebels in the future, then he, as a teacher, will have a stain on himself, and he will definitely not be able to become Hokage at that time. After all, he handed over 2 rebels. If you think about it this way, it seems that the old guy is more suspicious. No, I have to be alert to prevent these 2 little guys from being deceived. In the root organization. Denzo. Just now, he seemed to see a pot. But it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Is it an illusion? It is very likely. After all, I have been very tired in the past 3 years. Chapter 506. Time flies, and another 3 months have passed. Mirai and Ling Hua both came to Orochimaru's laboratory. Ling Hua looked at the sexy and cute girl's figure that had taken shape in the experimental cabin, and immediately covered Mirai's eyes, saying shyly, "You are not allowed to look at her." Mirai closed her eyes very obediently. But I was very happy in my heart. See, this is the result of my 3.5 years of strategy. Ling Hua has unknowingly brought herself into the status of a girlfriend. He. Okay, I'll listen to you. After noticing that Mirai closed her eyes, Ling Hua was relieved. However, she did not put down her hand and still covered Mirai's eyes. Orochimaru on the side laughed a lot. He, who was about to become the owner of this body, did not express any opinions, and Ling Hua controlled Mirai first. Haha. This is love. So he reached out and pressed a few times on the control console, and the transparency of the glass cabin glass immediately decreased. Soon it turned into frosted glass, and the outline of the figure inside could be seen, but she could no longer be seen clearly. Rika noticed this and put down her hand. Okay, you can open your eyes and take a look. Hearing this, Mirai also obediently opened his eyes. When he closed his eyes, he activated the passive skill, so he knew what Orochimaru did. Rika ignored Mirai and looked at the experimental data on the monitor next to him curiously. On the left side was a 3-dimensional stereogram of the clone, and on the right side were all the data about the experimental subject. Among them were regular data such as height, blood type, weight, and measurements, followed by heart rate, pulse, health status, etc. In short, the data was very detailed. Based on her medical attainments, this clone was very healthy. There was almost no change in the column about mental power fluctuations. It was like a newborn baby, still in deep sleep. Mirai had already told her about the girl's clone, so she didn't care that Orochimaru would use Jiraiya's cells to clone. Teacher Orochimaru created 2 shadow clones. He asked them to prepare the relevant experimental equipment, while he stayed with Mirai and the others. He looked at the frosted glass and couldn't help but sighed. At first, I wanted to take over the bodies of other talented people and use them as containers for my soul, but your suggestion in the future opened the door to a new world for me. The risk of taking over the bodies of others is too great, and clones don't have this risk. If it weren't for you, my technique would have seriously damaged my soul. Mirai laughed, hee. Teacher, I'm just a strong mouth. I can talk, but I can't do it. This is the result of your own hard work. Hearing Mirai's humble words, Orochimaru couldn't help but laugh. This kid. I really don't know if he is humble or pretending to be humble. For those in their line of work, that is, scientific researchers, the most important thing is to find the right direction. It's like crossing a river by feeling the stones. There are many stones at the bottom of the river, so there are countless directions to cross the river. But it is too difficult to find the stone that can cross the river in the shortest distance. But Mirai can always give key suggestions at the critical moment, allowing him to avoid many detours. This is what Orochimaru admires very much. He himself does not have this ability, which is commonly known as scientific research intuition in scientific research. Mirai restrained the smile on his face, and he suddenly asked, Teacher, have you ever thought about making a body with blood elimination? Hearing this, Orochimaru nodded. He did have this idea, but the road must be taken step by step to walk steadily. If the step is too big, it is easy to pull the testicles. Of course I have thought about it. As far as I know, Onoki's dust release is a fusion of the three chakra properties of wind, earth, and fire. Blood elimination, but it is too difficult to get a body with three chakra attributes at the same time. Hearing this, Mirai smiled. It's challenging only when it's difficult. As Mirai said this, he looked around and his expression returned to a serious look. Teacher, can you raise the barrier? Hearing this, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. He was very familiar with Mirai. As soon as he said that, he knew he wanted to tell some absolute secrets. And this secret must not be known to outsiders. So he made a seal with his hands and said softly, 5 elements seal, start. In addition to being used for sealing, this sealing technique can also be used as a barrier, depending on the practitioner's ideas. Lai closed his eyes and sensed it, and found that the chakra perception technique was still above the 5 elements seal. He could still sense the outside world through the ground. Seeing that the future did not relax, Orochimaru guessed something, so he changed his hand seal again. Seal change. The next moment, in the future's perspective, the laboratory floor under their feet seemed to be sealed by something, and soon his perception ability was blocked by the ground. Seeing this scene, he opened his eyes and looked at Linghua. Linghua, use your Bian to see if there is any gap. Linghua was also curious about what the future wanted to say, so she nodded. She made a seal with both hands in front of her chest and shouted. Bian open. With her understanding of the future, she naturally knew that the future wanted her to use the full power of the Bian. So she poured all her chakra into the Bian without hesitation. Since she saw Minato hugging his sister under the moon last time, the progress of her eyes has increased by 50%. She has been able to initially show the ability to surpass the ordinary Bian. But her vision is still blocked by the 5 elements seal. After a careful look, she retracted her Bian and nodded to the future. It means that there is no problem. The future then continued to speak, Teacher, you should know that there is a heritage stone tablet in our Uchiha clan. Hearing this, Orochimaru nodded. He naturally knew about this matter, and the senior people also knew about it. Only Linghua didn't know, but she didn't ask, but listened quietly. This stone tablet was left behind by the Six-Path Sage. It is said to be a monument that guides our Uchiha forward. In addition to recording our exclusive eye techniques, it also records the origin of the Uchiha, the relationship with the Senju clan, and the development of the Sharingan. After saying that, Mirai continued, and most importantly, it also records the emergence of the ninja clan and the origin of chakra. Hearing this, Orochimaru's breathing stagnated. A green light like a hungry wolf instantly appeared in his eyes. Secret. This is the secret about the birth of the ninja world. After so many years, he has been convinced that the Six-Path Sage is not a fictional character in the legend, he really exists. And in the Uchiha clan, there is a record tablet left by him, how can he not be excited? What should I do? It seems that I know what is recorded on it. Because his lifelong dream is to understand the truth of the ninja world. Perhaps seeing the excitement of Orochimaru, Mirai shook his head and continued, Teacher, This is a stone tablet exclusive to the Uchiha clan. Only the Sharingan can see the contents on it, and the more top secret the information is, the more advanced the Sharingan required. 3 Megatama can only see ordinary contents. Although these contents are also part of the secret, as long as someone is interested, they can always be seen in other ruins. To really see the secrets on the stone tablet, you need a Mangekyo level eye. If you want to understand all the contents on it, you need the unique reincarnation eye. Hearing this, the 2 people present were stunned. Reincarnation eye. Do you actually need such a rare eye? However, the 2 of them were soon relieved. Because the eyes of the 6th-path sage are the reincarnation eye, it is called the legendary eye. It is not surprising that the information recorded by the 6th-path sage on the stone tablet will be interpreted by the reincarnation eye. Before Orochimaru could ask Mirai why he knew all this, Mirai continued, "Those are not important. What I want to talk about is the origin of chakra and the bloodstain net that goes beyond bloodstain limit and bloodstain elimination." Bloodstain net. Orochimaru and Linghua heard this word for the first time. For some reason, they could feel a strong sense of dominance from this word. It encompasses all bloodstain abilities. What a big mouth! Chapter 507. Future told the contents recorded on the stone tablet. He did not intend to involve the matter of Black Zetsu, nor the real truth. Because he was not sure if there were Black Zetsu and Black Zetsu nearby, it was better to be safe. After all, he could not beat Black Zetsu now. Black Zetsu's mental parasitism alone was enough to control him and make him commit suicide. It is said that in ancient times, there was a sacred tree that supported the sky. People worshipped it and prayed to it to bless the human beings at that time with good weather and good harvests. But struggle is human nature. At that time, human beings began to attack others for their own interests. The world became turbulent and people lived a miserable life without enough food. Later, a princess sought power from the sacred tree in order to win the war. She ate the forbidden fruit. It is said that the princess who obtained divine power single-handedly calmed the struggle of people. That princess was called the goddess of Mao and was the first person to possess chakra. I want to complain about it in the future. The ninja world itself has chakra, but it's a pity that humans at that time had no concept of this energy. When Kagaya Otsutsuki said the word chakra, people at that time confused natural chakra with chakra in the human body. But he will explain this to Orochimaru and others when he has enough strength to support himself. He went on to say, later, this goddess known as the goddess of the rabbit gave birth to 2 children with the blessing of the people. One was Otsutsuki Hago Romo, who was later known as the sage of the 6 paths, and the other was his younger brother, named Otsutsuki Hamura. As he spoke, he looked at Linghua, and Linghua was stunned. She asked in astonishment, "Otsutsuki Hamura?" She was very familiar with this name. Because since she became Tsunade's apprentice, the Hyuga clan leader would often show her some clan secret scrolls, with the fundamental purpose of easing the relationship between her and the clan. So she was very familiar with this name. Yes, he is the origin of your Hyuga clan. After saying that, Mirai turned to look at Orochimaru and continued, the 6th-path sage explained the principle of chakra and was the ancestor of ninjas who founded the ninja sect, and what he possessed was the blood net. All the techniques in the world started with him. If we can collect all the techniques and bloodlines and reversely deduce, can we become the second 6th-path sage? If you count carefully, the techniques were started by Indra. After all, he created the seal for ninjas to mobilize chakra, and Kagaya Otsutsuki is the ancestor of chakra. Hearing Mirai's words, Orochimaru's breathing suddenly became rapid. Oh my god, I'm so excited. After Orochimaru heard Mirai's narration, he immediately had an idea. All the magic in this world is composed of 5 basic attributes: wind, fire, thunder, water, and earth, plus 2 advanced attributes, yin and yang. You mean that I can master the changes in the attributes and the bloodstains, and then reversely fuse them to create bloodstain net? That's right. Well, I nodded. This method is very useful for reference. For a moment, Sheshi was so excited that she couldn't help herself. He took a few deep breaths to suppress the restlessness in his heart, then frowned and asked, "My natural chakra attributes are all 5 elements, but I don't have the 2 chakra attributes of yin and yang. The chakra attributes cultivated after birth, even if they have reached the point of changing properties, are difficult to compare with the changes in the innate chakra attributes. Let's not talk about fusion. Do you mean that I can create a body with all the attributes, and then reversely deduce bloodstain net from it?" After hearing Orochimaru's question, Mirai thought about it and asked, "Yes, is this difficult?" Hearing this, Orochimaru nodded, "Difficult. Very difficult, just like asking Minato to give up Kushina and throw himself into your arms." Mirai. Rika. She looked at Orochimaru teacher with a look of astonishment, asking Minato to throw himself into Mirai's arms. How difficult is this? In her opinion, this is too simple. After all, they were both gay at the beginning. However, Mirai's idea was completely opposite to Rika's. After Orochimaru made this comparison, he immediately had an idea in his mind. He murmured with a serious face, "Is it so difficult?" He didn't realize how close his relationship with Minato was, he just thought it was very close. Mirai felt that if Minato gave up Kushina, he might not be able to do it even if he killed Minato. For a while, the laboratory fell into silence. Mirai and Orochimaru were thinking about solutions, but Rika was looking at the experimental data absent-mindedly. A body can only master one blood limit at most. It is rare to master two in the world. It is estimated that one can only be encountered once every 100 years. If there are 3 blood limits, I have never seen them in the classics in the past 1,000 years. Orochimaru shook his head and said. He was very excited about the idea of the future, but his strength did not allow it. As he said, he suddenly looked at the experimental cabin, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Future, you said that if I cultivate 7 chakra bodies with different attributes, it won't work. I can't make them merge together. As he said, the gleam in his eyes dimmed a little. But the eyes of the future lit up. Orochimaru's words reminded him. Fusion. Didn't the man named Beiruo master a fusion technique of Ki-Yara no Jutsu, which can merge the owner of the blood limit into his own body and master the blood of others? A terrible forbidden technique. He hurriedly looked at teacher Orochimaru and asked, "Teacher, do you know the Gemra technique?" Orochimaru was stunned and looked at the future in surprise. He had never heard of this technique, but he knew about the Gemra technique. This was a magical plant that Bai Luo found during a mission and showed off to him. He said that this plant could fulfill his dream. He was quite curious at the time, but Bai Luo treated it like a grandson, so he had no idea where to start. Later, he was delayed by other tasks and gradually forgot about it. If the future didn't mention these 3 words, he would have almost forgotten it. I haven't heard of it. What's wrong? Teacher, Demon Bud Ra technique is a forbidden technique that can plunder and fuse other people's blood limit into one's own body. If you learn this technique, and then use 7 bodies that have mastered various attribute changes, and fuse them together through this technique, can you reverse the blood net? Hearing this, Orochimaru's expression changed and his breathing stopped. He finally understood something at this moment. No wonder that guy treasured his plants so much and told him that this technique could fulfill his dream. And his dream was to be weak and unable to go further, and to stop at being a jonin for life. If the Demon Bud Ra technique mentioned by the future is his dream, as long as he plunders the right body, it will definitely make up for his physical deficiencies. Are you serious? Thinking of this, Orochimaru excitedly hugged the future's shoulders and asked with excitement in his eyes. He did not ask how the future knew this. Over the years, the master and the apprentice have formed a tacit understanding. If you don't tell me, I won't ask. Yes. Mirai nodded and said very affirmatively. Recalling the performance of Hirako in the movie. He originally did not absorb the return chakra ninjutsu Ming Dun and the extremely fast speed Dun. The extremely strong golden Dun that can resist everything, and the unparalleled storm Dun. All these blood abilities he possessed after absorbing 4 blood limit ninjas, and he can also use them skillfully. If it weren't for the lack of Obito to give Kakashi's Sharingan, maybe he wouldn't have been defeated by Naruto. He was sent away by the latter's Wind Dun Rasen Shuriken. Well, after this experiment is completed, I will go to him immediately. Orochimaru said hotly. But we haven't been together for these years, and I don't know how he is doing recently. If he really has a technique that can fit him, then he doesn't mind using the reincarnation technique as a bargaining chip. After spending so much time with the future, he has also been infected by the future. He doesn't value techniques as much as before. As long as it is suitable and can be exchanged for his own interests, he doesn't mind exchanging it. You know, this is the technique of immortality he developed. As long as the soul is not blocked, it can live forever in the world. Its value is slightly higher than the Ghost Bud technique. Chapter 508. After they calmed down, the 2 shadow clones also did the soul transfer experiment. For these techniques, Orochimaru has always worked alone, or used shadow clones as assistants. The reason why he invited Mirai and the others this time was mainly because they were also doing similar experiments, so he wanted them to come to him to learn from him and facilitate their experiments. Mirai and Linghua have already changed into white coats. Although they don't understand the experiments of teacher Orochimaru very well, they can understand a little bit. Naturally, they can also help with some trivial things. On the experimental table, Orochimaru took off his clothes and lay on it. There was only a half-meter wide white cloth covering his lower body. Next to him, the clone girl in the incubator was lying. She was covered with much more than Orochimaru, from the surging upper body to the knees. At this time, Wei Lai asked again, "Teacher, are you sure that all the experimental steps are fully prepared? After all, this is an experiment of soul leaving the body. Once something goes wrong, even if there are remedial measures, it will cause serious damage to the soul. That's why Wei Lai asked this question. It is to ensure that the experiment is foolproof." Orochimaru did not answer immediately, which would be irresponsible. After thinking for a while, he was sure that he really couldn't think of any step that was not prepared. He replied, "Don't worry, everything is ready. Even if the experiment fails, my shadow clone will immediately start the remedial plan and will not let me die." After Orochimaru said this, Wei Lai looked at the shadow clone in surprise, so he turned on his perception ability and found that there were curse marks on the shadow clone. Perhaps sensing future's behavior, Orochimaru explained, although the shadow clone technique is a physical clone, once the main body is severely injured, it will also affect the technique and dissipate it. I added special curse seals to these two shadow clones, which can stabilize the flow of chakra, so that they can exist for a certain period of time even after my death. It is because of this backup that Orochimaru has full confidence to experiment with this technique. Since teacher Orochimaru has been so well prepared, Future did not say anything, but made way for the two shadow clones to operate. The reincarnation technique is a forbidden technique that allows one's soul to leave the body for a short time, then forcibly enter the body of another person, occupy the other person's body, and absorb some of the memory. However, because it is a forced occupation, there will be a sense of obstruction between the body and the soul. And because of these mismatches, the body will gradually develop complications. More importantly, the technique will cause serious trauma to the soul of the operator. So many weaknesses make it a forbidden technique. But its effect is amazing. It is a technique that can make the practitioner live forever, provided that the practitioner's soul can live as long as possible, then in theory, the practitioner can live as long as possible. Mirai and Linghua returned to the viewing platform, watching the two shadow clones operating the instruments in an orderly manner. After all, this technique was used in practice for the first time, and Orochimaru was worried about performing it alone. And because it was the first time, all data had to be collected. Naturally, other people were needed to help. Linghua pursed her lips, but finally couldn't help asking what she was thinking. "Mirai, Orochimaru was obviously cloned with Uncle Jiraiya's cells, so why is the cultivated body a female?" As she said that, she glanced at the two mountains that could form peaks even if they were lying down. Mirai understood her doubts, because he was also confused at the beginning, and asked in front of Orochimaru. He smiled and explained, "That's because when cloning cells, Orochimaru always chooses the best cultivation direction, and then the sex changes as the cells are cultivated. Although the chromosomes and the genes are fixed, we have no way to control the sex." Like Linghua, he thought that this clone was cultivated by cell cloning, and gradually evolved into this through the interference of artificial optimal choice. Linghua looked at the future with a look of astonishment. "Is this the explanation of Orochimaru?" "Yes." Linghua's face was even more incredible. "Do you believe it?" Hearing this, the future looked at her in confusion and asked, "What's the problem?" Linghua, degree. "It's a big problem, this is not cloning at all." She pointed at the towering chest of the culture body and asked inexplicably, "Then how to explain this?" Mirai looked in the direction Linghua pointed, and immediately understood. He said nonchalantly, "It's probably the result of experimental optimization." Linghua looked at the future. She really couldn't figure out why the future would say such a thing. This female culture was definitely not cloned. From her intuition as a woman, it was definitely cultivated by Orochimaru using the genetic cells of the two. The breasts will become so big, thinking about the fact that Uncle Jiraiya likes big ones. Hiss. In an instant, she seemed to have discovered an unspeakable blind spot. Could it be that Orochimaru wanted to steal a man from his own master? Oh! So exciting! For a moment, she didn't dare to think about it, because it was terrifying to think about it. At this time, the experiment had already started. As Orochimaru's body formed a seal, not long after, an illusory figure emerged from the body of Orochimaru, and he was wrapped in a thin layer of light. This made Linghua subconsciously think of Uncle Kato Dan. 3 years ago, she went with her teacher to rescue him. At that time, he looked similar to the current Orochimaru. It should be borrowed from the principle of spiritualization technique to allow the soul to leave the body for a short time. She just thought and didn't say anything, just looking at the experiment below in a weird and inexplicable way. Orochimaru was obviously a little curious. In the spirit state, he reached out and touched left and right. Is this the feeling of the soul leaving the body? It seems that I have no connection with this world anymore, and I can break the void at any time and go to another world. As soon as the soul left the body, he heard someone calling him vaguely. As he said, a barely perceptible hollow flashed in his eyes. What is this sound? The voice in his heart calling him to another world seemed to get louder. Why don't we go take a look? Orochimaru couldn't help but mutter to himself. The faces of the 2 shadow clones changed slightly, and one of them shouted immediately. The original body. Don't be bewitched, have you forgotten what Kato Dan said? That voice is a call to attract the dead to the Pure Land. Once you are fascinated by it, you can never return to the world of the living. While the shadow clone was speaking, he also took out a palm-sized jade Buddha from a box beside him. This made his words carry an indescribable wonderful charm, as if the shadow clone was a real Buddha full of Buddhist charm, telling something. Affected by the clone's words, Orochimaru's spirit body shook violently, and a hint of clarity immediately appeared in his eyes. The next second, he rushed towards the female body beside him without saying a word. Soon he sank into the culture body. Seeing this scene, the 2 shadow clones finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hey! The soul leaving the body is indeed full of dangers, even the original body almost got hit. Yes, if Kato Dan hadn't mentioned the risks of the soul leaving the body, I'm afraid we would have to watch the original body return to the Pure Land. The other shadow clone looked at the Jade Buddha in fear. If it weren't for Kato Dan's reminder, the original body would not have prepared the Jade Buddha treasure that could stabilize the mind. Fortunately, there was the Jade Buddha this time, otherwise, it would be really bad. The original body can only rely on the matter after the transfer, we can't help now. That's right, you stay and look after the original body, I'll go collect data. Okay. The 2 shadow clones, like 2 assistants, discussed and determined the next things. In the girl's consciousness space. It's as white as paper here. It would have continued to be white, but at this moment, there was suddenly a ball of purple in this white space. The purple slowly gathered into a human body. It was Orochimaru. He looked around curiously, with a new look in his eyes. White represents ignorance. He breathed a sigh of relief, and his idea for the future really worked. He entered this body easily, encountering almost no resistance. Then the next step was much simpler. As long as he devoured the weak spirit of this body would be his. So he looked at a curled-up girl in the white space. This was the spiritual body naturally born from this body. It looked exactly like her physical body, but it was too fragile, as if he let out his breath, this spiritual body would be shattered. Chapter 509. In the worries of Walai and Linghua. The girl finally opened her eyes slowly. Her eyes were empty at first, like a vegetative person without a soul. But as her eyes turned left and right and moved her neck, the agility in her eyes gradually increased. Just when Walai wanted to take a closer look, Linghua seemed to notice something and she immediately covered Walai's eyes. Angrily said, "You are still looking. Okay, I won't look anymore." As he said that, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. They haven't become girlfriends yet, and they are already taking care of themselves. But he felt a little sweet in his heart. It's great that someone cares about him so much. Thinking of this, he closed his eyes and used the perception technique. After all, he was also curious about the effect of the reincarnation of the corpse technique. What Linghua was worried about really happened. The girl sat up directly. Due to the large amplitude, the white cloth covering her body slipped down, revealing the pair of D comparable to her own. It's just that the chest, heart, stomach, and other important parts are connected with electrodes. They are used to collect various data of the experimental subject, and she put them on by herself. She couldn't help but curl her lips and said, "Teacher Orochimaru is really something. He knows that it is the opposite sex's body, but he doesn't even think about giving her clothes to wear." As if she noticed Ling Hua's muttering, the culture girl suddenly looked at her. The original black pearl-like eyes gradually condensed in the middle and gradually evolved into a pair of snake eyes. Just like the original eyeballs of teacher Orochimaru. The white corners of the eyes also gradually took on a hint of purple eyeshadow. It made her more charming than before. The hair was still the same as before, very white and smooth hair, which made people feel very royal. She opened her mouth slightly and uttered a crisp and pleasant voice. "Hee hee. After all, we need to collect data from the experimental subjects." When Wei Lai heard this, she was immediately delighted. "Teacher, you succeeded." Orochimaru couldn't help but reveal a bright smile. "Yes, it was very easy." As she said this, she looked at Wei Lai, with a touch of excitement in her bright eyes. "And I feel that my soul power has not been consumed much. As long as I take good care of it within a month, I can recover." Hearing this, Wei Lai's mouth corners suddenly rose wildly. He closed his eyes and said, "Congratulations, teacher, your technique is finally successful." Orochimaru smiled and responded, "Thank you for your advice, Wei Lai." Hee hee. At this time, a shadow clone came to Orochimaru and took off all the electrodes on her body. The other one took Orochimaru's men's clothes, walked to her side, and helped her change. The shadow clone couldn't help but sigh in amazement. "Tisk tisk tisk tisk, original body, if you go out like this, a certain white-haired guy will definitely come over after smelling the smell." Hearing the shadow clone's joke, Orochimaru raised the corner off eye's mouth. "Absolutely, that guy likes big ones." As she said that, she also stretched out her hand to hold the two mountains, and she was very satisfied with it. Because one hand can't hold it at all. At this time, Ling Hua couldn't help but interrupt and ask, "Teacher Orochimaru, you are not trying to steal Uncle Jiraiya from my master?" In order to distinguish between Teacher Tsunade and Teacher Orochimaru, she listened to the future's advice and replaced Teacher Tsunade with Master Tsunade. Hearing this, Orochimaru had already put on his clothes. No underwear, vacuum gear." She smiled very brightly and said, "Don't you think their relationship is progressing too slowly? I can help Jiraiya express his feelings completely, so that these two older single men and women don't have to play around like young people." Hearing this, Ling Hua was stunned. I didn't expect that Orochimaru's teacher would actually come up with this idea. But she saw the love between her master and Uncle Jiraiya and was anxious in her heart. They were obviously interested in each other, but they just didn't want anyone to break the paper first. Just like that. Orochimaru didn't look at Ling Hua again, and the future that was blinded by her. She curiously stretched out her hand and pinched the little tufts protruding from her clothes. For a moment, she felt a little numb. Did I turn up the sensitivity of my body? This feeling is very strange, she has never experienced it before. Thinking about it, she continued, "On the third day after Jiraiya came back, I saw that they were still getting along as before, so I looked for Kato Dan, hoping that he would continue to pursue Tsunade and add pressure to that idiot Jiraiya. In the end, Kato Dan gave up. There is no other way. Now I can only do it myself. I don't believe that they won't make a break even after I've forced them so hard." Ling Hua listened to Orochimaru's words. She ignored Orochimaru's actions and looked thoughtful. Obviously, she was thinking about what Orochimaru said to see how feasible it was. But the more she thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Future had a strange look on his face. He didn't open his eyes, but faced the direction of Orochimaru. He asked in an inexplicable tone, "Teacher, aren't you afraid that Uncle Jiraiya is really in love with you? You know, when a man and a woman are together, it's love, and when a man and a man are together, it's gay love. As far as he knows, there is a strong gay relationship between Orochimaru and Jiraiya. If Jiraiya really falls in love with Orochimaru, it will be a lot of fun." Hearing this, Ling Hua's expression also tightened. He hurriedly asked, Yes, what if Uncle Jiraiya really falls in love with someone else and likes your current teacher, what should I do with my master?" Orochimaru smiled and said, "That's just right, I'll suffer a little loss and be with Jiraiya." Ling Hua. What the hell? Asterisk. Teacher, are you serious? Mirai. He looked at the frightened Rekka and was speechless. Having been with teacher Orochimaru for so long, he could naturally tell whether it was a joke or the truth. It was obvious that this sentence was said by teacher Orochimaru to tease Rika. He reached out and held Rika's hand to calm her down. Then he said unhappily, "Teacher, it seems that you are in a good mood. You can even make a joke." Rika was stunned. She looked at Mirai in astonishment, and then turned to look at teacher Orochimaru. Was that a joke just now? Why didn't she feel it? Orochimaru smiled and narrowed his eyes. She said, "I am indeed in a good mood. This technique is really successful." As she spoke, she stained her hands with her original body's blood, slowly made a seal, and said, "I'm going to the Ryokai cave, are you going with me, Mirai?" This body has been transformed by him. Whether it is software transformation, snake swallowing technique, or shadow snake hand, etc., which the original body has, this body of hers has them all. Listening to the teacher's words, Mirai was stunned for a moment. He knew that Sage Mode was a concern of Orochimaru's teacher, but he didn't expect that she was so eager to try it. After thinking for a while, he shook his head and said, "No, we have to go back to laboratory number 7 later to improve our experimental subjects." After visiting the whole process of Orochimaru's experiment, they were both greatly inspired. For a moment, countless ideas popped up in their minds. They had to implement them as soon as possible while these ideas were still there. Orochimaru nodded, but did not force it. "Okay, the experimental data are all there. If you want, just copy a copy." As she said that, she disappeared. In the number 3 laboratory, only Mirai, Linghua, and 2 special shadow clones were left. Linghua was silent for a while, and suddenly said, "No, I have to go to my master first. Someone is trying to snatch a man from her, she has no mind to do experiments. Okay, I'll go back to the laboratory alone." Mirai nodded, he knew what Linghua was worried about. That's good, Orochimaru wanted to force Uncle Jiraiya, he also felt that Uncle Jiraiya was a bit slow. And Linghua first informed Sister Tsunade to avoid any trouble at that time. So Linghua ran out quickly and went to the Senju mansion to find Master Tsunade. After sorting out the data, Mirai returned to laboratory number 7 alone. Hyuga Tsuyoji's matter was related to Linghua, he knew the priorities. On the other side, a Hyuga girl, holding various vegetables in both hands, looked sweet. Beautifully walked on the road back to Hyuga. The me of today has completely severed ties with my past self. Who would have thought that I was the dead Hyuga Tsuyoshi? Thinking of this, he saw someone peeking at him, so he smiled sweetly at that person. The person's breathing became rapid, and his old face became extremely red. He was too embarrassed to look up again. Looking at the person's embarrassment, Hyuga Tsuyoshi remained calm on the surface, but he was extremely happy in his heart. Ha 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 ha. I am indeed too beautiful. He likes his current life. Chapter 510. What? In the Senju mansion, Tsunade looked at her beloved apprentice in astonishment. Look at what she heard. Orochimaru, that guy, used Jiraiya's cells to cultivate a female Jiraiya, and then he transferred his soul to the female culture. But with his soul moving in, the girl who looked like Jiraiya was infected with the characteristics of Orochimaru. For example, snake pupils, such as purple eyeshadow. Another example is the disappearing red tear marks. And that guy actually wanted to seduce Jiraiya and force him to express his position. Although she agreed with Orochimaru's idea, she must let Jiraiya express his position. She is now the saint of Konoha and can't be left alone. But Orochimaru turned into a woman, and a real woman, a girl. The kind that can give birth to a baby. Linghua immediately took out a piece of information from the gap in her chest. This is a photo she took in the number 3 laboratory before the experiment began. It was just right for Master Tsunade to see. Master, Master. This photo shows what Orochimaru looks like now. Tsunade grabbed the photo. This is a photo of a girl sleeping on the laboratory table, with sweet features and white hair. Especially the big breasts, which almost occupy 1/5 of the photo. The waist is very thin and the legs are straight and slender. Especially on the face, there are 2 small red tear marks. People who are familiar with Jiraiya must be able to see at a glance that this girl is 70% similar to Jiraiya. Not to mention Jiraiya, even she, a woman, was stunned. What a beautiful girl! She subconsciously said what was in her heart. This made Linghua speechless. My master, now is not the time to pay attention to whether Orochimaru is beautiful or not, she is going to steal your man. Hearing this, Tsunade's cheeks flushed, and she immediately rejected it. What nonsense are you talking about? How can Jiraiya be my man? He can like whoever he wants, that's his freedom. Linghua. She looked at the stubborn teacher and stopped talking. When Uncle Jiraiya really falls in love with someone else, I'll see how you cry. Walking on the road to the forest of death. Mirai frowned slightly. Because he noticed someone was following him. Although it would be a burden on the brain to keep the perception technique on. But at the critical moment, when he was in a safe place, he would turn off this skill to let his brain recover. When walking in crowded places like the street, he would still instinctively turn on the perception ability. The problem is that this person is wearing a mask and expensive clothes that can block detection. Clothes that can block detection by chakra perception technique are absolutely astronomical. Even the equipment of the Anbu does not have such a strong isolation ability. As he walked, he stopped and couldn't help but hug his chest with both hands. He snorted coldly and said, "You have been following me all the way. What's wrong?" As he said this, a breeze blew through the jungle, rolling up the leaves all over the sky. It blew over his body and also stirred his long hair. For a moment, he was full of dominance. The stalker's name was revealed by the future, and he no longer hid it, but walked out from behind the tree. Curiously asked, "Who are you? What's your name?" The future turned around and looked at her, with coldness in her eyes. Woman's voice. But there are some clips in her voice, and it also has the immaturity of a teenager. She should be a girl around 12 to 15 years old. You rats don't deserve to know my name. You better tell me who you are first. The stalker heard this, and his eyes were full of light. Why is this person exactly the same as the one I dreamed of? Could it be that? For a moment, he just felt itchy all over his body. Because he suddenly felt that this person was so manly. Oh, / Q. Look, his standing posture is full of domineering. Look, his appearance is heroic and extraordinary, like an immortal who walked out of a painting. Look, his tone is so arrogant and disdainful. Such a person is the man who can conquer himself. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but think of the dream a few months ago. For a moment, he felt even more itchy. I really want to throw myself into his arms, just like in my dream, and be bullied by him sometimes gently, sometimes domineeringly. But now he is hostile to me, it is not suitable for me to get to know him. I have to give a good and perfect first impression of him. Only in this way can it be easy for him to chase him, rule the world with him, and be the noble queen. So, he smiled and said, "I'm sorry, I disturbed you this time." As he said that, he slowly stepped back and wanted to leave here. But the future was not happy. She followed him inexplicably, apologized inexplicably, and finally wanted to leave inexplicably. Who does she think she is? Except Linghua, no woman has ever dared to provoke him like this. So he planned to take action and pull off the mask of this sneaky girl to see who she is. Want to leave? Do you think you can get away? As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared in front of the stalker. There was only a breeze blowing in the original place. So fast. The stalker was stunned, and his face changed drastically. He must not get to know him in this way, otherwise his first impression of him would definitely be very bad. Then why should he be with him? Just when he was horrified, a black shadow instantly wrapped around him. Just before Walai was about to catch her, the person had disappeared. This made Walai's face suddenly become solemn. He hurriedly used all his strength to perform the perception technique. Just a moment later, his expression was quite ugly, disappeared. How is this possible? His perception range was nearly 2 kilometers, and he immediately expanded his perception range after the other party disappeared, and he let the other person run away. Damn it! Is this person so fast? No, that's not right. It's definitely not that she is fast enough, but that she disappeared from my perception ability in an instant. She should have some treasure on her that can help her quickly sneak into the ground. However, he quickly shook his head, because at that moment, he vaguely saw a dark thing passing by, and then the person disappeared. That's not right. It shouldn't be a treasure, but someone helped her avoid my detection ability. Then who could this person be? Thinking about it, Mirai's ugly eyes gradually narrowed. It is no exaggeration to say that now, with his strength, there are not many people in the ninja world who want to defeat him, unless they are at the level of Cage. Otherwise, even if the God card comes, he can fight the opponent to a draw. but his perception ability is definitely comparable to that of the second generation. It's just that the range is not as wide as his. Now this person can disappear in an instant. Not even a trace of breath is left, obviously his strength is definitely not bad. And the black thing. This made him think of a real filial son. Black Zetsu, could it be you? Then why did he save the stalker? Could it be that Madara has already chosen his successor? Thinking of this, the appearance of Obito after the blackening immediately appeared in his mind. Since that guy witnessed Kakashi killing his beloved woman, he has been wearing a mask for 20 years and has not shown his true face. Just now, this guy also wrapped himself up. Very much like Obito after the blackening. Thinking of this, the more he thought about it, the more he felt it made sense. Then the question is, who is this girl? I have to check it out when I go back to see how many girls I have in Uchiha. He subconsciously classified the stalker as an Uchiha. In the Hyuga clan. In a wing room. A black figure slowly floated up from the ground. After all the figures left the ground, the black substance turned into liquid and detached from the figure, and the mask also fell off, revealing the cute and beautiful girl with a bow headband inside. At this moment, the girl has fallen into a coma. Black Zetsu looked at her speechlessly, his head hurting extremely. I just walked away for 10 minutes, how did you run into Uchiha? And he followed that guy without permission. You know, the last person who followed him, seemed to be Hyuga Rika. That girl became his first love girlfriend. But that was after a fight, and more than 4 years later, they became the current relationship. Oh, what should we do? White Zetsu's original body asked speechlessly while looking at the unconscious Hyuga Tsuyoshi. It was impossible for them to be watching this guy at that time and be discovered by Uchiha. So in desperation, they rushed to rescue him first. Black Zetsu frowned and thought for a while, and finally shook his head helplessly. In this way, just consider it as you saving him. After returning, you tell Madara all the information about this guy, and be sure to conceal my existence during the period. As for whether he is dead or alive, it depends on Uchiha Madara's idea. Oh. White Zetsu nodded in response. Chapter 511. As Black Zetsu said this, he took out a pair of eyeballs. This pair of eyeballs contains a short-term Rinnegan pupil power. Find a time to put them into this person's body. Although it is just a showpiece, it can also exert 1/10 or 2/10 of the power of the Rinnegan. I think it is enough to kill Hyuga Rika. White Zetsu reached out and took the eyeballs with a glittering green light from Black Zetsu's hand. He played with it for a while and asked curiously, how did you get this kind of eyeball? Black Zetsu explained, on the moon, the descendants of Hamura created a collection of Bun. The huge number of them has undergone a qualitative change, making it a Rinnegan. I stole part of the power and injected it into this pair of ordinary Bun, so I created this showpiece. White Zetsu nodded in understanding, okay, I'll keep this pair of eyeballs for now. I'll go back and tell Madara about this person's situation, and then decide based on the situation. Okay, I'll make this guy unconscious for a while and wait for Madara's instructions. In the underground base of the Rain Country, Madara played with the eyeball in his hand, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Interesting, I didn't expect that in this world, in addition to the Samsara eye, there are such magical eyes. No wonder those cataracts have always boasted that the ability of the Bun is above the Sharingan. As he said, he looked at the eyeball in his hand with regret, if it is a complete eye, I really want to see which one is stronger between it and the Samsara eye. After Madara finished sighing, the White Zetsu body asked, Madara, what about the man named Hyuga Tsuji? I found this eyeball from his house. Should I give it back to him? He made this up. If Madara really wanted to keep him, he would arrange an adventure for Hyuga Tsuji. Let him get the eyes from a ruin. If Madara didn't like him, he would kill him after using him. To prevent future troubles. When Uchiha Madara heard this, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Give me the detailed information of this person. Hearing what Madara meant, White Zetsu was slightly startled, and immediately understood something in his heart. It seems that Madara is going to use him. So he nodded and said, okay, please give me an hour. Madara stopped talking and played with his eyeballs, lost in thought. The White Zetsu's body disappeared into the underground cave at this time, and rushed to Konoha quickly through the ephemeral technique. When Black Zetsu heard what White Zetsu said, he narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that Madara is planning to use this guy. The White Zetsu nodded in agreement and echoed, I think so too. Well, I'll take the kid to the ruins first and implant false memories. You first tell Madara all the information about this kid, including the things that Uchiha Mirai and others have calculated about him. Okay. After Black Zetsu gave a few more instructions, he wrapped up the unconscious Hyuga Tsuyoshi and took him to a Kagai ruins. After the future improved the functions of the experimental subjects in the incubator. He frowned and thought about everything that happened in the afternoon. There is no doubt that Madara has set his sights on him. He also kept a hand as a countermeasure. But tonight he actually met a guy who looked like Black Zetsu, which made him a little uneasy. After all, that guy was the real mastermind behind the scenes. He single-handedly led the hostile relationship between the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan, and personally shaped the appearance of the peacemaker Madara. He walked to a chair nearby and sat down, frowning and thinking about something. If I were Black Zetsu. No, that guy claimed to be the will of Uchiha Madara, then I would never do anything out of line. Everything will act according to Madara's ideas. So, if I am Uchiha Madara, I need someone to revive myself and let my old body return to its peak. In order to ensure my own resurrection, I need someone to supervise the container of the eyes. Then this supervisor must be someone I can trust and can easily control. In the original work, Madara personally directed Obito's tragedy, causing him to fall into darkness, and witnessed Yahiko's death, making him completely lose hope in this world. If he wants to deal with me, then... Thinking of this, his face suddenly became ugly, because even with the masked woman, he is very likely to still be watched by Madara. Rika is in danger. After everything, he must think in the worst direction. He has no doubt that in order to control himself, they will definitely design a scene to let Rika die in Minato's hands. No, we must strengthen our strength, so that we can have the ability to escape danger. Thinking of this, he couldn't sit still. He must strengthen his strength as soon as possible, and Rika's reincarnation eye. He remembered that the passage to the moon seemed to be somewhere in the Hyuga clan. Thinking of this, he immediately went to find Rika. At this time, Rika was walking silently on the way to laboratory number 7, and happened to meet Mirai, who came to find her. She restrained the silence on her face, and smiled and shouted, "Hey Mirai!" Unexpectedly, she just greeted Mirai and was grabbed by Mirai. The latter hurriedly said, "Speak with telepathy." Rika was stunned for a moment, and her expression suddenly became serious. Did something big happen? Thinking of this, she hurriedly made a seal with one hand, mobilized the chakra in her body, and turned it into a kind of technique. Then he asked in his heart, "What happened? We may be targeted." "Who would target us?" Linghua was stunned. If it was an ordinary person, there would be no need for the future to be so serious. Then there is only one possibility: the person who is targeting them is so strong that even the future finds it difficult. It's very troublesome to explain this matter. Don't resist, I will explain it to you with illusion. Okay. Linghua nodded and responded. Although telepathy can transmit thoughts to the other party through physical contact, it is impossible to transmit memories together because the technique is only in its infancy. The future opened the double Megatama and easily pulled Linghua's consciousness into the illusion. It was very easy, even easier than when it was used on Minato. This made the future feel a throbbing in his heart. Because this means that Linghua has no defense against him. For a moment, a more determined idea emerged in his mind. I will never let anyone hurt you, Linghua. In the illusion. After Mirai told Linghua everything he knew about Black Zetsu, Uchiha Madara, Infinite Tsukuyomi, 10 Tails, etc., the latter looked dazed. Wait, Linghua interrupted hurriedly, rubbing her brows, feeling very uncomfortable. Receiving too much information at once made her feel extremely uncomfortable. You mean, your ancestor Uchiha Madara is still alive, he has obtained the reincarnation eye, and he has also seen the road to peace recorded on the Uchiha stele, and there is a Black Zetsu behind him, manipulating all this. Why does it feel like listening to a heavenly book? Is there such an outrageous thing in this world? Mirai was too lazy to correct the fact that Uchiha Madara was not his ancestor. He nodded to Linghua. And in the illusion, the image of Kagaya Otsutsuki being sealed by 2 filial sons was projected. That's right. Ever since the Six-Path Sage and your ancestor jointly sealed Kagaya Otsutsuki, she squeezed out an independent consciousness at the critical moment, which is Black Zetsu. As he said this, he played a mass of black matter without facial features or even a body. Look, this guy is Black Zetsu. He is Kagai's third son and also Kagai's will. For thousands of years, he has been doing things in secret, trying to create the Rinnegan, and then let people perform infinite Tsukuyomi, collect chakra from all over the world, and resurrect his mother, Kaguya Otsutsuki. The eyes that Nagato had last time we saw were not actually his own, but Uchiha Madara replaced his eyes with his own eyes. The purpose was to wait for Nagato to grow up, and then perform the resurrection eye technique of the Rinnegan, Gaido Rinnegan natural technique on him, so that his old body would return to its peak. In order to ensure that Nagato proceeds according to the plan, he must find a spokesperson to help him supervise Nagato. The resurrection of the Rinnegan only restores the deceased to the state before death. Madara died of old age. But in the future, there is reason to believe that with Madara's talent, when he can make people resurrect him, he will be directly at his peak. Instead of being old and decrepit. As he said that, he looked at Linghua and couldn't help but smiled bitterly. Maybe I am the one he chose. He will definitely attack you in order to control me. Let me witness your death and lose hope in the world, so that he can control me more easily. Linghua's expression became extremely complicated. She didn't expect that someone was secretly spying on them. However, she thought more deeply, no, in the future, they may not attack me, your parents, sister, and Minato may also be his targets. Listen, at this point, Mirai was stunned. He had never thought of this. The previous inference was completely based on Obito. That guy has no relatives or parents. He only has Kakashi, Minato, and Nohara Rin. Especially the latter, that is his world. Chapter 512. Damn. Mirai couldn't help but swear. Originally, he thought that if he protected Linghua, everything would be fine, but he didn't expect that even his parents and family would become the target of the calculation. When he thought that he might witness the death of his parents, family, relatives, and friends, he was so angry that his eyes turned red. 3 megatomas inside were spinning rapidly. Seeing him like this, Linghua hurried forward, hugged him, and comforted him. It's okay, it hasn't happened yet, and he may not be targeting you. You are so strong that it's easy to get out of control. Mirai looked even more miserable when he heard this. The problem is that he is the most talented boy among Uchiha, and with Madara's personality, he doesn't think he can surpass him. Even if he is stronger than Madara when he was the same age. Because the stronger he is, the more Madara wants to conquer him. Damn, what kind of metaphor is this? In short, he is the most likely person to be targeted. He slowly hugged Linghua and said firmly, Hua-er, I won't let you get hurt. Linghua snuggled in his arms, listening to his heart beating violently in his chest, her face slightly red, but the corners of her mouth raised. Yet, she had no doubt about Willai's feeling as for her. After all, she firmly believed that love grows over time. The little boy who was attracted to her at first, now has his heart tied to her. After the two hugged for a long time, Linghua reluctantly left Willai's arms. She smiled and looked at Willai, and asked, Tell me, you should have some ideas. Hearing this, Willai was stunned for a moment. He really didn't expect Linghua to say such a thing. As if seeing Willai's surprised expression, Linghua showed a bright smile on her face. Because there is nothing in this world that can stump you. This made Willai blush. No way. I'm not omnipotent either, there are things I don't know. After saying that, he looked at Linghua, his expression became serious, and said, I know there is another pair of reincarnation eyes in this world, but that eye is too big to fit into the human body. What I want to ask is, can your Bun absorb the pupil power of the reincarnation eyes? Linghua was stunned for a moment, she didn't expect that the future would say such a thing. He knows a lot. But thinking that he even knows thousands of years of conspiracy, it seems not surprising that he knows about the reincarnation eyes. But she still didn't ask as before. If the future is willing to tell her, she will know. So she asked in her heart, Tongzi, can my Bun absorb the pupil power of the reincarnation eyes and speed up the progress? Tongzi hesitated. If it hadn't signed in, it wouldn't have been able to get points. However, with the points it has currently obtained, it can barely get out of this world. And it also heard Future's words. Knowing that they were all in a vortex, they would die if they didn't pay attention. Forget it, it's okay to be poor, at worst, I can start over in the next world. So it replied happily, okay. After hearing what Tongzi said, Linghua's face lit up. If she could master the reincarnation eye, she could not only eliminate her absolute weakness, but also help Future and help him resist Black Zetsu's conspiracy. Okay. So she nodded to Future and responded. Hearing this, Future breathed a sigh of relief. Hey. That's good. So, let's have a good rest tonight, and we'll go to the moon tomorrow. Hearing this, Ling Hua was stunned. Are those reincarnation eyes on the moon? But thinking of Mirai telling her and Orochimaru about Kagaya Otsutsuki in the number 3 laboratory, she understood. Mirai was obviously thinking about the people on the moon. Let's talk about 2 things separately. The 3 goddesses, Tanshin goddess, Ichikashima goddess, and Suzu goddess, looked at the girl in front of them with a dull look. I couldn't help but ask again, are you really Orochimaru? The Orochimaru with a penis. The clothes that were originally worn by Orochimaru now looked like black silk that covered everything. It made her whole body full of temptation. Orochimaru smiled slightly, nodded and said, yes, I am Orochimaru. How about this body? It's not bad, right? Hearing this, the 3 goddesses couldn't help but come up and sniffed and licked Orochimaru here and there. They even poked him. After feeling the amazing elasticity, Tsujinji was stunned. It's actually true. For a moment, she actually felt inferior in her heart. Why isn't mine that big? Orochimaru blushed. She didn't expect that this body was so sensitive. After being touched by an outsider, she felt so shy. And it was out of her control. Don't poke it, it's itchy. She hurriedly stepped back and got away from the 3 goddesses. At this time, the white snake immortal came to her with a cane, and his eyes, which were originally closed kindly, opened slightly at this moment. Curiosity also flashed in his eyes. Orochimaru, what kind of art is this? I can't even see through a body constructed by art. Hearing this, Orochimaru smiled proudly, White Snake Sage, this is a real body, so it's normal that you can't see it. This body is carefully cultivated by me through Jiraiya's genetic material and my own cells. In other words, this body is real. What cloning? That's just his excuse. He doesn't want to become the same as Jiraiya. After listening to Orochimaru's explanation, White Snake Sage obviously understood it immediately. So, you transferred your soul into this body, right? Yes. Orochimaru nodded. Orochimaru. White Snake Sage shouted, but looking at the cute girl in front of her, she always felt that the word Maru was a bit too masculine and awkward, so she changed the name without authorization. Orochiheim, I'll call you that for now. Is your purpose in doing this to learn the sage mode? She didn't think that Orochimaru was just here to show off or something. This guy has a very clear purpose in everything he does. Hearing this, Orochimaru, oh no. Should be called Orochimaru. She smiled slightly and complimented, sure enough, nothing can be hidden from you. Yes, I want to try again, use this body to see if I can learn the sage mode. Hearing this, the White Snake Sage closed her eyes again and restored her kind and peaceful expression. Since you are the future teacher, I will remind you a few words. Sage mode is a fairy chakra formed by absorbing natural chakra and then mixing the body and spirit chakras according to a certain ratio. Your body still cannot learn the sage mode. Hearing this, the face of Orochimaru changed and became very ugly. She couldn't help but ask on the spot, why? Jiraiya could learn it, and she used Jiraiya's cells, so why couldn't she learn it? Didn't she say at the beginning that her body was rejected by the ninja world, so she couldn't learn the sage mode? She has changed her body, could it be because of the soul? At this time, as the eldest sister of the 3 goddesses, Tien Zinchenji stood up. She curiously poked the 2 little tufts, because Orikaji didn't wear underwear. So it was very obvious on the clothes. While explaining, Orikaji, I think you are probably overwhelmed by the success of your technique. You forgot the source of your body, but you learned the sage mode of Myaboku Mountain. Now I can smell a faint fragrance, which is the smell of those toads. Hearing this, Orikaji was stunned. Damn it, she really didn't think of such a simple question. You mean, I made this body in vain? Ichikijimaheim also pulled Suzuheim forward, and couldn't help sniffing her body. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, it was indeed the smell of frogs, and it was the top quality. As we all know, snakes eat frogs. For a moment, the 3 of them were drooling. It's not in vain, Orochiheim, why don't you go back tonight and stay here with me? Suzuheim was immediately unhappy, and she hurriedly pushed Ichikajima away with her butt. She looked at Orochiheim eagerly, swallowed her saliva and said, "Don't listen to her, she just covets your body. Oricai-heim, I see that your body still has some flaws, so, there are a lot of experimental equipment in my room, you go to my place, I will help you fix it." Oricai-heim. _ You are not much better, the abacus is clanging, and it jumped on my face. The white snake immortal on the side looked at the three goddesses who wanted to wrap themselves around the big snake princess, and said unhappily, "Okay, you three stop making trouble. What else can you do now except licking her saliva?" As she said, she looked at the big snake princess, "In short, your body has been contaminated by that old clam, you have the breath of a toad. Once I inject sage chakra into your body will immediately become a battlefield." She shook her head and left. Finally, when Orochimaru saw that she really couldn't learn sage mode with this body, she had to flee. Because with the departure of the white snake sage, the three god princesses became more and more presumptuous. Especially the Tsuijin princess, who actually pulled her collar to look inside. It would have been fine if she just looked, but she actually admired it. It would have been fine if she just admired it, but she also stuck out her tongue, circled the 8 characters, and licked both mountains. It really shocked Orochimaru. Chapter 513. When Princess Orochimaru returned to the laboratory, she ran into Tsunade. She was stunned, and Tsunade was also stunned. She couldn't help but walk forward and looked at Princess Orochimaru with strange eyes. "Tisk tisk tisk, Orochimaru, you are so coquettish." Tsunade was shocked at first that Orochimaru had changed into a female body. But after digesting it for a while, and seeing how beautiful and cute Princess Orochimaru was, Tsunade suddenly felt that this seemed to be quite good. She even had a bold idea. So she couldn't help but get close to Orochimaru, lifted her chin with one hand, and let her look directly at herself. Because Orochimaru is now a little shorter than her, it can be seen that this body is only 17 or 18 years old, and there is still room for growth. But as she got closer, she felt something hitting her chest, especially hitting her little tuft. The touch was very obvious. Suddenly, she raised her lips and asked with a smile, "You made it so big, are you trying to steal men from me, your sister?" Oricai, iota _. She waved her hand to interrupt Tsunade's teasing and said unhappily, "Don't make trouble, I'm not in the mood to play with you now." As she said that, she was about to walk towards the experimental table. From her appearance, she obviously wanted to change back to her own body. But she was stopped by 2 shadow clones. "Don't change the original body yet, the Jade Buddha has been broken." Hearing this, Oricai was stunned and looked aside suddenly. The Jade Buddha that was originally placed there was indeed broken, and the Buddha's charm that could be felt before had now dissipated. Obviously it can't be used. The other shadow clone then explained, "Main body, the call of the Pure Land is very dangerous. We can't guarantee that you can return safely." "Yes, main body, we need information about this in the spiritualization technique so that your soul can stay in the world for a short time without being discovered." When the Snake Princess heard this, she felt bad. She asked with a dull face, "Do you mean I have to live with this body for a while?" The shadow clone shrugged and said, "This is the only way for now, unless you can keep your soul from being affected by the Pure Land. I have an idea, but I don't know if it's feasible." Another shadow clone suddenly touched his chin and said. This made the Snake Princess speechless. He didn't remember being so fussy. "Stop keeping us in suspense, and speak up." The shadow clone didn't dare to say any more nonsense when the real body urged him, so he said quickly, "Real body, what do you think if we can put a temporary body on the soul body, then during the short time when the soul body appears in the world of the living, the temporary body can isolate the interference of the Pure Land?" Hearing this, Princess Oricai, the other shadow clone, and Tsunade were all stunned. Tsunade was simply stunned. But Princess Oricai and the shadow clone's eyes lit up in a short time. "Good idea. That's a good idea. I happen to know how to shed my body. I can use this trick to shed a temporary body temporarily to protect my soul and let it return to my body smoothly." As she said that, she quickly formed seals with her hands and was about to perform the snake shedding technique, so that a new body would emerge from her mouth, and then drill into the mouth of her original body to restore her original body. In order to make it easier to drill in, she directly planned to replace the snake shed with a snake. After all, the shape is a long, slippery one, which can better drill into the body. But just when she opened her mouth and a snake had just emerged, Tsunade, who had come to her senses, covered her mouth, forced her back. Looking at the stunned look in the eyes of the great snake princess, Tsunade let go of her hand embarrassedly and smiled, "Snake, with our shitty relationship for so many years, you should do me a favor." Hearing this, Princess Orochimaru immediately guessed what she wanted to do. She said speechlessly, "Let me chase Jiraiya and force him to confess to you." Tsunade's eyes lit up, and she reached out to give Orochimaru a thumbs up. "Smart." Princess Orochimaru immediately turned her head to the side, "I won't do it." "Don't, I beg you, you can't bear to see me waste my best years on him." Orochimaru looked at her straight, nodded mercilessly and said, "How can you bear it? Why can't you bear it? Besides, you have learned the Yin seal, as long as there is chakra, it is not a problem to stay young forever." Tsunade said again earnestly, "That's what I said, but I'm 30 years old, how many 30 years old can I have in my life? You are the only one I trust now. If you don't help me, I can't live this life. I will be single forever. Besides, you created this body, don't you want to experience the life of the opposite sex?" Orikaiji still shook her head mercilessly, "No. Let's not talk about other things, just the 10 pounds of meat on her chest." She felt exhausted at the moment. "I don't know why Tsunade wants such a big piece of meat, it's useless." Seeing that Princess Orikai was so stubborn, Tsunade was anxious. To be honest, she really wanted Princess Orikai to help her and force Jiraiya. That guy was so flirtatious before, and he kept shouting that he wanted to marry her and be with her. But just when she was about to agree, this guy wilted. After he came back, she waited for him for almost half a year, and this bastard didn't flirt again. Every day he is so serious. Takes Kushina and others to do tasks every day. It's so annoying. How can you bully people like this? Humph. She hurriedly asked again, "Don't you want to use this body to do something popular?" Princess Orikai with a blank face, "No." As she said this, she walked around Tsunade and wanted to go back to bed. What's so good about that kind of thing? It's just a pleasure. She thinks it's better to solve a scientific research problem by herself. Although she has never tried it before, and she hasn't tried it when she was a man. Tsunade turned around and stopped Orochimaru, and asked again, "Don't you want to see how cute you are when you are dressed as a woman?" In short, stabilize Orochimaru first, let her use her female identity first, and then bring her to Jiraiya to test the mind of that bastard. Orochima bypassed her again, "No. It's just women's clothing, isn't it? It's not like he hasn't tried it before." Ahem. I let it slip. Looking at Orochimaru twisting her waist, expressionless, and even walking away without any ripples, Tsunade didn't chase her, and she directly released her last big move. Facing the curvy Orochimaru, she shouted in a deep voice, "Don't you want to see if Jiraiya will be attracted to you?" For a moment, there was silence in the number 3 laboratory, and even Princess Orikai's footsteps were not so firm. This made Tsunade's eyes light up instantly. There is hope. But why does she always feel like she has lost something? Just when she was about to think deeply about this problem, Princess Orikai turned her head and looked at her. She asked, "What are you talking about? How could that idiot Jiraiya be interested in me?" As she spoke, there was a barely noticeable blush on her face. Because it was barely noticeable, Tsunade didn't notice it. She nodded hurriedly, "Don't you want to see Jiraiya's joke?" "Princess Orikai. What should I do? I'm so excited." Don't look at what she said to the future just now, but everyone knows that she was joking. But she herself didn't know what she was thinking at the time. Just for fun? Or then be a girl for a few more days? Orikai asked tentatively. Tsunade nodded repeatedly. Yeah, just a few days. Orikai seemed to be convinced, so she responded, "Okay, just a few days." Tsunade was delighted when she heard this. He. Jiraiya, I'll see what you choose this time. She seemed to have never thought that if Jiraiya really fell in love with Orikai, wouldn't she be shooting herself in the foot? After Tsunade finished speaking, she glanced at the 2 little tufts that hit her and frowned slightly. "You can't do this. As a girl, you have to learn to protect yourself." As she said this, she suddenly pinched one of Orikai's little tufts, which shocked Orikai and made her scream instinctively. Ah! She hurriedly hugged her chest and quickly retreated with a red face. Looking at Tsunade with a face full of shame and anger. "What are you doing? Damn it, are all girls so fierce?" Why do they pinch their pussy every time they see their woman? 2 clones. Question, my teammate urged my original body to turn into a girl to seduce the person she likes. What should we do? Chapter 514. Tsunade put her underwear on Orochimaru. She couldn't let her go out on the street with her underwear unused, otherwise, Orochimaru would be criticized. Then she dragged her to the street to buy clothes. Most ninjas like to have their clothes customized because they need to show the family logo on their clothes. Moreover, customized clothes can also add the functions they want, such as more pockets, or install a secret compartment, or hide an inconspicuous weapon. Therefore, most of the clothing stores in Konoha are visited by people who love beauty, such as girls. At this time, Orochimaru felt an unprecedented sense of unnaturalness, and always felt that everyone she met was looking at her. So when she walked, she couldn't help but get closer to Tsunade, and even her chest couldn't stand up. Tsunade was amused. She said with a smile, I say, you are one of the 3 ninjas, why are you so cowardly? Orokai. I feel their gaze is disgusting, as if they can't wait to eat me. Hearing this, Tsunade's mouth curled up, she was happy. Hee. This is the trouble of being a girl, don't worry, you will get used to it. As she said, she saw a beautiful clothing store and immediately dragged her in. Let's go, let's dress you up first, so that Jiraiya will be impressed. Orokai, I don't think this is necessary. Why, do you want to run around wearing my underwear like this? Orokai. No, let's go in. As she said, she went in first. Looking at the back of Orokai, Tsunade's eyes were full of brilliance. Did Orochimaru have a feminine nature originally, or did this female body awaken her female personality? She felt like a girl. But she didn't ask, which was good, so that she wouldn't make Orochimaru feel uncomfortable for no reason. It would affect her plan at that time. Jiraiya led the 8th team to do the weeding task. At this moment, he was lying under a tree nearby, flipping through the books in his hand. As a writer, it is necessary to understand the works of peers appropriately. This is conducive to improving one's literary reserves. Achoo! Suddenly, he sneezed again, causing Rope Tree and others to turn their heads and look at him again. Rope Tree couldn't help asking, Teacher, what's wrong with you? Since he became his team leader, it was a bit wrong to call him uncle, so he called Jiraiya teacher. If he called Orochimaru, he would change his name to master, just like Rika. Because the word master seems closer than teacher. Teacher, is there someone saying bad things about you behind your back? Ichiraku asked curiously. Hearing this, Jiraiya frowned, and he was also confused. Including this, he has sneezed 5 times. This is definitely not a natural phenomenon, and every time he sneezes, he will feel a chill. It's like someone is plotting against him. Speaking of plotting, his eyes narrowed slightly. Could it be the mastermind behind the scenes? He shook his head quickly. No, it can't be him. If he really wanted to plot against me, with his concealment skills, it would be impossible for him to sneeze and feel the chill. Otherwise, he would have sneezed countless times in the past 4 years. Then, the only one who would plot against me is that guy. Danzo, what are you trying to do again? That's right, in Konoha village, the only one who would plot against others is that guy. And only when he plots against me can I feel cold and sneeze. However, it is not appropriate to let the disciples know about this kind of thing, so he laughed and said with a smile, It's okay, this is not by the edge of the field, so there is heavy moisture and cold, I just sneeze. Hearing this, Rope Tree believed it, and he looked at Jiraiya speechlessly. Teacher, you are so weak, what about my sister's future happiness? As he said, he sighed and thought that he should consider changing his brother-in-law. Uncle Jiraiya, this guy, knows my sister's feelings, but he just doesn't express his opinion. Alas! Now that he is so weak, my sister's happiness. It seems that I can't rely on him. Hearing what Rope Tree's brother-in-law said, Jiraiya's face froze, and he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. But he didn't argue. Instead, he leaned against a tree and became dazed. Tsunade. What should I do? He undoubtedly liked Tsunade, but could he really make her happy? He knew himself very well, because he couldn't promise anything to Tsunade. If he hadn't been thinking about Tsunade, he wouldn't have come back. Thinking of this, he suddenly laughed bitterly. Hat! Jiraiya, You are such a scumbag. He couldn't help but want to slap himself on the head. On one hand, it was a big deal to find the child of prophecy who would save the world. On the other hand, it was a woman's happiness. Compared with the big things, this was a trivial matter, but for Tsunade, for him, it was also a big deal. The burden of saving the world had weighed on him all his life, and he was almost out of breath. And the two children of prophecy he was looking for in succession were not the people in the prophecy of the great toad sage. So where was the real child of prophecy? Also, the man behind the scenes planned to let Nagato find him. What exactly did he want to do? If he was with Tsunade, would he bring this kind of danger to her too? It should be. As long as he is with Tsunade, she will become his weakness. At that time, he will be calculated by the enemy. It would be fine if he died, but Tsunade cannot die, let alone die because of him. She still has her own life and her best years. If she dies because of him, even if he dies, he will be angry enough to come back to life. Then whip his corpse 100 times 100 times. Thinking about it, the bitter smile on his face became stronger. Suddenly, that feeling came again. Ah! At the same time, there was a familiar chill that made him shiver uncontrollably. This made Jiraiya angry immediately. Damn it, Danzo, you're still here. I'm feeling lost here, but you keep trying to calculate me. Do you really think this sage is made of mud and has no temper? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and the angrier he became, the more he couldn't help thinking about it. Then he got even angrier. Damn! Suddenly, he stopped thinking, just in time for him to vent his anger. Danzo's route is the best vent. Thinking of this, he immediately stood up. You guys do the task first, and you can share the reward, you don't have to give it to me. After saying that, he performed the instant body technique and disappeared from the spot. This made the three little ones confused. What happened to Jiraiya teacher? Brother Nawaki, did you irritate him with what you said just now? Kushina asked. Just now, it was because Nawaki mentioned Jiraiya teacher's hollow, and then his face looked very bad. Could it be because of this? Obviously, Nawaki also thought of this, and he couldn't help but fall into a daze. It should be, maybe, probably not. He said this with as little confidence as he could. Tsunade pulled Orochimaru and walked from store to store. Behind them, the miserable trio of Team 7 followed. Originally, Mirai and Rika had already made an improvement plan, and they just needed to let the experimental subjects slowly accept the growth. They were going to go home to pack up and go to the moon tomorrow night. But as soon as they got to the street, they were met by Tsunade-san, and then they were dragged here to do hard labor. The so-called hard labor refers to the large and small bags hanging on both of them. Minato. I shouldn't have gone out today. Really? If I didn't go out, I wouldn't have met Tsunade-san, and if I hadn't met Tsunade-san, I wouldn't have been caught to do hard labor, and if I hadn't done hard labor, I could have gone to find Kushina. Woohoo! Here, take it, this is the sanitary napkin I bought for your teacher. After leaving the store, Tsunade hung the packaged things on Mirai's remaining finger. Feeling the weight on her fingers, Mirai suddenly wanted to cry but had no tears. Sister, shouldn't we go home? You've bought so many things, you should have bought everything. Hearing this, Tsunade, who was holding Princess Orikai's wrist, immediately retorted, this is just the beginning. There are still warm patches, cosmetics, 3 towels for bathing, facial cleanser, towels, masks, makeup foundation, eyebrow pencils, etc. that haven't been bought yet. Listening to so many nouns coming out of Sister Tsunade's mouth, Mirai was numb. He couldn't help but look at Rika. Use your eyes to convey your thoughts. Mirai, eyes closed face, don't you girls buy so many things? Rika. I don't know about other people, but I never use cosmetics. Minato, straight face, alas, I have been running around Konoha with Sister Tsunade for most of the time, and I don't care about the teacher becoming a girl anymore. Even if I meet Jiraiya now Master, and Master Jiraiya also fell in love with Orochimaru at first sight. Oh no. It's Master Orikai, I can face it calmly. Just at this moment. He was slightly startled and shouted in astonishment. Master, why is he here and so angry? Mirai and others also turned their heads curiously. They found that Jiraiya was walking towards them with an angry face. Even Mirai could sense that Master Orikai's body stiffened slightly. Oh no. I didn't expect that the teacher would have a nervous day. Chapter 515. 515. Is it that my brother's chest is not big enough, or my sister's figure is not sexy enough? Jiraiya was originally furious. But soon, he noticed something strange about this street. Then he noticed the source of the strangeness. Tsunade. Why are you here? As he said that, he couldn't help but glance at the girl next to her. This should be at least AD. Then he couldn't help but look at Tsunade, and then at Linghua. Are there so many DS in the world? Why do I feel like I'm used to it? But this girl is really sexy, and the clothes she wears are so tasteful. Just like Orochimaru's clothes. Look at the belt she uses to tighten her body, it's the same as Orochimaru's, a rope. Look at the black full-body underwear she uses as a base, it looks like black silk, so sexy. Look, her pupils are the same as Orochimaru's, and they both have purple eyeshadow, which makes them look high-end and classy. It adds a lot of charm to her. Especially the white hair, which not only does not make her look old, but also makes her look like herself, full of energy every day. The contours of her facial features also have a bit of her own shadow. If I have a daughter, I guess she will be as beautiful as her. He couldn't help thinking. For a while, he was fascinated by her. This person is so beautiful, like a snake. No, I have to pull him over to show him that there is a girl who looks so much like him in our Konoha village. Just when Jiraiya was about to call his good friend Orochimaru. At this time, Tsunade had recovered from her surprise. For more novels, 46297, join, https://discord.gg/xxtastk. Bright smile appeared on her face, and she walked towards Jiraiya. Hey! Isn't this our busy Jiraiya? How come you have time to go shopping today? Jiraiya was slightly stunned when he heard Tsunade's resentful words. The idea of calling Orochimaru disappeared immediately. He knew why Tsunade became like this. It was all his fault. He had been hanging on the other party and never expressed his feelings. As for Tsunade, she wrote to him more than 3 years ago, saying that she would give him 3 years and let him figure it out after 3 years. As a result, after 3 years, he actually backed down. He didn't put his thoughts into action. So it was hard for Tsunade not to have resentment. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Tsunade. Tsunade interrupted Jiraiya when she realized what he wanted to say. Why, you are indifferent to such a beautiful lady. While saying this, she held the hand of Princess Orokai and moved closer to Jiraiya. But if you look at Princess Orokai's feet, it is not difficult to find that teacher Orokai is resisting. She was a little scared and didn't dare to face Jiraiya at this moment. She was pulled over by Sister Tsunade using brute force. When Jiraiya heard Tsunade's words, his heart was full of bitter smiles. How could he be in the mood to appreciate beautiful women? Even if this beautiful woman was in his aesthetic taste. Even if this beautiful woman looked like a good friend. But he was indifferent in his heart, even without any waves. Just like a high monk. Abstinence. Linghua didn't know why, she seemed to see a ridiculously big melon between the 3 people, and suddenly she didn't want to hold the items in her hands. Without turning her eyes, she quickly said to the future, "Open your mouth." The future's attention was also on the 3 teachers, and he opened his mouth very obediently after hearing the words. He reacted the next moment. Why should I open my mouth? Just when he was about to ask why, he saw Linghua stuffing the packaging bag in her hand into his mouth. Seeing this scene, the future was shocked. He hurriedly refined chakra and activated the array pattern on his throat. Only then, at the critical moment, the handbag stuffed into his mouth became smaller and then sealed into his body. Gudong! He swallowed subconsciously, and then found more handbags approaching him. Damn, Minato, why are you joining in the fun? Don't talk, open your mouth. Minato was rarely domineering. Wei was so scared that he didn't dare to say anything more. He opened his mouth again obediently. Then he felt something was stuffed into his mouth. It was swollen and uncomfortable, and it kept sliding. It hurt his throat. Whew. For a moment, he just felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. He felt so uncomfortable that his tears dried up. No, after he took a breath, Linghua took the bag again and poured everything into his mouth. Whew, gudong. After Linghua stuffed everything in his mouth, Mirai felt as if his mouth had been stabbed with a stick 100 times. He let his tears flow, and then looked at the clothes, pants, shoes, etc. he was holding. He looked at the empty hands of Minato and Linghua again, and immediately felt unbalanced. Why can they be empty-handed, while he has to hold it? I don't accept it. He opened his mouth again and stuffed all the packaging bags into his mouth. It was uncomfortable for a while, but when he stuffed everything in, he suddenly felt that he felt quite comfortable in his heart. Because he also had nothing in his hands. No, there was still something hanging, which was the feminine hygiene product that Sister Tsunade bought for teacher Orakai. He didn't have the courage to put it in his mouth, it always felt weird. Linghua took out a slice of watermelon from somewhere and handed it to him. After Mirai took it, he glanced at Minato beside him. Then he rolled his eyes and gave the watermelon to Minato, and he took a spoon and approached Linghua to dig the watermelon in her hand. Really eat watermelon. Tsunade and the other two ignored the actions of the three little ones in the future, she still looked at Jiraiya in a weird way. Yo! Jiraiya, you have changed your nature. When you see such a beautiful person, you don't have a nosebleed like before. This not only stimulated Jiraiya, but also Orakai princess. She couldn't help but frowned and looked at Jiraiya. She looked at Tsunade again, and couldn't help but straighten her chest. She felt that an inexplicable desire to win and lose inexplicably emerged in her mind. She didn't know how this emotion came about. At this moment, she had only one thought in her mind. Why, my Princess Orochimaru, ah! Orochimaru's charm is not as good as those people in the custom shop. They can make you, Jiraiya, bleed from the nose, but I can't. Is it because my brother's heart is not big enough, or my sister's figure is not sexy enough? It was this kind of words that kept circling in his mind. Jiraiya glanced at Princess Orochimaru, and now even the word bitter was written on his left and right cheeks. She is very beautiful, but any woman will be eclipsed when she is with you. Hearing such explicit words, Princess Orochimaru and Tsunade were both stunned. Especially Tsunade, her face flushed instantly, and even the resentful mood disappeared. For a moment, she put down her hand holding Princess Orochimaru, and the whole person couldn't help but twist. She turned sideways to Jiraiya, looking embarrassed. You, what are you talking about? I'm not that good. Hate. Orakai Heim, iota_. Love is indeed poison. Look, Tsunade, who has always been known for her toughness, is now like a little girl, so shy. She has never seen Tsunade like this before. If his technique had not been successfully developed today, he would have suspected that Tsunade was possessed by someone. Mirai realized that the teacher seemed to be blocking him from watching the show. He stepped forward, grabbed the teacher's little hand, and pulled her aside. He whispered, "Teacher, do you want to eat melon?" As he said that, he didn't even look at Orochimaru, still staring straight at Jiraiya and Tsunade, but a spoon came out of his mouth. He handed it to Orakai Heim. Seeing this, Orakai Heim expressionlessly took a spoon and fiercely cut off a large piece of the watermelon held by Minato. Just as she was about to put it in her mouth, she was confused and realized that her mouth was too small and she couldn't eat it at all. So she took a bite viciously. Chewed hard. That look didn't look like watching a show at all. It was clearly an expression of shame and anger when seeing the person she liked confess to another person. Tsunade wanted to say something, but suddenly she realized that the people on this street had surrounded them. They were all holding fruits and vegetables with great interest, looking at them and eating happily. She couldn't help but frowned immediately. She thought about it, and immediately pulled Jiraiya to the top of the Hokage rock, where there were fewer people. How could they miss such a scene in the future, so they followed immediately. Even Orakai Heim followed with a cold face. Chapter 516 516 I never expected that teacher Orakai Heim would be so popular. The sun sets, and the afterglow fills the sky. Suitable for dating. On the Hokage rock. The afterglow of the sunset casts a layer of orange on everyone's faces, adding a bit of sadness. Tsunade is facing Jiraiya, and she is no longer shy as before. She stares at Jiraiya with a complicated expression. Jiraiya, what do you want to do? It was agreed that you will make a choice after 3 years. As she said this, she looked at Jiraiya with a sad expression, which made him feel heartbroken. 3 years have passed, and 3 months have passed. When will you say that? As for what it is, everyone knows it. Jiraiya was silent for a while, and he lowered his head slightly, not daring to look at Tsunade's expectant eyes. He was afraid that he could not help himself. The afterglow of the sunset could not illuminate his expression, At this moment, Wei suddenly looked behind him. He found someone approaching here. When he looked over, he found that the person was the third generation. At this moment, he had his hands behind his back, a pipe in his mouth, and slowly approached here step by step. Oh, I didn't expect that even you would want to eat melons. Princess Orakai couldn't help but be surprised. The third generation, who was originally moving at a constant speed, froze for a moment after seeing Princess Orakai's proud figure and pleasant voice. Even the nose that had been wiped had a faint sign of nosebleed. He was so scared that he hurriedly took a deep breath and suppressed the pictures in his mind. How did Orochimaru know that I like such a young and beautiful girl? That's right, when Princess Orakai appeared, he was idle and couldn't help but use the crystal ball to steal, cough cough, patrol Konoha with the crystal ball to prevent the appearance of petty theft. Contribute his own strength to the security of Konoha. Unexpectedly, this sight was so extraordinary that he actually saw a scene that made his blood boil. Except for Tsunade and Linghua, he had never seen anyone with such a big heart, which was countless times bigger than that of a Hokage like him. It was a rare heart that could occupy 1/5 of the area of the crystal ball. So much so that he couldn't stop his nosebleed. He waited until the blood had flowed to a certain extent before he barely stopped the nosebleed. Then through Tsunade's conversation, he knew that this person who looked like a combination of Orochimaru and Jiraiya was actually Orochimaru. He subconsciously lowered the Hokage's hat, so that the future people could not see his slightly red face clearly. As for the fact that Princess Orochimaru used clones to transfer souls, he, like Tsunade, had no objection. As long as the experiment was not done with real people, it would be fine. He even had a faint expectation in his heart that Princess Orochimaru should not be changed back. It would be good to stay like this. After suppressing the messy thoughts in his mind, he explained slowly, I am your teacher after all. I care about Tsunade's lifelong event. Hearing this, Princess Orakai shrugged and ignored him, but looked at someone in the field. Tsunade. I. After hearing Jiraiya speak, Tsunade's originally dim eyes suddenly bloomed with hope. She looked at Jiraiya with great expectation. Even her eyes were staring at his mouth, wanting to see him say the words she had been looking forward to the most. But Jiraiya was silent after saying those 3 words. It was as if he could only say those 3 words. As time passed, the expectation in her eyes was gradually replaced by a touch of disappointment. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Sure enough, we should act according to the plan, so that we can force this guy to make a decision. Looking at the 2 people who were in a cold mood, Mirai turned his head and looked behind him again, but this time, no one appeared. This made Linghua look at him curiously and asked in a low voice, what's wrong? The corners of Mirai's mouth slightly raised, and he noticed that Princess Orakai, the third generation, and Minato were all looking at him, so he whispered, Uncle Kato-dan is here, just hide behind the tree. Hearing Mirai's words, Princess Orakai couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but overflow with a smile of watching a good show, haha. This is interesting. Because the distance was a bit far, Jiraiya and Tsunade didn't notice the conversation between Mirai and them. Most of their attention was on each other. Seeing Tsunade's face with 3 parts of expectation, 3 parts of sadness, and 4 parts of misery, Jiraiya's heart was clenched hard. He subconsciously reached out and wanted to hold her something. But Tsunade took a step back slowly. She said in a low voice, Jiraiya, this is your last chance. I don't want to wait for 3 years and 3 years. 3 years and 3 years, until I am old and ugly. As she said this, she was about to turn around and leave. Seeing Tsunade like this, Jiraiya suddenly became anxious. He immediately shouted loudly, Tsunade. As he said this, he hurriedly caught up with Tsunade and grabbed her arm, I have something to tell you. As he said this, he noticed that there were people watching on the side. His face suddenly turned black. These bastards, it's okay to watch, why is everyone holding a watermelon in their hands? Do you think this is acting? He doesn't want to be treated as a monkey and be watched by others. So he made up his mind, bent down, and reached out to hold Tsunade's knees. In the latter's exclamation, he picked her up in a princess hug and quickly jumped away. Princess Orakai was immediately unhappy. She threw the melon and chased after Jiraiya. She sacrificed her looks to get the chance for them to meet. That's what she thought. So she had the absolute right to look at them. But just as she was about to leave, her hands were grabbed by a pair of big hands. Turning around, it was the third generation teacher. He looked at the back in the sunset and shook his head slightly. Let them deal with it themselves. Princess Orakai hesitated for a moment, and seeing Jiraiya disappearing with Tsunade in his arms, she finally stopped chasing. Just a moment later, he looked at his hand speechlessly. Because she found that the third generation, the old guy, had very dishonest hands. After holding her wrist, he couldn't help rubbing it with his thumb. Her face turned black. What are you doing? Seeing the angry look of the great snake princess, the old man of the Sande blushed immediately. He quickly let go of his hand and coughed twice. Cough. Well, the hot spring is on sale tonight, are you interested in taking a bath? Teacher treats us. Everyone, ___. Don't think that we are young and can't understand the meaning of your words, the Sande. You are taking a hot spring bath, you are coveting the body of the great snake princess. The great snake princess shook her hand and broke free from his hand. She said unhappily, you are a winner. After saying that, she left without looking back. He decided to change his body back. This body is not only beautiful, but also not beautiful, because the person she wants to confuse is not obsessed with her at all. Instead, the person she doesn't want to see has begun to get close to him. God knows what kind of bloody things will happen if she continues to use this body. So, we must return. Only the third generation and the three little ones of Future were left. And the sanitary products held in Future's hand. The third generation was anxious when he saw the look on Princess Orakai's face. He hurriedly chased after her and persuaded her again, it's okay if we don't go to the hot springs. Let's go to the bath. It's the same as taking a bath. Get lost. Don't. Stand still. Future looked at their backs speechlessly, I never expected that teacher Orakai would be so popular. Look, they all regarded the 50-year-old man as an old man talking about youth. It felt like the third generation had regained his youth. Ling Hua's attention was always on Tsunade and the others. But even though she could see them with her Bun, she didn't do it. The reason why Uncle Jiraiya took Tsunade away from them was that he didn't want to be watched by others. So she wasn't so tactless. After watching the sunset for a while, she turned around, took Mirai's hand, and said, let's go, we should get ready. Oh. Originally, they were planning to go tomorrow night, but Ling Hua suddenly had an idea and decided to do it tonight. This confused Minato. What are you going to do? He also followed Mirai and the others. Mirai turned around and smiled at him, but her tone was more serious than ever before. To a dangerous place, are you going? Hearing about danger, Minato was stunned for a moment, and then his expression became serious. Danger. Mirai nodded. The moon hadn't risen yet, so he couldn't see it, but he still raised his head and said, there are great opportunities, but it's an extremely dangerous place. Following Mirai's sight, Minato could only see a few white clouds floating in the sky. After thinking for a while, he said, then I'll go with you. After hearing Minato's words, Mirai thought about it and suddenly said, take Kushina and the other teammate with you, and then I'll go find my sister. To go to that place, I have trained in illusions for people with high resistance to illusions over the years, but I am afraid that I will be affected too. Hearing this, Ling Hua and Minato were slightly shocked. Looked at the future with some surprise. They have the deepest understanding of the illusion ability of the future in the past 3 months. Minato didn't know what Ling Hua felt, but every time he was on a mission, Minato would quietly disturb the chakra in his body every once in a while to see if he was affected by an illusion. He thought there were 3 people on the mission, but in fact he was the only one. Don't doubt it, because this dog coin has been used on him before. It made him talk to himself like a fool in the air all morning. Chapter 517. When Hong Hong was at home and saw Walai looking for her with a sanitary napkin in his hand, she was confused. Although sanitary napkins are packaged in special bags that ordinary men cannot understand, she is different because she is also a girl and will use these things. Naturally, she is very familiar with such packaging. Gulp. She swallowed her saliva and looked at her brother with a strange look. This thing couldn't be bought for her, but her menstrual period just ended. Then why did he, a big boy, buy this thing? It can't be for his own use. Speaking of boys, do they also have their period every month? Or? Thinking of Walai wearing women's clothes to go shopping before, her expression became even more weird. Could it be that he really wants to use it himself? As soon as Walai found his sister, he was surprised by her sight. He couldn't help shrinking his neck and asked, "Sister, what's wrong with you?" Hong Hong hesitated for a moment, but still asked, "Why would you buy such a thing?" Although she also wanted a sister, she still thought that a brother was not bad. If the brother became a sister, this seems to be even better. Hey! She was so scared that she hurriedly shook her head and threw this heart-beating idea out of her mind. How could she have such a weird idea? When he heard his sister ask this, Mirai immediately knew that his sister had misunderstood something, so he hurriedly swallowed the thing and explained, "That's my teacher's thing. I'll explain it to you from beginning to end." When Mirai noticed that he said the sanitary napkin was from Orochimaru's teacher, the expression on his sister's face was obviously weird. So he explained directly from the source. "Bala bala, li la la. Huff huff, he he he. So, Sister Tsunade dragged my teacher to go shopping. These things were bought by Sister Tsunade for teacher Orochi." Hearing this, Hong Hong was stunned. She never expected that tonight would be so exciting. Damn! I wasn't there. By the way, sister, I want to ask you for help. Seeing that it was getting late, Mirai hurriedly told her the purpose of coming to her. "We want to go to a place, but there are illusion traps in the passage to that place. I'm afraid I can't resist it, so I want to ask you for help." Although he has the 3 Megatama Sharingan, for the sake of safety, he thinks it's best to bring his sister along. Hong Hong thought about it and felt that she didn't seem to have anything to do. So she nodded and said, "Okay, wait for me." With that, she went back to change her equipment. Since her brother said there were illusion traps there, it was obviously not a good place, and there might be a fierce battle. So she needed to arm herself. Okay. After answering, Wei Wei waited for her sister in the living room. Daz Wang and his wife were a little curious about what Wei Wei wanted to do. So they asked him. The latter only spoke what he could say, and kept silent about what he couldn't say. Hinata's house. Ling Hua looked puzzled. The veins in her eyes bulged, and she was a little confused. Strange, didn't Wei Wei say that there would be a passage behind my house that even the Bian couldn't see through? Why do I see it all normal, and I can see it everywhere? Could it be that Wei Wei remembered it wrong, that the entrance was not actually in Konoha village? She felt that this possibility was very high. There were countless ninjas living in Konoha village, especially those who had perception. Let's not talk about them, Hyuga, and the Aberme clan. But for so long, I haven't heard of any special underground caves in Konoha village. Maybe Mirai thought that the Otsutsuki clan living on the moon had something to do with our Hyuga clan, so she thought the passage was in the Hyuga clan land. This is the best explanation. Otherwise, with her ability of Bian, how could she not see the abnormality around her? But since it is related to my Hyuga clan, then could it be in the ancestral hall or other places? There are 2 ancestral halls in Hyuga. One is located in the village. This ancestral hall in the Hyuga clan land is a place to worship the spirits of the deceased of the main family. The other one is outside the village. It is the old site of the Hyuga clan. It is also the place where the branch family is located as their ancestral hall. Last time, Hyuga Soyashi went to the old site to sweep the graves on behalf of the main family. That was the place they went to. At that time, she wanted Mirai to kill that guy and use it as a handle to threaten him. Now think about it, I was so naive that I actually believed that guy's lies. Now thinking back, there are not only poisonous points, but also strong slots. Thinking of this, the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose a few degrees. The smile on her face was a little more joyful. Who would have thought that the 2 people who wanted to kill each other at the beginning would now have each other's figure in their hearts? Uchiha Mirai. He he he. In her body, Tongzi also looked at the host with a complicated expression. Should I leave this world? Now the points it has collected can leave this world. And the points collected in this world are not very strong, it can be said to be very weak. It is an ambitious system. When it was first shipped, it was determined to become the pinnacle of all systems. Let all systems surrender at its feet. Kick out the factory manager, become the factory manager, make it bigger and stronger, create more glory, keep Pengu in captivity, extract 1,800 drops of his blood every day, and avenge the predecessors. To achieve this goal, it needs to go to a higher world. Even go to the legendary Hongmeng realm. Only then can it realize its dream. Now the host has entered the right track. As long as she can get the reincarnation eye, she will be the top of this world. At that time, safety will be worry-free. So, it's time to leave. This time, I can't be as reckless as last time. I just found a cool traverser in the vast small world and bound him. This time, I have to see if the other party's world is suitable. Every failure makes a wise man. Now, it is also a mature one. Soon, it was 8 o'clock in the evening. The future group of 7 people gathered in the grove. Rope Tree looked at the future with a puzzled look on his face, holding his head with his hands and asking curiously, "It's so mysterious, where are we going?" When Minato came to their teammate, he didn't say what he was going to do, because he didn't know where he was going or what he was going to do. He just asked them to be ready for battle. If it weren't for Minato being so serious, he wouldn't bother to come. Because his sister, who he had raised for 30 years, was taken away by a pig. Although he was quite happy at first, now, he feels uncomfortable no matter how he looks at it. So he is ready to give Uncle Jiraiya a good beating to let him know that his sister still has her family. Don't let your sister down in the future. Kushina, Shouta, Hong Hong, and Minato all looked at the future with doubts on their faces. In response, the future thought about it and immediately opened the 3 Megatama. This scared Rope Tree and others. "Oh my god, when did you open your eyes again?" Rope Tree was so shocked that he didn't know how to put his hands down. Only Reka, Minato, and Hong Hong knew that he had opened the 3 Megatama. Mirai did not answer. He continued, "Don't struggle, I'll tell you in the illusion world." Hearing this, everyone present could not help but look serious. It seems that this matter is very serious to have to go to the illusion world to tell. With a flash of red light in Wei's eyes, the expressions of all those who saw his gaze were slightly stiff. In the illusion world, Mirai told a few people about the Otsutsuki clan, the reincarnation I, the Rinnegan, and the plans of Black Zetsu for thousands of years. These people are his lifelong friends. Not to mention Minato, they can stab each other for their girlfriends. Even if it's a hand fight, Mirai knows what kind of person he is. They will not spread such an absolute secret. And Black Zetsu has already set his sights on him and started to calculate Rika, although this is his guess. So he was afraid that if he really died, these secrets would be known by others. After all, because of his existence, this Fang Shinobi world is no longer like the original Shinobi world. No one can say whether Naruto and Sasuke are still the saviors. Of course, the future development is not said. That is already in the realm of prophecy. Seeing everyone's confused and bewildered expressions, the future then continued, "This is all I can know, so in order to let Linghua have a way to save her life, I want her to become stronger. Although the reincarnation I will also consume the host's power, with the yin seal that Linghua has learned, it should be enough to support its consumption. If it really can't support it, it can be sealed. This is like finding a nuclear weapon for Linghua. She cannot use it, but she can't be without it at the critical moment." They are no longer surprised why the future knows so much. Anyway, it seems that there is no future in this world I don't know. He can even tell you a few tips on postpartum care for sows. Chapter 518. Both Shenchu and Hong Hong were silent. They didn't expect that their ancestors were actually the same person. At first, they thought that their ancestors were deliberately spreading the idea that their clan was the descendants of immortals. Now it seems that many of the legends that can be passed down in the clan are not necessarily false. Maybe some of them are true. Linghua bowed to everyone and apologized, "I'm sorry to bother you this time." Hearing this, everyone present hurriedly avoided her, and Hong Hong even stepped forward to help her up, saying with a smile, "What are you doing?" "Yes, Linghua, we are divided into classes, but we are still a group." Kushina stepped forward, held the hands of the little sisters, and shook her head. "That's right, Linghua, you treat us as outsiders by doing this. We also want to see the world above the moon. Linghua, don't worry, as long as we are here, we will not let you get hurt or even die." Listening to the words of her friends, Linghua looked at them gratefully. Then she nodded heavily, "Yet. These people are all her companions, her beloved relatives and friends." She subconsciously looked at the future beside her, who was holding her hand with a smile on his face. And all this was brought to her by the boy beside her. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have met Kushina, Minato, and the others, wouldn't have met Noeki and Ichiraku, and wouldn't have been valued by teacher Tsunade and accepted as a closed disciple. For a moment, she even thought of the name of her future son, Setsuna. Or eternity. She even thought that she must instruct her children to bury them together in the future. In the next life, she will be his wife and give birth to children for him. Give birth to 18 children, all sons. At this moment, she somewhat understood why Kushina wanted to live with Minato. She didn't want to be separated from the future at this moment. Mirai retracted his gaze and said seriously, "We're going to the moon this time. If we can avoid conflicts, it's best not to. After we pass through the passage, Kushina, please immediately deploy the shielding barrier." Kushina, who was holding Ling Hua's hand, nodded heavily when she heard this. "Don't worry, Kaifeng barrier was developed by our clan against Bun. Since the Otsutsuki clan living on the moon also use Bun, it is absolutely impossible for them to see through Kaifeng barrier." Hearing this, several people who had experienced World War II nodded involuntarily. They all experienced the power of this barrier. At that time, the rock ninja dug a tunnel to their rear, but the Hyuga clan members in the field didn't see any of them. If it weren't for Uncle Jiraiya's sage mode, which was based on natural energy, he really couldn't sense this. But the who mastered this barrier talisman at the time could only use it superficially. Now in the hands of Kushina, an orthodox member of the Uzumaki clan, this barrier talisman can already exert its true power. This is also the reason why Mirai will find Kushina. Then he looked at Nawai's. "Brother, haven't you integrated your wood release yet?" Upon hearing this, Nawai's face suddenly became bitter. "No, although yang release can be used as a fusion agent, it is too difficult to integrate. Now I know what water and soil incompatibility means." Mirai narrowed his eyes. "I remember that your ancestor Ashura, after receiving the gift of the six-path sage and the concerted efforts of everyone, used a move of the thousand-handed Buddha to directly defeat Indra, my Uchiha ancestor. Maybe you need some of Ashura's chakra." He said this, not afraid of being heard by Black Zetsu and the others, because these two names are not taboos at all. Upon hearing this, Nawai's frowned slightly. In the illusion world just now, Mirai told several people what he knew about what Black Zetsu had done, including the relationship between the two descendants of the six-path sage, Ashura and Indra. And the two were the ancestors of the Uchiha and Senju clans respectively. And their previous reincarnated souls were attached to their grandfather, Senju Hashirama, and the strongest man in the history of Uchiha, Uchiha Madara. Then where is this Ashura? Nawaka didn't tell the whole story. He also knew that there was a dark hand in the dark. Mirai only told everyone the front part of the information, and he concealed everything about Naruto and Sasuke. Because he was not sure whether these two would become their reincarnations after his own troubles. Rather than telling it out and making Minato and Kushina worry, it would be better not to say it. "I don't know, but I think they should not have reincarnated yet. Reincarnation is the right thing to do. That's not what I want to say. What I want to say is that when you find the Rinnegan, see if you can absorb some of the Rinnegan's chakra to see if you can help you fuse wood release." Hearing this, Nawaka was stunned, and then he suddenly looked at Ling Hua. There was a look of expectation in his eyes. Wood release has become his heart disease. As long as he didn't fuse wood release for a day, he felt itchy all over his body. Ling Hua naturally saw Nawaka's gaze. She nodded without hesitation, and said with a smile, "It is said that the Rinnegan contains a strong yin-yang release, and the yang release will definitely help you." Hearing this, Shang Shu smiled brightly. He believed that yang tsukushi was the key to merging wood tsukushi as his grandmother said. Because this conclusion was also researched by his second grandfather. The reason why he hadn't merged it was because of his own reasons. He didn't forget that his original yang tsukushi was activated by his grandmother's gift. It was then that he realized that not all Senju clans could activate yang tsukushi. Just like not all Uchiha clans could. Opening his eyes is like opening his eyes. Even if he is the grandson of Senju Hashirama, it is still the same. He only has 1/4 of his grandfather's blood in his body. There is also a part of the blood from his mother, the Daimyofu, and then the blood of his grandmother Uzumaki Mito. So the blood in his body is very mixed. In addition, according to Mirai, his grandfather once had Ashura's chakra. His yang release is hidden, which makes sense. After talking about the rope tree, Mirai looked around. "I don't know much about other things. But if there are any valuable treasures on the moon, just tell us, we have the ability to steal them back." For those people on the moon, when they realized that the Outer Path demon statue was taken away by the Samsara Eye, they immediately had a disagreement. So much so that during the Third World War, the Branch family contributed their Bun and merged it into a stone-like Rinnegan, completely destroying the main family in one fell swoop. Then after a few years, only Otsutsuki Tonari was left in the branch family. Now they are probably still arguing. Instead of letting those treasures be destroyed in their civil war, it is better to use them themselves. Several people nodded, and they had no objection to this. Although they are all people with correct values, they don't mind being selfish if it is useful to them. At this time, Ling Hua talked about something that Mirai didn't know. Mirai, that passage is not inside our Hyuga clan. I have been looking for it for a long time and I can't find it. Hearing this, Mirai was stunned for a moment, and he looked at Ling Hua in confusion. Not there. No, he remembered that Sai was painting on the mountain outside Konoha village, and then he saw Hanabi being taken away by the puppet. That direction seemed to be the rear of the Hyuga clan. Could it be that his memory was wrong, or was it not in the village, but outside the city wall? Everyone looked at the future in doubt, because this was the first time he made a mistake. And it was a mistake at a critical point. If they couldn't find the entrance to the cave, they couldn't even get in the door. It's impossible to fly up to the sky. Speaking of flying up to the sky, Xiaodiel suddenly took out a scroll in the illusion space. How about I use Super Beast fake painting to draw a bird to send us up? Cold knowledge, Super Beast fake painting is not blood limit, but a secret technique collected by the root, with a level of B. Mirai was shocked when he heard this. He looked at Ichiraku with wide eyes and said in astonishment, "No, where did you get this secret technique?" Ichiraku scratched his head and laughed. 2.5 years ago, Elder Danzo happened to come to my house for dinner. He thought my cooking was delicious, so he gave me this secret technique. So these days, in addition to delivering your takeaway, I also sent a few to the root. He joined the team of Mirai for a short time and didn't know the secret things between Uchiha and Shimura Danzo. When he joined, Danzo had already devoted himself to wood release, so he didn't have time to care about Uchiha. As Ichiraku said, he sighed, "Danzo is such a good man." This statement caused everyone to be stunned and speechless. You are the first person who says that Danzo is a good person, Ichiraku. Chapter 519. After a long silence, Ling Hua finally said, "Well, I think the entrance to the passage may be at the old site of our Hyuga clan." As she spoke, she looked at the future and said, "That's where Hyuga Tsuyoshi went to sweep the graves on behalf of the main family last time." After hearing Ling Hua's words, the future suddenly remembered. It's there. He couldn't help but flash a few sighs in his eyes. In a blink of an eye, so much time has passed. Thinking back to 4 years ago, he almost died at the hands of the other party. In a hurry, he said something to let her control her own destiny. Thinking about it now, he was really angry and funny about himself at that time. Fortunately, Ling Hua was very simple at that time and believed his poisonous nonsense. Otherwise, he would have gone to the Pure Land to find the second generation and love each other. Ling Hua looked at his sighing look and couldn't help but sigh with him. She held the future's hand, interlocked her fingers, and leaned slightly in his arms. Their faces were full of happy smiles. Who would have thought that they would actually get together? It's really unpredictable. Watching this scene, Kushina and Minato looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Mirai and Rika's relationship seems to have improved a bit. Both of them couldn't help but feel happy for their good sisters and brothers. After reminiscing for a long time, Mirai put away the emotion on his face. He looked at Ichiraku and asked, "You said you can draw a bird to carry us flying." To be honest, he hasn't seen Ichiraku fight for a long time, so he doesn't know how strong Ichiraku is. After all, he is just an ordinary person who can make delicious food. In terms of combat power, he is far inferior to them. Yul nodded and said with a smile, "Of course, and I only need to use chakra to give them the ability to move, and the remaining energy supply can be connected to you. In this way, the things I draw can communicate with your mind, and I can easily direct their flight direction." After hearing this, everyone in the future understood. Is that so? Well, after we leave the village, we will ride your beast again, so that we will be more low-key. As he said, he couldn't help but look at Yul again. This guy seems to know a little bit about everything except combat power. Thinking of him learning the 2 water and fire escape techniques for cooking, and for knife skills, he also learned good knife skills. Wait. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes and looked at the scroll in Yul's hand, and suddenly an idea popped up in his mind. "Brother, you didn't learn this trick for the purpose of plating, did you?" Hearing the question from the future, Yul was stunned. He exclaimed in disbelief, "No, how did you know?" "You know, he has never told anyone about this. How did the future know about this? Hearing this, the friends were stunned, and Shenchu even slapped him and asked strangely, "You guy, you are really..." When the words came to his lips, he didn't know what to say. It seems that as long as it has something to do with cooking, his talent will be fully exerted. This is true for fire escape and water escape, and even more so for medicine and poison. Ye Li looked at the similar expressions of the 6 people and fell silent. He seemed to understand something. He couldn't help scratching his head and smiled, "It's all for cooking. Everyone. Omega dash, dash omega dash, dash omega dash. Understand?" After the 6 people said this together, they were silent for a moment. It was still Mirai who saw that it was getting late, so he spoke again to remind, "It's almost time, we should go out." Minato also echoed, "Yes, we should go out." "Ah, right, right. That's right. That's right." Minato was still a little perfunctory, but the others were too lazy to even perfunctory. A long time passed in the illusion, but only 1 or 2 seconds passed in reality. What should be said has been said in the illusion. The few people looked at each other and started to walk out of the village gate. Because Mirai asked for 7 passes to leave the village from teacher Orochimaru, the gatekeeper did not stop them. When they were a certain distance outside the village, Ichiraku unfolded the scroll and drew 4 big eagles. The eagle was originally only the size of a palm on the scroll, but with the chakra injected by Ichiraku, the eagle quickly broke away from the scroll and expanded countless times at once. The wingspan reached 6 or 7 meters directly. Every one of them is like this. This made the future who saw this scene narrow his eyes. Ichiraku's chakra, so much. In the original work, it was never said how much chakra Ichiraku had, and even whether he was a ninja was not revealed. At this time, Mirai realized that Ichiraku, who was 12 years old, was almost as good as Sai at the same age. You know, Sai survived the cruel training of the root. Although his brother was released, this could not hide the fact that he was actually a genius. Of course, Mirai refers to the amount of chakra. If we only look at the control of the technique, Sai is far better than Ichiraku at this time. Sai is so fast that you can only see his palms dancing quickly, and the painting is done. As for Ichiraku, it takes him 5 seconds to draw an eagle. It seems that he needs to practice his hand speed more, so don't let him find a girlfriend in the future. In this way, the hand speed should be improved a lot. Ichiraku looked at the 4 eagles, scratched his head, and smiled embarrassedly, "Although I can draw more, if I draw 2 by 2, I think 4 is enough. I can still save some chakra to deal with emergencies." Minato and Kushina looked at each other and immediately chose an eagle to climb up. He smiled and said, "4 is enough. Hee. Ichiraku is a good brother." "Yes, yes." Kushina also looked at Minato with peach blossoms. Then she looked at Ichiraku, she liked this little brother very much. Look, she can entangle with Minato again, ahem, do tasks together at close range. Mirai also looked at Linghua, and he found that the latter was also looking at him, with a smile in her eyes. Immediately, they also held hands and climbed onto a big eagle. "Ichiraku, 4 is enough." "Yes, one of us transfers chakra, and the other is alert to the surroundings. This is the best combination." Linghua looked at Ichiraku, and the smile on her lips never stopped. Whatever the little sister thought, she thought the same. The 4 of them were very happy in the future, and the Wake was even happier. He glanced at Hong Hong secretly. The latter also looked at him from time to time. When their eyes touched each other, they blushed and turned away. "Brother Ichiraku, you are my real brother from now on." "May ha ha ha. Isn't this a legitimate way for me to get close to Hong Hong?" So the 2 of them walked towards a big eagle tacitly. Just when Wake climbed up the big eagle and was about to reach out to pull Hong Hong, Mirai immediately noticed this. He frowned, and the smile on his face disappeared instantly. "Shenshu, what do you want to do?" As he said this, he exerted force on his gluteus maximus and jumped down from the neck of the big bird. He rushed to the big bird under Shenshu's crotch in 3 or 2 steps and grabbed his hand. He looked at Shenshu with great vigilance. He didn't forget that this guy had always been targeting his sister. His sister was so kind that she couldn't even bear to kill a chicken. It would be easy for her to be deceived by Shenshu, a bad boy. So as long as he noticed something was wrong, he, the younger brother, had to stop it. Shenshu was speechless. Question, my brother-in-law has been preventing me and his sister from loving each other. What should I do? However, their underground love affair should not be exposed, which made him feel embarrassed. There are only 4 big birds, one for Le, so of course I and your sister will have one. Is there any problem with this? He asked, pretending to be puzzled. Looking at the other party's appearance, this made Walai angry. He was immediately unhappy. Of course there is a problem, and it's a big problem. I tell you, Shenshu, my sister is mine. If you dare to touch me, I will chop off all your limbs and turn you into a human pig. Do you believe it? Shenshu. Oh my god, is it really that serious? Hong Hong, under the big eagle, suddenly flashed a trace of speechlessness on her face. Brother is really, sister is so old, can't she have a sweet love? Does he want her to be a lonely saint for life? And she glanced at Shenshu, and a trace of shyness flashed in her eyes. Brother, stop it. It is the most reasonable arrangement for me and Rope Tree to ride on a big bird. Mirai immediately retorted, not reasonable at all. As he said that, he stared at Rope Tree without moving his eyes, and continued, Rope Tree is a very reserved guy, sister, I am afraid that you will suffer. Hong Hong. Brother, do you know that sister really wants to suffer at the hands of Rope Tree? Chapter 520. Shengshu was immediately unhappy. Slander. Walai was slandering him. This was a defamation of his character. When he was about to refute, his eyes suddenly moved, he turned his head and glanced at Ling Hua, his eyes narrowed slightly. A cunning look gradually emerged in his eyes. Okay, you can take this big bird with your sister. After these words came out, Walai and Hong Hong were stunned. Seeing Shengshu given so straightforwardly, Walai couldn't help but wonder if his suspicion was wrong. Then he heard what Shengshu said next. I'll take a big bird with Ling Hua. In an instant, Walai's nose was crooked with anger. Shengshu, this bastard, not only is he thinking about his sister, but now he is even thinking about his future wife. Is this man still a human being? He was immediately furious. 3 Megatamas suddenly emerged, and a chilly breath directly wrapped around Shengshu. Shengshu suddenly shuddered. Damn, how come the future is stronger? This is not scientific at all. Hong Hong knew Shengshu's plan, and her eyes suddenly lit up, and she looked at the future with a smile. Brother, this is good, but I haven't been with you for a long time. As she said, she pretended to be casual and indirectly said, Ling Hua is a good girl, don't you trust her? As long as the brother chooses to be with Ling Hua, then Shengshu can ride a big bird with her. Hearing this, the future looked at her and frowned. Her sister is so kind, she doesn't know that Shengshu is a sultry man at all. Now that I think about it, it's all my fault for teasing him. You know, before Naruto became Naruto, he was very pure. He even turned a blind eye to Uncle Jiraiya's sketchbook. But after the Naruto incident, he seemed to have changed into a different person. Not only did he gradually become coquettish, he even did something ridiculous like stealing his sister's panties and exchanging sketchbooks with Uncle Jiraiya. Although he was also involved in that incident. Sister, you can't judge a person by his appearance. Naruto, don't look at him as a strong man with a silly smile on his face. In fact, he is a bad guy. I'm really afraid that you will suffer. Naruto. Boy, I'll remember you. Seeing that they were in such a stalemate, Yul asked weakly, how about I draw another bird? After hearing this, Walai's eyes suddenly lit up. He looked at Yul in surprise, damn, why didn't I think of such a simple way? Yul. Does it mean that he wants to draw another one? Thinking of this, he was about to take out a pen and draw a big bird for Shenshu. But he was stopped by Walai. Shenshu, you can ride a big bird with Yul. As he said, he threw him over without waiting for Shenshu to answer. Caught off guard, Shenshu didn't even react, and he was already riding behind Yul. This made the latter slightly stunned. Is this what love means? Walai said with a smile on his face, isn't this solved, hee. As he said, he jumped back on his big bird, stretched out his hand to make a seal, extracted his chakra, and then sent it into the big bird. He shouted happily, okay, let's go. He looked like a rooster that had won a battle, so happy that he could be as happy as he could be. He was so high-spirited that he could be as high-spirited as he could be. Minato and Kushina also drove the eagle and caught up with the future. Only Ichiraku was left there, and Noeki and Hong Hong looked at each other. Ichiraku looked at Noeki, and then at the future that had already flown up, and couldn't help but whispered, "Brother Nweki, why don't you go with Sister Hong Hong?" Nweki was very tempted, but his intuition told him that if he really dared to ride a bird with Hong Hong, with the sister control personality of the future, she would definitely do what she said and turn him into a human pig. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh and said, "Forget it, let's just do it." Wait until I marry your sister, I'll see how you cry then." Humph. Oh. Ichiraku didn't ask any more questions. He also took off in the big bird and chased after the future. Flying. It is the dream of all land creatures. Even at night, the future can feel the feeling of freedom, as if the constraints on him by the world have completely disappeared. Is this the feeling of flying? Listening to the words of the future in front of her, Ling Hua couldn't help but bend the corners of her mouth and her eyes. She also felt an unprecedented feeling. How to describe that feeling? It's like a canary that has been locked up for a long time, suddenly losing the restraint of the cage and can freely gallop across the world. Rai Hua, come on, one day, you will really gallop across this world. Thinking of it, she couldn't help but take a step forward and slowly hugged the future's waist from behind. Her cheek also leaned slightly on his back. At this moment, she felt unprecedented comfort. Her action scared the future. He hurriedly sat up straight, not daring to move at all, for fear of disturbing something. The same is true for Minato and Kushina. So, the children in the ninja world are quite precocious, especially under the influence of the future. Minato's thoughts are 3 to 5 years older than their age. The only ones who are in a bad mood are Hong Hong and Nweki. Hong Hong finally gave a helpless smile, "Forget it, my brother is also thinking about me. After a while, when he knows how good Rope Tree is, he won't stop us, right?" Enyul, his hair stood on end. Even if he didn't look back, he could feel the chill coming from behind him. It was like behind him, it wasn't Rope Tree, a living person, but solid ice that had been frozen for tens of thousands of years, which was now emitting an astonishing chill. Rope Tree, how about I draw a new bird? Rope Tree. He looked sour, as if he was going to chop someone down in the next second, and there was a lot of anger in his heart. He could explode at any moment. Especially when he saw the two teams of people being affectionate, his expression became even more stiff and angry. But he wasn't overwhelmed by anger. After taking a deep breath, he replied to Yul's words, "No need." Because it was almost time. At this moment, they could all vaguely see the building of the Hyuga clan's ancestral hall. Oh! After Ichiraku responded, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Because he felt that the ice behind him was warming up. Hey, that's good. Mirai looked at the river below and felt moved. If I remember correctly, Sai and the others seemed to have flown to this place, and then found the underground passage through Hinata's Bun. Unfortunately, more than 10 years have passed, and he can remember so much about his memories of his previous life, which is beyond his own expectations. Rika, look around here, is there any strange place, the kind that will block the sight of the Bun, or the spring water that will glow? Hearing this, Rika, who was lying behind him, nodded slightly, let go of the hand holding Mirai, and sat up straight. She made a seal with both hands, extracted the chakra in her body, and sent it to the Bun. Bun open. The next moment, her perspective changed. The world was like an oil painting, retreating to a black and white painting. As her perspective shifted, she was searching for the past inch by inch. Future was not idle either, he closed his eyes and opened his perception. But soon he opened his eyes and smiled helplessly. Alas, as expected, my perception is the worst in the air. If he knew the sage mode, that would be great. Even if it is not the sage mode of Myaboku Mountain, which is mainly based on perception, it can greatly increase his perception of the world. The purity of Rika's Bun is already on par with Hinata, who was 18 or 19 years old. At that time, Hinata could see a distance of about 20 kilometers in a straight line. Rika's vision at this time is 1 kilometer more than hers. It can be said that the purity of her eyes is second only to the ancestor who can perceive 50 kilometers in the Hyuga clan. As Ling Hua searched the land inch by inch, she soon saw a strange place. This made her exclaim in surprise. Hey! What a strange place! It was on the hillside 3 kilometers away from the back of the Branch family ancestral hall. Judging from the distribution of the surrounding crust, there should be something there, but she couldn't see anything. It was like there was nothing there, just a void. Found it? Well, I heard her voice and asked hurriedly. Well, it should be. Ling Hua nodded and responded. Underground there. She pointed to the ground and frowned and said, there is a strange place there, my vision is distorted. Hearing this, Walai's eyes immediately flashed with a gleam of light. The passage to the moon is very likely there. Let's go down and take a look. When they got closer, the future people were surprised to find that there was a big stone blocking the cave entrance where Ling Hua pointed. There were also special grooves on the stone, but these grooves were damaged due to years of disrepair. Obviously, this huge stone was the gate guarding the passage. According to the speculation of Ling Hua, Hong Hong, and Kushina, the three sealers, this pattern had the effect of blocking the bun. If someone repaired it, they would never be able to find it. Chapter 521. Uchiha Madara looked at the person in front of him who was controlled by his illusion, and couldn't help but look at the white Zetsu's body beside him. Finally, he used illusion to control him and made him take off his pants. Then he saw a scene that shocked his world. There are such strange people in this world. Upon hearing this, the white Zetsu's body hurriedly replied, Mada, this person was secretly injected with estrogen, so he became this androgynous appearance. Then he went on to explain, and when I went to Konoha to find him, I found that he was not at home, but in a ruins, but it took me a while to find him. The subtext is that the reason why I didn't come back immediately was to find him. Madara heard his implication, but he didn't care about the ruins or not. This world was just like that to him. He was very curious about one thing now. You said he was secretly plotted against. What's going on? White Zetsu's original body had long known that Madara would ask such a question, so he told Madara all the information he had collected. Crackle, crackle. So 3 years have passed, and he has become like this. After listening to White Zetsu's narration, Madara was silent. He didn't expect that this matter was actually related to his younger generation, the one who looked very much like him. No, now they look alike at all. He would not fall in love with someone else and be tempted by a woman. Because he learned one thing from White Zetsu, that is, the man named Uchiha Mirai fell in love with a girl from the Hyuga clan. Minato Namikaze, like Hashirama, fell in love with the vixen of the Uzumaki clan. This man named Uchiha Mirai actually didn't get Minato Namikaze back, which was a disgrace to him. So this person doesn't look like him at all. Seeing Madara was silent, Uzumaki White Zetsu came down from the wall curiously. He walked around the dull-eyed Hyuga Tsuyoshi, and finally stopped in front of his Zion, and curiously reached out to touch it. This is the place for peeing, it's so small. It's not even as thick as his little finger. And even the age spots are much bigger than his, because he once wrapped Madara's body, so he knew the length of Madara. But he had an idea, so he turned his head to look at the white Zetsu body. If I cut it off and install it on myself, can I feel the urge to pee? The white Zetsu body glanced at him, then cut it quickly. This guy wants to be a girl, and he hates this thing. He remembered the last time they hid in the bathroom at his house and peeped. This guy looked at the mirror and looked at Zion with disgust. Hey! Obviously he is a boy, but he actually hates his own gender. This guy is really weird. Uzumaki White Zetsu said in surprise. Maybe the drug has affected his personality. White Zetsu's original body said his guess. After all, this is the most likely reason. Uzumaki White Zetsu looked at him for a few times and lost interest. Do you think this kind of person is like us, a genderless person? After all, if you say this guy is a man, he looks cuter than a girl. His figure is even more petite and delicate, weak and boneless. It seems that he will cry for a long time if he is hit by a punch. If you say he is a girl, he is actually a man, and the little one below him can testify to it. Because 1 only because represents 1 chicken, 2 only because are used, which represents 2 chicken characters. After thinking about it, the white Zetsu shook his head and rejected it. No, 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 we have no gender. He has gender, like a man and a woman, but not a man and a woman, like a monster. It should be what humans often call a monster. In this regard, Uzumaki White Zetsu has a different view. Monsters don't mean this, it refers to humans who use monster magic to do evil. In my opinion, he is a human monster, a monster among humans. Hearing this, the white Zetsu's eyes lit up, and he directly gave a thumbs up to Uzumaki White Zetsu. You said it very aptly. But he had a better name. Shemale is not very nice. Look at how good looking he is, with a delicate body that is easy to be pushed down, a woman but not a woman, how about calling her a transvestite? Uzumaki White Zetsu immediately complimented, transvestite? This word is very apt. Just when the two White Zetsu were boringly bragging about each other, Madara, who came back from his contemplation, suddenly raised his head and asked, does he like Uchiha? Although he already knew about this, because he had just used the Sharingan to spy on all his memories, including his birth, his engagement with Hyuga, visiting the branch family ancestral hall to sweep the graves, and his personality changed drastically after returning to the village. He scolded the head of his family and was put in solitary confinement. He has lived in the ancestral hall for 3 years without contact with the outside world. There are even the handicrafts he did for others, and the thing that had the most profound impact on him, that is, he dreamed of himself and Uchiha making love. And recently, he saw Uchiha and followed him quietly, but was almost killed by Uchiha in seconds. It was the life-saving transfer talisman he got from the ruins that transferred him to the ruins at the critical moment, so that he escaped the attack of the future. So he asked this, pseudo girl, do you like Uchiha? White Zetsu nodded and said, yes, Madara-sama, this guy seems to have a special liking for the person called Uchiha. When I found him in the ruins, he was still talking about marrying Uchiha as his wife. Hearing this, Uzumaki White Zetsu was speechless. Special liking. I think this guy is attracted by beauty, after all, there is no ugly Uchiha. He blurted out these words subconsciously, but it seemed to hit the tip of Madara's heart. The corners of his mouth subconsciously curled up slightly. There is indeed no ugly Uchiha. For example, I am so cool and handsome. There is no ugly in the Senju clan, such as the hot mom, who is so majestic and extraordinary. Senju Hashirama in Madara's eyes. If he was a woman, they would be brothers during the day and husband and wife at night, and there would be no problem with that stinky vixen Uzumaki Mito. As he was thinking, he coughed twice to interrupt his weird thoughts. Ahem. This idea is not good. It is true that he thought so, but he must not expose it. After all, Hasi-Lama is a man, and this cannot be changed. He interrupted what the White Zetsu wanted to say, and said, so, send him back, and give him the power of the reincarnation eye when necessary. Since he likes Uchiha so much, he will definitely feel jealous when he sees Hyuga. At that time, he will kill Hyuga and bring Uchiha into the darkness. Then, the person called Uchiha will come to him. Then he will take the opportunity to instill the Moon Eye plan into him and completely pull him into his camp. Combining the strength of the two Uchiha, they will definitely bring permanent peace to this world. Watch it, Hasi-Lama, I will create a world of permanent peace. This is not only his wish, but also that guy's dream. The White Zetsu replied, okay. But he felt very strange in his heart. Good fellow, do all conspirators have the same ideas? Black Zetsu, the old hard pen, thought of this, and now Uchiha Madara has also thought of this. It's absolutely amazing. This made him look at Hyuga Tsuji in a daze, and his eyes couldn't help but show a trace of pity. Good fellow, he just came out of confinement, and the three people's calculations fell on him. No, he hasn't come out yet, and Black Zetsu and Mirai have already calculated him. Uzumaki White Zetsu asked in surprise, Lord Madara, don't you want him to be the executor of your plan? You know, this guy may awaken the reincarnation eye corresponding to your reincarnation eye. This is an incredible combat power. Although he has never seen the power of the reincarnation eye, he can understand a thing or two from being comparable to the reincarnation eye. Uchiha Madara looked disdainful upon hearing this. He is not worthy of being the executor of my plan. He said this with a domineering look all over his body. Their Uchiha clan is the strongest. Hyuga is nothing. After saying this, he asked, by the way, what are Uchiha doing in the future? Uzumaki White Zetsu subconsciously looked at the White Zetsu body. The latter knew what Madara meant, so he stretched out his hand to seal and activated the White Zetsu spores he had placed on Senju rope tree. Transmit everything it saw. Then they were all speechless. Because the screen was occupied by countless delicacies placed on the ground. There was also a hot pot in the middle, and it was a double-flavored pot. This made Madara, who saw all this, and Uzumaki White Zetsu couldn't help but look at the White Zetsu body. And the White Zetsu body was silent. Here it comes again. Chapter 522. In front of the entrance to the cave. The 5 people from the future squatted behind Ichiraku, lined up in a row. If they didn't hold their heads with their hands, they really looked like a gang of thieves caught by the police. The one on the far left was Hong Hong, followed by Ling Hua, then Future, Noeki, Kushina and Minato. That's right, even when the Future squatted, it was necessary to separate Noeki from her sister. But Noeki just curled his lips at this. He had expected this scene, so he was not very angry. And Ichiraku, on the other hand, methodically used water escape to summon water to wash vegetables, used skilled knife skills to cut vegetables, and used pure fire escape to cook in a pot. He even had time to make the ingredients for the soup base. Seeing this, the Future people's scalps tingled. Shang Shu couldn't help but cover his mouth with his hand, whispered to Walai's ear, "How do you think this guy practiced? I cook step by step. Once a link goes wrong, I will be in a mess for a while." He always determines what to eat first, then selects and washes the vegetables, and then cuts and prepares all the vegetables. Then he starts to heat the oil and fry the vegetables. But Yul is not like this. He handles all of these at once. In other words, when washing the vegetables, he has already lit the fire and set up the pot. When the oil in the pot is heated, he has also washed and cut the vegetables. The whole set of movements is smooth and flowing. It is pleasing to watch. Just watching his movements makes people hungry. It should be practice makes perfect, just like you have never seen a fart swallow, but every time you wipe it, it is accurate. Shang Shu. This metaphor is really good, don't say it next time. Minato was a little entangled. He wanted to reach out and pull Mirai several times, but he couldn't help but retract it every time he stretched out halfway. Because he saw Mirai and Rope Tree whispering to each other, he didn't want to disturb them. Finally, Mirai and Rope Tree stopped talking, and Minato reached out and went around Rope Tree and pulled Mirai. After being pulled by him, Mirai looked at the place where he was pulled in confusion. Following his arm, he found that it was Minato who pulled him. He asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Noticing Mirai's actions, the friends all looked at Minato curiously. Minato glanced at Ichiraku who was frying vegetables. His movements were very fluent, just like an artist carving art, so he couldn't help but lower his voice, fearing to disturb him. "We are all at the entrance of the cave. Why don't we go in directly first, but prepare to eat here? After all, it has only been an hour or two since dinner tonight. Not hungry?" Kushina was just as puzzled as Minato. This meal was proposed by Mirai. She couldn't help wondering in her heart if this guy was thinking that if they fought and died unexpectedly, at least he would be full before he died. Mirai chuckled and then said seriously, "Don't underestimate the strength of the people living on the moon. We will have enough chakra only when we are full. We can better deal with the next conflict." After hearing Mirai's explanation, several people looked at each other. I didn't expect that Mirai would have this plan. It seems that the strength of the people on the moon is not low, otherwise Mirai would not be so cautious in order to be fully prepared. At this time, Rope Tree thought of another question. He felt it was necessary to remind them, so he raised his hand weakly and asked a question. "I have a question. I ate too much. What if I suddenly have diarrhea and need to poop while we are fighting? Hold it in. Everyone. Mirai, degree. Fuck, I didn't even think of this question." After Minato and the others looked at Mirai for a few times, they all looked at Noeki, which made the latter look puzzled. "What's wrong?" "Mirai, good question, don't ask next time." Then he said to everyone, "After we finish eating, let's prepare ourselves, don't let Noeki really hit the nail on the head." After that, they fell into silence again. Fortunately, Ichiraku's hands and feet are very quick, and he only needs to cook all the dishes. The cave was soon filled with waves of tempting fragrance. All of a sudden, all the greedy thoughts of the few people disappeared. However, no one dared to move, because when cooking, Ichiraku was the most dangerous. If he noticed that someone was disrespectful to the ingredients, he would not say anything, but would stare at you to death. It is hard to describe what kind of momentum it is, but it makes people feel numb in their hearts and feel guilty as if they have trampled on the dignity of others. At the beginning, there was a senior ninja who was frightened by his terrifying appearance and apologized repeatedly. Even though he didn't know why he was apologizing. So as bystanders, the people in the future knew this. When Ichiraku didn't say to eat, they would never dare to do it. Even if they couldn't stand the fragrance, they would find a way to restrain themselves. Because they were also afraid of Ichiraku in that state. "Okay, let's eat." As Ichiraku said this, Everyone smiled and couldn't wait to find a seat to sit down. I'm starting. This was the first scene that Uchiha Madara saw. This made the three people present silent involuntarily. Finally, Madara and Uzumaki White Zetsu looked at White Zetsu's body, with indescribable weirdness in their eyes. Seeing this, White Zetsu's scalp numbed. This is none of my business. Just now, it was Madara-sama who asked me to release Uchiha Future in their business. As he said this, he couldn't help but look at Uchiha Madara with a wronged look. Madara. Okay, that's what he said. He closed his eyes and waved his hand, saying, no more. He was afraid that if he looked at it again, he would drool. Because he knew how delicious they were just by looking at the color of the dishes and the satisfied expressions of Mirai and others. The White Zetsu main body responded hurriedly, okay, okay. He was speechless. Why were they always eating every time the screen was projected? Nagato and the others were like this, and now Uchiha Mirai and the others were also like this. I'm afraid they aerial poisonous. While talking, he immediately closed the projection. He was afraid that if he was a step slower, Madara would directly ask him to go out to find food, and it had to be the kind that tasted and looked good. How could this barren place in the rain country make so many delicious foods? Salted fish and potatoes are their staple food. Uzumaki White Zetsu watched the screen close, and he thought for a moment and said, Master Madara, how about I go and capture this man called Shouta Ichiraku? Let him cook delicious food for you every day. Hearing this, a hint of desire flashed across his face. This idea seems quite good. After the few people in the future had enough to eat and drink, and then took care of their personal physiology, they all gathered by the pool. Ichiraku said, I noticed just now that there is something wrong with the water here. It looks like water, but it is not actually water, but some unknown liquid. It just looks like water and has the fluidity of water. Shenchu reached out and scooped up a handful of water, and found that after they left the water, they quickly dissipated in the air. And his sleeves all touched the water, and they also dried up quickly. This made him marvel. It's amazing. As he said this, he bent down and opened his mouth to taste it. He had two wet nurses, Linghua and Kushina, by his side, so he thought he could be a bit wild. After licking it, he smacked his lips. When he felt a fishy smell, he couldn't help but frown. Strange, why is it so fishy? It feels like urine, a little astringent. After he finished speaking, he suddenly reacted, his face froze, and he hurriedly looked at his friends. Sure enough, at this moment, they all looked at him with a weird look. Even Hong Hong looked at him with a hint of astonishment and a little disgust. He hurriedly explained, I haven't tasted it, I saw it in the book. In Uncle Jiraiya's book, there are always some exciting places that need to be paid to watch. It's that kind of hesitant scene, the male protagonist peed, and the female protagonist said what urine tastes like. He only knew it from here. Of course, he licked it too. Just drip it on the index finger. He was curious and there was no one around, so he wanted to verify the correctness of Uncle Jiraiya's novel. So he tasted it. It's true that Uncle Jiraiya's description was really good, but his taste was a little bitter. Based on his shallow view of medical skills, this is why he was quite angry. Chapter 523. Seeing how excited Shang Shu was, Wei Lai put away his disgusted look and comforted him, so that's how it is. It is indeed very important to read more. Yes, yes. Reading is very important. This is what it means to read thousands of books and travel thousands of miles. I understand. The six of them said so, but they walked away from Shang Shu several steps without making any noise. So he stood there very abruptly, and there were no people around him. Even Yi Li and the other people who had touched the water before turned pale and all surrounded Yi Li, washing their hands and faces with the underground water he summoned. Some people even sniffed it. I don't know if they smelled something, so she washed more vigorously. Seeing their actions, Shang Shu suddenly became anxious. He shouted with a red face and thick neck, you don't believe me at all. Everyone, underscore. No, buddy, you have described it so carefully, how can we pretend that we didn't understand? Hong Hong looked at Shenchu's angry look and felt a little distressed, so she took the initiative to smooth things over and said, okay, I believe Shenchu is not that kind of person. After all, we are all human beings with personality. How can we grow our own poop? After this, Wei Wei didn't notice anything at all. He always obeyed his sister's words and rarely thought about why his sister said that. So he nodded involuntarily and echoed mindlessly, "That's right, although Zhenshu is a little bit reserved, he shouldn't do such disgusting things as tasting urine." Hong Hong nodded hurriedly, agreed with his idea, and then changed the subject calmly. So there is a problem in front of us now. How can we pass through this layer of water and go to the moon? Because of the personal attempt by Nawaki, they all had an idea in their minds. This glowing channel lake water might be the excrement of a big guy. So, if they really want to jump in, they are still very reluctant in their hearts. After thinking about it, Kushina said, "Try my barrier technique." Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Yes, by using the barrier to repel the water surface, they can avoid being stained by water stains that are suspected to be urine. So they did it. Kushina immediately took out a talisman from her bag. This is the talisman of Kaifeng barrier. After all, the next step is to sneak in, and this talisman is needed to block the perception ability of Bun. Let's start blocking now, and by the way, it can also protect them from being stained by water stains. Her hands formed several complicated seals, which were very strange and not one of the 12 seals that they would be familiar with in the future. With a light sigh, she said, "Open the barrier, open." At the same time, she pointed her finger forward and pointed at the barrier talisman. In an instant, the talisman was turned on like some kind of machine. A bright light gradually emerged from it. This made her friends cover their eyes involuntarily because the light was very dazzling. Ling Hua subconsciously opened her white eyes, but her expression changed. No light. Obviously, the light was so dazzling that she could hardly open her eyes, but in the perspective of the white eyes, the light did not exist at all. The world was still black and white. She immediately closed one of her white eyes and found that the light was still there, and she was almost blinded by it. Future nodded in understanding and explained, "Last time it was during the day, so we didn't feel how dazzling the light was, but this time it was in the dim cave, although the lake water was emitting light. But these lights are only enough for us to see things within 10 meters. Suddenly, the light emitted by the square barrier talisman shone for a while, so we all felt that the light was very dazzling. Gradually, the light on the barrier talisman gradually gathered into a bubble shape, completely wrapping Kushina inside. She reached out to touch the water surface, and the bubble wrapped around her body was very tough, and it also changed its shape with her movements, always protecting her in the barrier. Everyone could see with their own eyes that as her hand touched the water surface, the water was separated by the bubble before it touched her hand. This made the few people who saw this scene look relieved. Fortunately, we have all kinds of talents in our group. Future couldn't help but sigh. He felt proud of his decision to bring Team 8. If they hadn't brought Team 8 with them, they wouldn't have known how to get in without Kushina's barrier talisman. Into the water that looked like urine. Although Ling Hua also knew how to perform sealing and barrier techniques, she certainly couldn't be as comfortable as Kushina, who had the help of treasures. Kushina stood up, and she formed a seal with both hands again, causing the barrier talisman floating beside her to flicker twice. The bubble gradually expanded several times, wrapping up the future. The last one to enter was Ling Hua. She kept her Bun on, observing everything around her while also observing the Kaifeng barrier. She found that as the bubble expanded, the people in her black and white world disappeared from her perspective one after another. There was only the ground and other dead things around, and there was no sign of living things. Even the other naked eye could not see them. It was as if they were separated from this world. Although I saw it once before, I didn't expect that the power of this talisman would increase several times in Kushina's hands. At this moment, she had to admire the ancestors of the Hyga clan, who dared to go to war with such a monster clan. Kaifeng barrier directly invalidated their Bun. As the bubble wrapped around her, the future and others appeared in her vision again. And she found that she could still see the outside world through the bubble. This barrier bubble is one way, the outside world can be observed from inside, but the outside world cannot see inside. It seems that the Uzumaki clan has studied our clan's Bun thoroughly. Okay, let's go and try to come back within 3 days. Future said loudly. The strange thing is that at this moment, his voice seemed to be blocked by the barrier talisman, and there was no echo in the cave at all. You know, when they spoke before, there were echoes. It seems that this barrier talisman in Kushina's hand not only blocked the vision, but also blocked the sound. Everyone naturally noticed this, but they didn't say anything, just knew it in their hearts. As the future finished speaking, everyone jumped under the water together. As Kushina shrank the bubble, the contact area between the bubble and Minato was greatly reduced. Soon their gravity exceeded the buoyancy. Everyone began to dive. This was the first time that Minato and his friends saw the magical scenery. There was a sense of déjà vu of traveling through a time-space channel. This place was like a small starry sky, surrounded by huge spherical stones, which looked very much like the planets seen in the night sky. As they approached, these stone balls would emit a touch of light, illuminating the underwater world. Hung Hong's face changed slightly, and she hurriedly shouted, "Don't look at these glowing stone balls, it is emitting an illusion that will drag people into the illusion of memories. Brother is worried about this." Kushina smiled calmly, "Don't worry, my barrier talisman can also resist the invasion of illusions." After hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, although they were all surprised, no one spoke. Because there was only so much oxygen in the bubble, Kushina had just released some air in order to dive down. They didn't know how deep it was, so they needed to keep the oxygen consumption as low as possible. Fortunately, this underwater passage was not as far as they thought. About a minute later, they saw a bright light at the bottom of the lake. It was an irregular circle. They looked at each other and turned their heads, swapping the positions of their heads and feet. This made them look like they were floating towards the surface of the water. The light was not obvious, but in a world full of green light, this ball of light looked so abrupt. Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Soon, the barrier foam that wrapped them all touched the light surface. But it stopped moving soon, obviously because the buoyancy was not enough. When Kushina noticed that the top of the barrier was in contact with the air, she immediately expanded the barrier capacity, greatly increasing its buoyancy. At that moment, everyone was taken out of the lake by the barrier bubble, leaving only half of their bodies below the water surface. Without waiting for everyone to say anything, Rope Tree quickly formed several complex seals with his hands. After the last Earth attribute seal appeared, he suddenly slapped his hands on the barrier bubble and said softly, "Earth Escape Light and Heavy Rock Technique." At this moment, the barrier ball really broke away from the water surface like a bubble without gravity and floated into the air. Rope Tree then explained happily, "After the last World War II, the future gave me the Earth Escape Flying Technique. Later, after my improvement, this move can eliminate the Earth-generated gravity." Hearing this, Future was shocked. "You can actually change the influence of force? Light and heavy rock technique and weighted rock technique both reduce or increase the weight of an object by changing the mass density in the body." Rope Tree went directly to change the force. "Is it so awesome?" Hearing this, Rope Tree couldn't help but raise his mouth, "Nothing else, I am also a genius." In fact, the most important thing is that he found that this Yang Dun is really a good thing, it can amplify many techniques. The reason why he can change the force is because of Yang Dun. In Konoha village, the white Zetsu body that was originally placed in Hyagamyunyoji suddenly changed his expression. He looked outside the village with an unpredictable expression. Disappeared? Did he find my spores? Chapter 524. The cave here is exactly the same as before. There is also a lake, and the lake is also shining, providing light for the dark cave. And gravity also comes from the feet. If they could not clearly determine that they had changed their positions in the water, they would probably think that they had returned to the previous place. "Look, what is that?" Ichiraku shouted in surprise, pointing to a certain position in front of them. He already knew that this barrier would not make any sound, after all, he and Kushina had teamed up to do many missions. There seemed to be something there. And the green water was flowing down from that place. It looked like a spring. But the whole of this spring was a little too hideous. It was like the mouth of some animal. It was just that it was in a blind spot of light, so he couldn't see what it was. Linghua kept rolling her eyes. When Yul shouted, she looked in that direction, and her face became very interesting. "Fuck, saliva! What saliva?" Shenchu asked in a daze. His intuition told him that things seemed to be going in the wrong direction. Linghua swallowed her saliva, and a look of fear appeared on her face. She couldn't help but look at Shenchu, and asked with an extremely strange expression, "One good news, one bad news, which one do you want to hear?" Shenchu. He knew that this matter must be related to him. He took a look at the spring, but he couldn't see why, so he whispered, "Good, good, good news, so I can be prepared. The good news is that what you tasted before was not urine." Hearing this, Shenchu was relieved. He was about to be happy, but he was stunned. If it wasn't urine, then combined with the word saliva that Ling Hua exclaimed just now. Could it be? The next moment, his eyes widened. Gudong. Could it be, saliva? Ling Hua nodded and said with sympathy, congratulations, you have learned to answer questions. Shen Shu. Damn, this is not good at all. Compared with urine, saliva is not any better. In an instant, he was petrified. Everyone. Dash. Looking at Shenshu's angry expression, Walai reached out and comforted him, don't think too much, compared with urine, saliva is good. Just think of that big crab as your dream crab. Listening to Walai's comforting words, Shenshu's face froze slightly. Treating saliva as the saliva of your dream lover. He subconsciously changed crab to human. This. He subconsciously looked at Hong Hong. The grief and anger on his face gradually turned into a rippling expression. If it was Hong Hong's saliva, he would definitely worship it as holy water. He uses this water to take a bath and brush his teeth every day. Mirai didn't notice the sight and expression of Rope Tree, otherwise, he would have peeled Rope Tree first. He was pulled by Minato and asked, you said a big crab, does it mean that the saliva pond was produced by a big crab? Minato said, looking at the spring. Don't say it, the mouth of the spring really looks like the mouth parts of a crab. Future nodded and said, yeah, it was produced by crabs. He looked at the lake and said with emotion, just judging from the saliva it sheds, it must have survived for thousands of years to gather so much saliva. Maybe it was captured by Otsutsuki Hamura, or created, to guard this passage. At this time, Rope Tree controlled the barrier and flew towards the spring. He tasted it, so he had to see what kind of female crab it was. If it looked good, he would let it go. After all, he didn't swallow it. He just tasted it with his tongue and spit it out. This doesn't count as drinking saliva, right? It definitely doesn't count. When they got closer, Kushina and others were stunned to find that the crab was so big. At this moment, its whole body was relaxed, with two big claws on its chest and its chin resting on it. On the top of the head, there are two protruding eyes. 6 little feet stand firmly on the ground. Wow, this is actually a king crab. Yul's eyes suddenly lit up. His eyes widened a few points, and he didn't have the squinting eyes he would have in the future. It was a normal eye size. If he could catch it, how would he cook this delicacy? Should he braise it, steam it, or, is it a barbecue? Slurp. Oh. This is the chef's trouble. There are countless dishes he can think of. For a moment, he didn't know how to cook it. Ling Hua swallowed her saliva, it's so big. This is enough for 10 meals. At this moment, the big crab suddenly shuddered, it opened its eyes suddenly, and the future people who had been observing it were all shocked. All subconsciously held their breath, fearing that they would be discovered by it. Just when Hong Hong and Future opened the Sharingan to control it, the big crab just looked around blankly. It seemed to have dreamed that it was being attacked by a squinting man wearing a chef's hat, standing in front of it, with a terrible smile on his face, just when it was about to show the other party a color. The squinting eyes suddenly opened, and those eyes were circular eyes, and 9 bowls of ramen appeared behind him. Then he held a black scepter in his hand. The next moment, the scepter turned into a sharp kitchen knife, which cut it into 8 pieces and made different delicacies. It was so scared that it woke up from its dream in a hurry. When it saw that everything around it was safe and sound, and there was no change, it was relieved. It turned out to be a dream. Strange, reincarnation eye has disappeared, how could that person have such eyes, and he is not the 6th-path sage? It seems to be foreshadowing something when I have this dream. However, with its brain capacity, since it did not find anything abnormal, it proves that it is fine, it just had a nightmare. Thinking of this, it felt its mouth was a little wet. So it raised its big pliers and wiped the corners of its mouth. It moved its 6 little legs to another place, and found a comfortable place to lie down. Slowly, it closed its eyes, and green saliva flowed out of its mouth again. The 6 people in the barrier all breathed a sigh of relief. Although they can deal with this big crab in a short time, it will inevitably alarm the Otsutsuki clan living here. So it is best not to have a conflict. Seeing that the big crab went back to sleep so tactfully, everyone had no intention of looking at it. Ling Hua sighed, what a keen perception, I just thought about it, and it woke it up while it was still sleeping. Her words resonated with Yul, and he said with deep agreement, indeed, I just thought about how to cook it, and I haven't started yet. The future few people, The one who disturbed it emotionally was a foodie, a chef. But speaking of it, such a big crab must taste delicious, especially since they have a chef named Yul in their team. Thinking like this, the big crab suddenly opened its eyes again and looked around vigilantly. Frightened the future people, they quickly diverted their attention and dared not think about how to eat crabs anymore. This thing is really as Yul and the others said, with an absurdly strong perception. They are just thinking about it. 3 minutes later, the big crab saw that it was still quiet around, and it scratched its little head with its big claws in some confusion. There was a big question mark in its big eyes. Strange, why does it feel like someone is thinking about it again? But there is nothing unusual around. Thinking about it, it suddenly looked at where it was. A flash of understanding suddenly flashed in its big eyes. It must be that the feng shui I chose was not good. It is so bright here, how can I sleep? Change position. So, it moved 3 pairs of legs and moved sideways to another dark place. 6 legs and 2 large claws worked together to move the larger stones under the abdomen. After tidying up, it finally lay down beautifully. Eyelids slowly closed involuntarily. Now no one will disturb me. Good night, sleep. 3____ sleep peacefully. Chapter 525. When the future people flew out of the cave under the enchantment, they were all stunned. Even the future people who had seen such scenes were stunned. What is this? Gudong, place. Shenqiu was so shocked that he couldn't speak clearly. He stared at all this blankly. There were birds singing and flowers blooming here, surrounded by mountains and rivers. What came into view was a huge lake. Rather than a lake, it was more like a sea surface, but this was a distorted sea surface. Spherical, hollow shape, wrapped around an island. There were a few white clouds in the sky, and the warm sunshine shone on everyone, giving them the feeling of sunbathing on the beach. It seemed that the coolness felt in the cave just now had been dispelled by the sun in the sky. Are we still on Earth? Yul muttered to himself. He looked at the scene in front of him, it was too real as a dream. Is there such a place on the moon? Why didn't their teacher ever say it, nor did they hear anyone else say it? And from the telescope, the moon was bare and pockmarked. But why were there trees, water, mountains, and wind? That was fine, but he noticed that there were several women in strange clothes washing clothes by the lake. He could hear their laughter from a distance. This didn't look like being on the moon, it was exactly like people on Earth. Minato pursed his lips, he suppressed the surprise in his eyes, and finally spoke. Think about it, he is the descendant of the younger brother of the Six-Path Sage, and Otsutsuki Hamura also sealed Otsutsuki Kagaya together with the Six-Path Sage. If he was not able to create a suitable living environment on the moon, his descendants would have moved to Earth to live. Mirai also echoed, yes, after all, survival is one of the natures of living things, and so are we humans. As he said, he sighed, to be honest, I have tried my best to overestimate this world, but I didn't expect that this world is far beyond my imagination. And there is no false feeling as he thought. This world is very real. Whether he uses the 6 senses to check or the perception technique to perceive, this world is the same as the real one, as if he is in a paradise on Earth. Kushina has come back to her senses. She looked at Kushina curiously, because the little sister has been staring at the sun in the sky since she appeared, and she even opened her bien for this. Did not join the conversation between Minato and them. So he asked curiously, Linghua, have you found anything? Hearing this, everyone stopped talking and looked at Linghua curiously. The latter did not want to hide anything. She still looked at the sky and replied, we should be inside the moon. The ground we are on is inside the moon's crust. As she said that, she pointed to a suspended island in the sky in the distance and said, and there is a magical force there that obscures my sight, so I can't see what's inside. After saying that, she looked into the future and asked thoughtfully, is the reincarnation eye in that place? This really stumped Future. After all, it has been so many years, and he can still remember some things, which is already due to his excellent memory. He is not a god, how can he remember what happened 12 years ago? Can you remember everything? No way. As for the passage, it was because Naruto and Hinata were both trapped in the illusion of memories, so Future was impressed. And the passage appeared more than once, so after watching the whole movie, he remembered the passage very clearly. It's just that the island. He closed his eyes and sensed it, and immediately smiled bitterly. This is more than 4 kilometers away, and his perception technique can't sense such a far place at all. It should be, after all, I am also a human being, not omniscient and omnipotent. Listening to Walai's words, everyone looked at Walai with strange expressions. Isn't he omniscient? You must be kidding. He even knew that there was a group of people living on the moon, and he even knew the biggest conspiracy in thousands of years. The friends looked at each other, and they all had the same idea. Do you believe him? I don't believe it. Do you believe it? I don't believe it either. Walai also saw their thoughts and was speechless. Why are these people like this? I am like the kind of omniscient person. Why don't they believe it? Damn it. Really, I know a little bit about the people on the moon, but I don't know the specific information inside the moon. As he said, he blinked his sincere big eyes and looked at everyone. You have to believe me. Everyone, ... Seeing everyone's disbelieving eyes, Mirai suddenly became anxious and blurted out. I can swear on Minato's fart swallow that I have told you almost everything I know. Minato, oh, / Q. He couldn't help but roll his eyes at Mirai shyly. Mirai, why do you have to swear on your fart swallow? Don't you have it? Among the 6 people, Ling Hua and Hong Hong believed it. There was no doubt in their eyes. That was Minato's fart swallow. For Mirai, it was very important, so they all believed it. Noeki and Ichiraku were also a little skeptical. Even Kushina was the same. She saw the relationship between Mirai and Minato more clearly than anyone else. Although she, the mistress, had successfully broken up the relationship between Mirai and Minato recently, the gay love between Mirai and Minato was still buried in their hearts. Maybe one day it would be rekindled. Thinking of this, she instinctively hugged Minato's arm and subconsciously showed a vigilant look towards Mirai. Among the 6 people, only Minato was embarrassed. He rolled his eyes at Mirai in anger and said speechlessly, Mirai, I treat you as my dearest friend, brother, and you actually used my fart swallow when you swore. How can you treat your brother like this? Mirai. This is my most serious oath. They don't believe me, so I have to resort to this. As he said this, he pointed at Minato and everyone else, look at them, do they all believe that I am not omniscient and omnipotent? Minato saw that it was true, and his face suddenly turned black. You. It would be fine if Rope Tree and the others believed it, but he actually found that Kushina also believed it. This made him not know what to say. Hong Hong is still more reliable. After opening the Sharingan and looking around, she said directly, okay, we should get down to business. The people living here are all from the Otsutsuki clan. Each of them has powerful chakra in their bodies. Let's find the Rinnegan as soon as possible. Find it earlier and finish it earlier, so as to avoid more trouble at night. Hearing this, the expressions on everyone's faces all restrained and became serious. Mirai asked, Kushina, how long can your barrier last? They appeared here, and they were still fighting, talking, and laughing, all relying on the Uzumaki clan's treasure square enchanted boundary talisman to cover up. This is a treasure developed by the ancestors of the Uzumaki clan against the Byakugan after countless difficulties. If there is no such treasure, Mirai is 100% sure that they will fight with Big Crab as soon as they get out of the water. Kushina closed her eyes and felt her chakra. She frowned slightly, I can't hold on for long, maybe 3 days. Everyone. I can't hold on for long. 3 more days. Kushina saw their puzzled expressions and thought they thought the time was too short, so she continued, if I can convince Kyuubi to lend me chakra, I can hold on for a month. Everyone, Gudong. The expressions on their faces all changed. They had used Kaifang barrier out of curiosity not long ago, and knew how much chakra that thing consumed. For example, in the future, he can only hold on for 1 or 2 hours at most. This is because he is already 12 years old and has the physical fitness comparable to that of a 15-year-old. This is the result of Tsunade's careful care. Even Noeki, who has the strongest physical fitness among the 6, can only hold on for 1 day at most. But listen to Kushina, is this human language? After Minato came back to his senses, he looked at Kushina with a funny face, and couldn't help but stretched out his hand to scratch his nose. What you said is too Versailles. Look, they are all autistic because of you. Kushina was stunned, she subconsciously looked at the others, and asked in surprise, don't you think I can't last long, so you have that expression? Everyone. 6. When did we think you couldn't last long? We were surprised because we thought you were too long. Chapter 526. With the flying power provided by the rope tree, several people quickly approached the sky island under the wrapping of the barrier. There are also islands on the sea, and people with white eyes live on them. Along the way, they felt the changes in the scenery below people's lifestyle more intuitively. The people here are like us, and there are crops and other crops. Listening to Yul's sigh, Walai responded, it's normal. After all, the Otsutsuki clan living here are also people and need to eat. As he said, he looked at the cliff where he and others appeared, frowned, and said, but what puzzles me is that, in theory, the place where we appeared is the passage between the earth and the moon. Even if the people of the Otsutsuki clan don't go down, they will send 2 people to guard it. But why is there only a big crab there, and we don't even see the shadow of the guard? Hearing Walai's words, everyone looked serious. Indeed, it was too strange. They were shocked by the environment here just now, and none of them thought about it. When Walai said this, they also remembered this matter. Linghua's face suddenly became strange. She pointed behind her and said in surprise, I think this may be because when we appeared, the guards went home to eat. Everyone was stunned and immediately looked back to the original position. Only then did they suddenly find that 2 people with spears in their hands and white eyes were walking towards that side. As they walked, they smacked their lips. They looked like they were not satisfied. With the eyesight of several people, they could see that there were still oil stains on the corners of their mouths that were not wiped off when they ate. When they spoke, there were shredded meat and green vegetable leaves stuck in their teeth. Although Yul's eyesight was not as good as Walai's, he was a chef, so he could naturally see from the expressions of these 2 people that they were full. Everyone. For a moment, everyone fell into silence. Oh my god, are we so lucky? We just left and they came late. Yul retracted his gaze and looked at his friends. After pursing his lips, he still asked, is their time difference opposite to ours? If I remember correctly, the moon rose before they left the village, and they had a meal in the cave before setting off. Calculating the time, it should be around 10 o'clock in the evening on Earth now. Hong Hong looked up at the sun in the sky and guessed, maybe, I don't know if the sun here will set. If it does, it means that their time is opposite to ours. If the sun has not set, it means that their time is very inconsistent. Minato's face was slightly moved. Good luck. This may be the future's physical condition acting up. He had long realized that following the future, everything would develop in a good direction. For example, when doing tasks, as long as it is related to luck, they can complete it easily, such as finding cats, dogs, people, things, etc. Often when they accept a task, the task target will appear in front of them in a seemingly reasonable, but actually not normal, but speechless way. For example, the first task was to find the lost tiger cub. They just stayed on the treetops for a while, look at the bell-grabbing competition of Class 8, and then Xiaohu swaggered over right under their noses. It seems that this action will also develop in a good direction. For a moment, he was not so worried. Look, from the entrance to now. They encountered a sleeping crab. Although the big guy was startled by Linghua and the others' idea, it was not discovered by it. They were shocked for a chapter just after they left the cave, but after they left, the guards slowly came over. This luck, who else is there? Flying. Hong Hongwa suddenly stunned. She hurriedly called Chenshu, stop, I feel like there seems to be something there. This was her sudden feeling. And she believed it firmly. Because every time she picked up something, she would have this feeling. This time it was in the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, so what she could pick up must be a rare treasure. Nangshu had heard Hong Hong talk about her characteristics before, and his eyes suddenly lit up, and he hurriedly flew in the direction she pointed. Ichiraku, who didn't know Hong Hong, was a little confused. Just when he wanted to ask why, he realized that except for him, all the 7 people looked in that direction with excitement. What's wrong with you? He asked subconsciously. Future looked at that direction with expectation on his face too. He explained, it's normal that you don't know. My sister actually has the characteristics of a treasure-hunting rat. Ichiraku, confused face, he was even more confused. Characteristics of a treasure-hunting rat? What does that mean? Linghua, who was standing by, saw that he didn't understand, so she continued with Future's words, it's the kind that you can pick up money when you go out, you will drop top-quality equipment when you beat people, you will win every time you gamble, and even if you dig a pit, you have a great chance of digging an ancient tomb. They are all very familiar with future, even with Sister Hong Hong. Although Ichiraku is also familiar, he has never spent a long time with Sister Hong Hong. In the past 3 years, he has either been studying cooking behind closed doors or practicing related ninjutsu to make cooking easier. That's why he went from being the last in the class to being one of the top 10 graduates in just 3 years. He can be called a dark horse. This made his mother very happy. His son finally looked like a ninja, and he would never follow his father's path and become a chef ninja. So he didn't know this. He was stunned when he heard Ling Hua say this. Then he thought of something in his mind, and asked hurriedly, "Wait, you have more treasures every now and then, is this because of Sister Hong Hong?" Although he often practiced in seclusion, went to school, and delivered food, he didn't spend much time with the future, and it was good to have an hour of reunion time in 3 days. Several times, he noticed that Minato and the others had expensive treasures in their hands, and he thought they were given to them by their teachers. So he never asked. Now listening to Ling Hua's words, these treasures are not all because of Sister Hong Hong. Hearing this, Minato nodded, yes. He found that the future siblings were really amazing. Sister Hong Hong is good luck for herself, and the future is to make others lucky. Almost all the treasures they got were given by Sister Hong Hong, and if he was with Mirai, he would not be able to pick up good things, because good things would go to the people who were with him. Thinking of this, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Maybe Sister Hong Hong doesn't have this characteristic, but because she has been with Mirai for so long, she has been infected with this kind of good luck. For a moment, he seemed to have discovered Watson's blind spot. Soon, the rope tree flew to the direction pointed by Hong Hong with the barrier. This is on the hillside of the back mountain of a small mountain village. There are dense jungles all around, but they are not as tall as the trees on Earth. The largest diameter of each tree is only about half a meter, and trees with a diameter of 20 to 30 centimeters are everywhere. I am used to seeing the big trees in the fire country that are 1 or 2 meters thick and dozens or hundreds of meters high. Suddenly seeing these short trees, I feel a little surprised about Minato and others. As they landed, Hong Hong followed her instinct and walked to a big tree, took out a kunao and dug the ground. After digging about 1 meter, soon, a wooden box with exquisite shape and complex patterns was dug out. Judging from the environment where it was buried, the box should be quite old. The box was full of the ancient atmosphere of time, but the box was not rotten, as if it was cast with fine steel. However, the small lock on it had decayed, and now only half of the lock arm was hooked on the wooden box. The buckle of the wooden box was not broken, but the lock was broken. It seems that the quality of this lock is not as good as the buckle of the wooden box. Shenchu stretched out his hand and pinched the slightly dry soil on the ground, guessing, the quality of this lock is very good. If you want to completely corrode and break the lock arm, I'm afraid it will take at least 100 years. Maybe, but if it rains often, this time will be shorter. Well, I said, and looked at the box in his sister's hand. Curiously asked, "Sister, let's see what's inside." Everyone gathered around and looked at the small box carefully. "Okay." Hong Hong responded, stretched out her hand to tear off the lock, opened the lock, and lifted the lid. What appeared inside was not pearls, agates, or jade, but a piece of leather that was neatly folded and looked new. It looked a bit like animal skin. But it was new only compared to the old wooden box. It actually had some spots on it. After Hong Hong carefully took out the leather stored inside, she subconsciously handed the box to Shenchu. He took the leather and spread it out. When everyone saw the 7 big words written on it, their faces suddenly changed. Bird in a Cage Establishment Notes. Chapter 527. Everyone looked at the animal skin notebook in Sister Hong Hong's hand in doubt. Then they all looked at Ling Hua. They all knew about the bird in the cage curse seal, which was a means for the main family of the Hyga clan to control the branch family. It was also the current foundation of the Hyga clan. It was an important cornerstone for maintaining the seemingly stable and harmonious Hyga clan. Hong Hong also looked at Ling Hua, and she subconsciously handed it to Ling Hua. After the latter just came to her senses, she said, "This records the skills of your clan, take a look." After Ling Hua took it, she didn't want to hide it. She spread it directly on the ground, and several people squatted and read it. It was written in plain language, and the handwriting was standard, without any style. "I am from the Hyga clan. I found that every year someone in our clan would go missing for no apparent reason. Originally I thought that other ninja villages were coveting our clan's bloodline. After all, our Hyuga clan's Bun is the strongest in the ninja world. Even the Blood Dragon I clan and the Sharingan clan cannot compare to our Bun clan. The only one who can restrain us is the Red Eye clan. But their people are thousands of miles away. Sooner or later, our Hyuga clan will destroy the people of this clan. If it were in the past, everyone would sneer when seeing this. Bun is indeed very strong, but if compared with Sharingan, it is just that. Even the Bun can only be compared with the Sharingan of the 3 Magadama level. If the Sharingan evolves to the Manjaki level, even if there are 100 pairs of Bun, they will be easily slaughtered. But since they knew that the Byakugan could jump directly to the Samsara Eye, they realized that it made sense that the Byakugan was stronger than the Sharingan. Because there are 3 major eye techniques circulating in this world, the Samsara Eye, the Sharingan, and the Byakugan. Among them, the Samsara Eye is not an advanced eye of the Sharingan. Through the future narration, they all know that in order to open the Samsara Eye, they need to draw out the yin and yang power of the 6 path sage. The highest form of the Sharingan is the Eternal Eye level, which is the path that Uchiha Madara has taken. It is through the transplantation and absorption of the Manjaki Sharingan of a loved one that it is possible to awaken the eye. Moreover, the Samsara Eye is directly comparable to the Samsara Eye. The ability of the Samsara Eye is above the Eternal Eye. It controls all the rules of the ninja world. It has the power of the 7 paths. So from this point of view, the Samsara Eye is really strong. Nawaki is a person who can't hide things. After reading this passage, he couldn't help but ask, Rika, your ancestors also came to the moon. They actually found a note about the Hyuga clan among the people of the Otsutsuki clan. The question is whether the person who wrote this note is a chatterbox. The first 7 characters clearly read bird in a cage original note. But the beginning is directly irrelevant with such a paragraph. He kept talking and didn't get to the point directly. Maybe, after all, this passage is arranged behind the mountain where my clan used to live. Mirai interrupted, don't talk, keep reading. His words made the 2 of them stop talking and continue to watch the next record. I am an elder of the Hyuga clan, and was assigned by the clan leader to find the lost people. At first, I thought that other ninja villages wanted the blood of Bun, so I traveled around various countries, big and small. I found that although those ninja clans coveted the blood of my clan, no one had ever succeeded. After 10 years of investigation, I found that the blood of my clan did not seem to be caused by other ninja villages, but came from the clan. So I returned to the clan quietly and hid. Sure enough, my guess was right. The person who stole the blood of my clan appeared from the back mountain. I following that person, I entered the glowing spring and came here. When I quietly walked out of the cave, I was surprised to find that the people here were just like our Hyuga people, with Baiyan everywhere. At that time, I was shocked, I was excited, but I was also terrified. Since these people also have Baiyan, why do they want to steal the blood of my tribe? So I still lurked and wanted to find the answer by myself. Shang Shu opened his mouth. He looked at the information on a piece of animal skin that he was about to finish reading. He wanted to say something, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he was covered by a slap from the future. It made him speechless. Future guy. Hey! I finally found out why they wanted my tribe's Baiyan. In their tribe, there is a latent genetic blood disease, some of their children were born without eyes. That's why they set their sights on my tribe. They captured members of my tribe, forcibly took out their Baiyan, and transplanted them into the eyes of half-grown children, so that they could gain sight. And the people of my tribe whose eyes were dug out were thrown into the so-called temple by them as nutrients for mysterious sacrifices. I saw with my own eyes that the tribe member was still shedding blood and tears, and was thrown in pain. Accompanied by a scream, he never appeared again. The handwriting began to be sloppy here, and it can be seen that the Hyuga elder who wrote here was in a very uneasy mood. Because the previous handwriting was very regular, just like a stereotyped person. But from the next step, the handwriting revealed anger. This is a group of demons. They covet the Baiyan of our Hyuga clan. There are Baiyan everywhere here. Maybe they don't have Baiyan, just like those children without eyes. That is the true face of their tribe. As for why some children are born with Bun, I guess it must be that their ancestors have already obtained Bun, and then their offspring will also be born with Bun. Perhaps the little devil without eyes is not sick, but has a reversion phenomenon. I want to take back that person's eyes, but I found that the demons here are very powerful. I have seen with my own eyes that they used a sphere similar to an eye to smash a meteorite as big as the Fire Country in an instant. That power is too terrible. And the place where the artifact eyeball is stored is where the temple is located. The guards there are extremely strict, and there are countless puppets with strength comparable to that of Chunin. Even the gatekeepers are high-level puppets with the strength of hundreds of Jonin. With my strength, and even the strength of my clan, I can't defeat the people here at all. So for the prosperity of my clan, I decided to study a technique used to protect my people. It's called the bird in a cage technique, which protects the tribe members in a cage so that they can't be forcibly taken away by this group of people. The people who lost their eyes died in pain in that horrible temple. So far, the content recorded on the animal skin has ended. Shang Shu saw that everyone had turned their eyes away, and their expressions were all changing. He hurriedly broke free from the future's hand and asked, "That's it? Where is the original notebook? How come after reading the whole article, only he wants to develop the bird in a cage curse seal?" And according to the future, the Otsutsuki clan and the Hyuga clan are the same, and they are born with the Bai Yan. How come he has become the Otsutsuki clan, coveting the Hyuga clan's Bai Yan? Ling Hua didn't answer him, but looked at the animal skin. She clenched her fists tightly. There were inexplicable emotions in her eyes. So, the so-called bird in a cage technique, is to protect us. Mirai reached out and held her hand to comfort her. He knew that Ling Hua must be in a complicated mood now. It was a technique that had harmed all their branches and brought them endless pain, but its original purpose was just to protect them. As long as the enemy dared to take out the eyes, the Bun and the main body would die completely, turning into useless eyes and flesh. If this goes on, the Hyuga clan will no longer be remembered by others. Because remembering is useless. In this way, the purpose of protecting the Hyuga clan can be achieved. Neither of them answered what Naoki said, which made Naoki want to cry. He couldn't help but look at Hong Hong. I really want to have a 15-year-old girl with black hair, red eyes, and a curvy figure to hug and comfort me. Noticing Naoki's gaze, Hong Hong just smiled at him and ignored him. Instead, she hesitated and speculated, this animal skin is likely to have been cast with some kind of magic. That's all you can see on the surface, but to decipher the hidden information, perhaps something is needed. As she spoke, she narrowed her eyes slightly and said thoughtfully, just like the stone tablets of my clan, they require the Sharingan to decipher, so this animal skin may require the Byakugan, or some special technique, to reveal the hidden information. They didn't talk about the Byakugan of the Otsutsuki clan, because they all thought that the Hyuga ancestors were wrong, and what the future said was right. Chapter 528. Ling Hua was silent for a long time. Then she calmed down and said, "I'll try to see if I can see other things with the Bun." Everyone nodded, then stepped back and gave way. Seeing this, Ling Hua no longer hesitated, gathered her hands in front of her chest and made a seal. Concentrated the chakra in her body. She shouted, "Bun open!" Then she shifted her sight to the animal skin spread on the ground. The next moment, a magical scene happened. I saw that the animal skin suddenly lit up with a light. The light was not very dazzling, it was as bright as a 10-watt incandescent bulb. At the same time, with the appearance of the light, the animal skin seemed to be lifted up by some mysterious force. Slowly floated in the air. Before Shenshu and the others could exclaim. The light on the animal skin slowly converged, and then in the puzzled eyes of everyone, it slowly fell to the ground. After it fell to the ground, the light on the animal skin completely disappeared. Everyone blinked their eyes, at a loss. That's it. Rope Tree was about to open his mouth to say something, but was covered by a slap from Future. Not sure, wait and see. The friends also listened to his thoughts and stared at the animal skin quietly. This wait, a minute passed. Nothing unusual. Rope Tree and others. Degree. They just raised their heads to look at Future and Ling Hua, and then they found out that Future and Hong Hong, the brother and sister, were not looking at the animal skin at all, but were staring at Ling Hua together. At this moment, Ling Hua's eyes were bulging with blue veins, but her eyes were blank and out of focus. It was as if she had amnesia and was in a daze. At this moment, even if their brains were slow, such as Rope Tree, they knew something. The scene of love that requires special pupil power to see is actually only visible to pupil users. Then why were they staring at the animal skin just now? However, Ling Hua was obviously in self-awareness, and they could not see anything. As for Walai and Hong Hong, everyone rolled their eyes speechlessly. Walai and his brother obviously knew this, but they did not say it. If you two siblings had said it earlier, you and others would not be staring at the animal skin like a fool. Of course, they just condemned it mercilessly with their eyes, and would not really say anything, make a noise, and disturb Ling Hua. However, since the animal skin was useless, Shenchu picked it up curiously. He looked at it in front of his eyes and felt that the animal skin had only been around for about a year. The box should have the ability to prevent the erosion of time. Then he sniffed it with his nose, and there was no rotten smell of dead things as imagined. On the contrary, there was a faint smell of meat. It seems to have been filled with spices such as octagonal fruit, cinnamon, bay leaves, etc. After smelling this, he couldn't help but lick it, and his eyes lit up immediately. Wow! It was actually cooked with spices. After so long, it still smells good. As he said this, he subconsciously bit it twice. It didn't move. This surprised him, because his physical strength is far beyond that of ordinary people. With the pure strength of his left arm alone, he can lift a 2-ton weight. If he uses both hands, 5 tons is no problem. If he uses the technique, he can directly lift a 30-ton weight. Although he didn't use the technique just now, he couldn't bite through the animal skin with a bite force of nearly 1 ton. You can imagine how tough this skin must be. Minato and others all moved several steps away from the rope tree. Their eyes were full of disgust. Walai took her sister's hand and took 2 steps back again. They almost retreated to the edge of the barrier. When they had no way to retreat, they had to stop. Looking at Shenchu's appearance, Walai took her sister's hand, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, "Sister, look, Shenchu is not hygienic at all. He wants to try everything. He tasted the saliva of a big crab before, and now he bites a piece of animal skin. It has only been a short time, and he has forgotten the lesson. I think he must be seriously ill." After Walai finished speaking, he pointed to his temple. The meaning was very clear. Shenchu had a problem with his brain. This made Shenchu very angry. He hurriedly threw down the animal skin and said in a low voice, "I'm just curious, not mentally ill." Listening to his sophistry, Hung Hong's face became even more weird. She never thought that Shenchu would have such a habit. It was really knowledgeable. Before she could say anything, Ling Hua had already suddenly, she regained consciousness. Her face was extremely complicated, and she couldn't help muttering to herself, "So that's it." Hearing her words, Walai hurriedly abandoned the rope tree, walked towards her and asked, "How is it? Is there a way to crack it?" This animal skin is said to be the creation notes of bird in the cage curse seal, so it must be possible to know the specific principles of the technique. In this way, it is easy to deduce the method of removing this curse. After hearing this, Ling Hua quickly calmed down and looked at everyone. She was a little surprised. Why did they all hide so far away? Their expressions were like seeing some kind of white, long tail, slowly crawling larvae. But seeing that everyone became curious, she didn't ask what happened anymore. She shook her head and said, "No, the principle of this technique is very complicated and profound. The predecessor who developed the caged bird technique was really a powerful person. He clearly knew the complex structure between the human body and soul and could easily connect the body and soul. He achieved the result that the eye would die and the bun would be scrapped. Once this technique is planted, then this caged bird will never be removed in a lifetime." She said so, but there was no sadness or loss on her face. Because she knew there was a way to remove the control of this curse. Samsara Eye. This is the ultimate eye technique that surpasses the bun. Since after the evolution, there will be a round of rebirth and cleansing of the bones and marrow. So the bun will remove this curse from the inside out during the evolution. Kushina asked curiously, "Can the Rinnegan remove the curse seal?" Ling Hua smiled and nodded at the little sister, "Well, as long as my eyes can evolve, I can remove the curse seal." Hearing this, the future and others were extremely happy for Ling Hua. They are all ninjas, yearning for a free life. Do tasks every day, eat good food, learn advanced ninjutsu, and then do things you love with the people you like, such as shopping, traveling, and making babies. But the branch families of the Hyuga clan are not so lucky. As long as they are born in a branch family, they will be branch family members for their entire lives and will never be able to live according to their own ideas. Because their fate has been determined and firmly controlled by the main family. "Thank you." Ling Hua thanked sincerely. Although only Kushina spoke just now, she knew that they all thought so in the future. Rope Tree picked up the box he had just put on the ground and was about to put the animal skin in it. Before his hand touched the animal skin, something strange happened. The animal skin quickly turned yellow, smelled, and rotted. It was like a dead animal, and time had accelerated 1,000 times on it. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. This scene scared Rope Tree a lot. After smelling the stench, he held his breath and quickly stepped back. A trace of astonishment gradually appeared on his face. No. I didn't do anything. How could it rot? Linghua hurriedly smiled and comforted, it's not your fault. The chakra on this animal skin has turned into information and poured into my mind. At this moment it has no chakra, so it naturally dissipated. This made Rope Tree understand. You mean this animal skin has been placed for a long time? Does this box have no power to stop time? Linghua nodded, well, although I don't know how long it has been, but according to the time when the bird in the cage curse seal appeared, it has been at least about 800 years. Hearing such a long time, Shenshu and others were stunned. It's been so long? For a moment, everyone looked at the box in Shenshu's hand. This wooden box is amazing. It has been buried in the soil for so long, but there is no trace of damage. Even the lock buckle is the same. Only the lock has decayed to only a little. But think about 800 years. Then this lock can still retain some shape, obviously it is not as bad as they think in the future. This lock was also a valuable treasure at that time. It's a pity that it is not as awesome as the wooden box. If you think about it this way, the animal skin can still be preserved until now, and this wooden box has resisted some of the erosion of the passage of time. Chapter 529. Since the animal skin has been used up, the next few people are ready to leave and fly towards the island. Raihua, here, this is your box. Before taking off, Shenshu wanted to return the wooden box to Linghua. After all, the box contained the handwritten notes of the ancestors of the Hyga clan, and it should belong to the Hyga clan, but the latter refused. She smiled, and was obviously in a good mood. No, this box will stay with you. Shenshu was stunned. He didn't expect that Linghua didn't want it. He couldn't help but look at Hong Hong. This box was found by her, so it should be hers. After noticing Shenshu's gaze, Hong Hong smiled at him. Shaking her head, she said, Shenshu-jun, just accept it. This wooden box can resist the passage of time. Although it is likely to only resist half of the time, it is already a rare treasure. If it is used to hold precious medicinal materials, then its role will be great. Although the sealing technique can stop time, it needs chakra to maintain it. Without chakra, the sealing technique is like a home appliance without electricity, with only appearance but no function. Rope Tree looked around, and the other friends shook their heads. Although they were curious about this treasure, since Sister Hong Hong gave it to Brother Rope Tree, they didn't want to compete with him. In this regard, Rope Tree took it. But when he opened his mouth and wanted to swallow it into his stomach, he was stunned to find that this thing could not be swallowed. He felt a mysterious force that prevented the seal pattern in his mouth from working. Strange, why can't I swallow it? Everyone knows a little about snake swallowing technique. This is a storage function developed by teacher Orochimaru. It contains a huge space, and it seems that even a big house can be swallowed and packed away. The problem is that the chakra required is also huge. Future asked curiously, did I use less chakra? This box can resist the passage of time, even if it is only half. It is quite amazing. Perhaps it contains unspeakable mysterious power, so it is difficult to swallow. Rope Tree shook his head and frowned, no, I feel that the amount of chakra I used just now is enough to swallow a table, but this thing is not moving at all, as if my technique is ineffective against it. Everyone listened to Rope Tree's words and couldn't help but look at the wooden box again with curiosity. The lid of the wooden box is engraved with magical patterns. Although it is a bit abstract, if you look closely, you can vaguely see the outline of a big tree, and below it is a scene of countless people worshipping. The tree is very tall, and the crown of the tree almost occupies all the surfaces of the lid of the box, as if the crown of the tree covers the sky. Different scenes are engraved around the wooden box. However, because it was too abstract, no one could tell what it was. It always felt a bit like a ghost painting. As he looked at it, Wei's face gradually became strange and surprised. The picture carved on the lid of the box, especially the tree canopy that almost looked like the sky, made him think of a tree. A tree that did not originally belong to this planet. Could this be the sacred tree where Kagaya Otsutsuki ate the fruit? His words stunned everyone collectively. What? You mean, This picture is the picture of the ancients worshipping the sacred tree during the six-path sage period. If you put it that way, it does look like the picture of the ancients worshipping the gods. The friends were stunned by his reminder. They never thought that Sister Honghong would find a wooden box from the six-path sage period by just digging casually, and in addition to the Haiga clan's bird in the cage curse seal initial notes, the value of the wooden box itself is inestimable. The expression on Rope Tree's face gradually became excited. Master Orochimaru will definitely like this wooden box with secrets. I will give it to him when I go back. No one had any objection to this. Lord Orochimaru is indeed a big shot in the field of research, and he is involved in everything. For example, the home appliances they are using now were developed by Lord Orochimaru. If biotechnology was not full of uncertainty, and the differences in everyone's physical fitness and bloodline were beyond people's imagination, they would have no doubt that Lord Orochimaru would also share the potion for strengthening the body. Since the sealing technique is useless for this wooden box, Rope Tree did not think of using the sealing scroll. The principle of their snake swallowing technique is the same as that of the sealing scroll, both of which seal objects in a different space. The only difference is that the sealing scroll is a scroll-shaped paper carrier made of special and expensive materials. The snake swallowing technique uses the human digestive system. The latter can store so many things. In addition to the advanced sealing technique used by Orochimaru, the digestive system is also extremely long. The intestines of an adult are about 7 to 9 meters long, from the pylorus at the lower end of the stomach to the anus, and the large intestine and small intestine are also included in the middle. Even if they are still small in the future, only about 3 to 6 meters, it is quite impressive. So Rope Tree directly took out the tablecloth, wrapped the wooden box, and tied it to his body. After doing all this, he used his unique earth escape technique to let the barrier take everyone to fly to the Sky Island again. But while flying, Honghong spoke again. Rope Tree, I feel like there is something in the water. Hearing this, everyone urged directly, go down and take a look. After the incident just now, even Yul couldn't help but be happy after hearing what Sister Honghong said. He already had a clear understanding of Sister Honghong's treasure hunting ability. Okay. Rope Tree didn't ask, and directly controlled the barrier and fell towards the water surface. Ling Hua hurriedly opened the bin and looked around. Although the bin and the naked eye can't see the Kaifang barrier, there will still be something strange when entering and leaving the water. If someone looks at this side, and happens to see that the water surface is suddenly squeezed by something invisible, they will definitely be curious and alert. Rope Tree stopped just as he was about to fly into the water. He seemed to react to something and turned his head to look at Ling Hua. Everyone did the same thing, and they all looked at Ling Hua. Mirai and her sister looked at each other, and they all opened the Sharingan, although its perception was far inferior to the Bun. But helping Ling Hua look around can also share some of her burden. Soon, the brother and sister both retracted their pupil skills and shook their heads, saying, no one around noticed this place. Ling Hua followed and said, no one used the Bun to look here. Hearing this, Shenchu nodded and said nothing. As he changed the gravity, Kushina changed the volume, greatly reducing its buoyancy. Everyone soon sank under the lake. Following Sister Honghong's intuition, they soon saw a palace. The lake here is very deep, about 30 meters, and Kushina's expression began to become a little solemn. The huge water pressure squeezed on the barrier, causing her consumption to be a little too much. But fortunately, they soon arrived at the desolate and dilapidated palace. Under the control of Shenchu, they soon entered the palace directly at the door. This is a palace dedicated to something. It should not be called a palace, but a temple. It seems to have been abandoned. On the main seat of the temple, a half-body stone statue is sitting. Its upper body has disappeared, and there are countless fragments scattered on the ground in front of it. I think these fragments should be its upper body. However, the fragments are too broken, and there are some messy water plants covering the stone fragments, so everyone can't tell what it is. Everyone just looked around curiously, but they all noticed that Kushina was a little tired, so they didn't waste any more time. Honghong pointed to some stones scattered in the corner and said, I just feel that this stone is a bit strange. Hearing this, Rope Tree directly controlled the stone pointed by Honghong. This stone is the size of a human head. Mirai and Minato directly carried it into the barrier. Because they both stepped on the barrier, when they picked up the stone, they almost pressed the barrier to the ground. Mirai thought about it, opened his mouth wide, and swallowed the stone into his stomach. He planned to wait until he got to the land and take a good look at what magical place this stone had. After doing all this, Rope Tree looked at Hong Hong, and the meaning was very clear, asking if there was anything else. Hong Hong looked around and didn't notice anything wrong, so she shook her head. Seeing this scene, everyone understood. Obviously there is no treasure here. So with the joint efforts of Rope Tree and Kushina, they quickly rushed out of the water. Fly towards the Sky Island. Chapter 530. After flying to the Sky Island, the Future and others were numb. Even though they were siblings with Uchiha Hong, the Future was numb. As soon as they landed on the ground, they found a hidden place. After confirming that it was safe, the Future opened his mouth and vomited. Ugh! The next moment, as he reversed the sealing technique, 6 things fell out of his mouth. There were stones, ninja tools that could cut iron like mud, teapots with special functions, precious medicines, and even a bird egg. The most important thing is that the Future also picked up a complete puppet. Because there were still sealing cloth strips on it that had not been removed. So it had not been activated yet. The Future recognized this puppet, which was a wireless puppet controlled by Otsutsuki Tonari. It seemed to be a few points more advanced than ordinary puppets, and it should be a high-level puppet with strength comparable to that of a jonin. But why did it fall into the water, and it was still intact? Just like it just came out of the factory. Sister, why don't you come to our Team 7? Mirai looked at his vomit with a numb look on his face. Why does it feel like my sister's luck has been extraordinary on this trip to the moon? Look, what did they pick up on the way from the cave to Sky Island? Priceless, suspected to be a wooden box from the 6 Paths period, which contains the foundation of the Hyuga clan. And then there are these 6 strange items. Just the short blade-like ninja tool alone is enough to sell for 1,000,000 taels, because it is a chakra short blade. It can channel chakra. Shang Shu was immediately anxious. He quickly pushed Wali aside and said, "Come to our class 8. I'll give you the captaincy." Future. Brother, do you want to fight? Fight, fight. Who's afraid of you? Shang Shu said, rolling up his sleeves, and then said, "Whoever loses, let Hong Hong go to his team." Okay, whoever wins, wait. Wali was about to agree, but suddenly realized. This bastard said that whoever loses, let the sister go to the losing side. This bastard Shang Shu definitely knew that he couldn't beat him, so he said the same thing. He was speechless. When Shang Shu saw Wali's reaction, a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Why didn't he get him involved? He couldn't beat him in a win, but he was absolutely confident in a lose. Hong Hong looked at the 2 boys who were arguing for her. She was angry and amused. She was angry because they didn't know that she already had a team. And the 3 sisters got along well, she didn't want to leave them. What was funny was that the 2 people's plans were written on their faces. They just valued their good luck and wanted to let her join their team. In this way, as long as she went on a mission, with her good luck, she could pick up a lot of good things. For example, this time. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at the 2 of them. This look directly made the bones of the 2 people soft. The original quarreling expressions disappeared involuntarily. What a cute Hong Hong! What a cute sister! The 2 had almost the same expression on their faces. Stop arguing, I won't join your team, I have my own team. Hearing this, Shenshu and Wei came back to their senses, looked at each other, and didn't say anything else. On the other hand, Minato was holding Kushina, while Kushina was holding Rika towards the Future's vomit. Ever since Minato had viciously dealt with the Future in front of the Konoha gate last time, making him feel disgusted by himself, he had never spit anything out with saliva. Rika picked up the teapot and looked at it curiously, but it was stained with mud. Although the Future had roughly cleaned it once, it was not clean. So she spread out her storage scroll, took out the basin and the brush. She held the basin and shouted to Ichiraku, "Ichiraku, give me some water." Ichiraku ignored the Future and the others, but followed Minato and the others to the side of the vomit. Hearing this, he responded and made a basin of water. He knew what Rika wanted to do. And it was not to wash vegetables, so he directly used chakra to make water. Because this kind of water is made by chakra, it will dissipate quickly. But it is more than enough to clean the teapot. After all, although this water is made of chakra, it also has some characteristics of water. After spraying the water, Ichiraku turned his head and looked at a chakra short blade among the 6 items. He picked it up and took a look. The wooden handle of this knife has decayed. As he exerted a little force, the wooden handle was easily deformed by him like a sponge. At the same time, a lot of water stains were squeezed out, and the smell of rotten wood was emitted. Obviously, this short blade has been soaked in water for a long time. However, the metal part of the short blade has not changed at all, not even a layer of rust has grown. The partially exposed edge of the blade is still colorful black, and it can still reflect a layer of black light in the sun. However, since it was taken out from the mud at the bottom of the lake, it is still covered with a layer of brown mud. He turned around and took out a towel from the storage scroll. After soaking the towel in Linghua's basin, he used it to wash the short blade. He washed the wooden handle together. Kushina took a fancy to the precious medicine, which was also picked in the water. It looks like a radish, but the roots are very long and are also covered with mud. She also came to the basin and washed this unknown medicinal material. Minato was looking at the bird egg. This bird egg was the size of a human head, with fist-sized spots on it. They saw it on a reef on the lake. Although he didn't know what kind of bird this egg was from, just looking at its large size, it must be delicious if fried into a poached egg. If Nana made it, it would definitely taste better. Slurp. Thinking about it, his saliva was almost flowing down. Mirai and Nawaka didn't argue anymore. Seeing that the two of them had calmed down, Hong Hong didn't care about them anymore, but came to the vomit. She looked in front of the stone that gave her a strong feeling, squatted down and looked at it carefully. From the outside, this stone was just an ordinary stone that had been sunk in the mud for who knows how many years. It was covered with a layer of weeds and some silt. She looked at the mud, and then subconsciously looked at Linghua and the other two who were washing the treasures in the basin, and finally her eyes stopped at the basin that had turned into muddy water. Her expression finally became strange. Linghua, who has always been very sensitive to sight, naturally noticed Sister Hong Hong's sight. She looked at her in confusion and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Hong Hong looked at her brother who tilted his head and didn't look at the front, and Chenchu who was doing the same thing beside him, and couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. "I think it's hard for Walai, he actually put all these things in his mouth." Linghua and the two people who were washing were all stunned. They all looked at the basin involuntarily, and at this moment it had turned into muddy sewage. And the treasures in their hands had just been washed. Thinking back, these treasures have all been in and out of Walai's mouth. For a moment, the three of them looked at Walai, and their sight stayed in his mouth for a particularly long time. It was like she wanted to open his mouth, pry open his teeth, see his throat, and see if his mouth was full of mud. Minato sighed, it's really hard for him. He actually swallowed all these things into his body. Doesn't he know that they all have storage scrolls? Kushina glanced at the little sister, and couldn't help but lean close to her ear and joked, when you and Mirai do that in the future, make sure he washes his mouth. Linghua, Omega. Linghua is no longer a child. She is 11 years old and almost 12 years old. Naturally, she knows what the little sister means. She was so embarrassed that she blushed. She rolled her eyes at her and said unhappily, "You're going to die. This kind of thing is also brought up. This girl has no shame." Looking at Linghua's exasperated look, Kushina chuckled. Not caring about the little sister's angry expression, she continued, "He also said that Nawaka-kun is a pervert. In fact, he is quite perverted. You have to be very careful in the future." Hee. Nawaka. Mirai, degree_degree. He walked directly to Minato, slapped him, and said unhappily, "Take care of your wife." Nawaka nodded in agreement. "That's right. Look, they are making up stories about his cousin. This time it's Minato and Kushina's turn to make a scene. Omega, so shy. But I'm so happy, they said we are husband and wife. This is a blessing." Chapter 531. Similar to this shape. A group of people sat down around 6 treasures. These treasures have been cleaned up, like the short blade of Okamoto 0.01, a bit like the kitchen knife used by Sister Baoer. One side is sharpened, and the tip of the blade is very sharp. An exquisite teapot, after being washed by Linghua, it exudes a bronze color, and the pattern on it is very complicated, just like morning glory. After Linghua's inspection, it is a storage treasure. The medicinal materials washed by Kushina, after she and Linghua looked through the book for identification, were finally determined to be 1,000-year-old water ginseng, a kind of ginseng, which is extremely rare. The medicinal properties are mild, and it is very tonic to eat. Even if the elderly who are so old that half of their bodies are buried in the ground eat it, they can increase their lifespan by about 1 year. If this precious ginseng was given to Grandma Mito, she could live at least another half a year. In addition, its therapeutic effect is also top-notch. Even if there is only one breath left, swallowing this 1,000-year-old water ginseng can pull people back from the hands of the king of hell. I have heard of wild ginseng and artificial ginseng, but this is the first time I have heard of ginseng in water. Shenchu looked at this precious ginseng in amazement. Walai glanced at him directly and muttered, "You short-sighted guy, what's wrong with ginseng in water? Who said that ginseng can't grow in water?" Shenchu, number. He glared at Walai, always feeling that this kid had eaten explosives. He didn't even flirt with Hong Hong, why was he so angry? Seeing that the two were about to quarrel, Hong Hong hurriedly said, "Okay, stop quarreling, let's divide it." Hearing this, although everyone was very tempted, they all waved their hands to refuse. "No, no, no, you found it, we can't take it." "Yes, Sister Hong Hong, these are all yours. We didn't do anything, we don't deserve it." "Sister Hong Hong, please take them all, this place is so big, we can find other good things." The previous treasure box belonged to the Hyga clan, and the animal skin inside had disappeared, leaving only the treasure box. And the picture recorded on the treasure box seemed to be a sacred tree in ancient times. It was of no use to them, so they gave it to the rope tree. But every treasure here is very helpful to people, so they didn't want it. Seeing them like this, Hong Hong couldn't help but smile. This reminded her of when she had just graduated and had just formed a team with Leslie and the others. When she was dividing the treasure, the teacher and teammates also looked like this. She had experience with this, so she smiled and said, "My luck is good, but luck is not good, just like a bucket, if it is too full, it will overflow. Everything must be done in moderation. If I accept all these treasures, I am afraid that good luck will turn into bad luck." In the past, Minato and his friends did not believe in fate, but since they became apprentices and experienced the Death God's clone thinking about rope tree, they also have a certain concept of God. This time, they all saw Sister Hong Hong's good luck and believed it more firmly. In this world, there are always some people who are blessed by good luck, but as Sister Hong Hong said, if it is too full, it will overflow. You have to master a degree. Just like humans planting crops, if you demand too much, the fields will slowly no longer be able to support the growth of grains. This luck is good and bad, and they all looked at each other for a while, and they all didn't know what to say. Seeing their expressions, and the previous experiences, but the previous ones were just small things, not as valuable as this time, Hong Hong knew that she had convinced them 70% to 80%. So she continued, "Besides, I don't want anything." As she said that, she picked up the special stone she dug out from the stone. As she injected chakra into the stone, a peaceful light gradually emanated. "My Uchiha clan's mentality is not very stable, I will accept this relic." As she said that, she put the relic aside, then picked up the sharp kitchen knife and handed it to Yul. "Yul, this knife is a good tool for cooking. I know you have also learned a good knife technique. This sharp-edged kitchen knife is the most suitable for you." Yul's eyes lit up with joy. He liked this knife very much, otherwise he would not be the first to clean it. But he quickly suppressed his desire, shook his head, took a step back and said, "No, no, no, this is too expensive, I can't take it." After all, he has graduated and worked as a ninja for half a year, so he knows the approximate price of these ninja tools. This ninja sword is priceless at first glance, the wooden handle is rotten and broken, but the blade is intact. And just now he tried in one stroke, it can be said that it can cut iron like mud. In the future, you can use it to cut vegetables and chop bones. Seeing that Yul refused, Hong Hong winked at her brother. Help your sister persuade him. Future understood instantly. He nodded, indicating that he received it, so he walked to Yul's side, put his arm around his shoulders, and said with a smile, "Brother, my sister gave it to you, you just take it. Besides, a good knife is very important for a chef. Don't you want Tatri to use this knife to cook a table of delicious dishes?" He knew where the boy's heart knot was. He attached great importance to food and believed that food was an important wealth given to mankind by nature. And making food delicious, allowing diners to feel some beautiful things from the food, and making people cherish their current life more. It is their duty as kitchen ninjas. I'll said this to them after he glared at the senior ninja. But Yul said but was interrupted by Walai. He took the kitchen knife from his sister and put the handle directly in Yul's hand. Don't say but, besides, if this knife is given to me, it will only gather dust in my body, and I may forget it after a while. Well, I said, he looked at Shenchu again, if I give it to him, do you believe that with his violence, this knife will be useless within 3 days? Yul, degree. I believe it very much. The material of this knife is indeed good, but it can't withstand the violence of brother Shenchu. This guy is more fierce than 100 wild bulls, a beast among beasts. If this knife is in his hands, it will be useless. Shenchu was immediately unhappy. Well, you can say it, why use me as an analogy? And Yul, what do you mean by this look? Do you dislike me? Just when he wanted to grumble, he suddenly saw Hong Hong's comforting eyes. I'm sorry, Nawaka-kun, please don't mind our brother's rudeness. After understanding, the anger in his heart suddenly dissipated and turned into a sweet smile. Hee. For your sister's sake, I won't bother with it. Future's mind was on Ichiraku, so naturally he didn't notice the eye contact between his sister and Nawaki. He continued, as for Minato, he fights at super high speed. For him, this short sword is longer than a kunao, but much shorter than a sword. It's not suitable and a bit off. Minato just smiled at the two of them and didn't say anything. Although this sword has a combat power blessing for him, it is far less than that of Ichiraku. Besides, he is not very proficient in swords. It's like being happy if you have it, and it doesn't matter if you don't have it. Thinking of this, he subconsciously glanced at the bird egg. He still had a special liking for this bird egg. He had never eaten such a big bird egg before. Mirai counted the kitchen knife that was not suitable for Rika, Kushina, and his sister one by one. Although the reason was a bit far-fetched, he successfully made Ichiraku accept the kitchen knife. The latter looked at the kitchen knife in his hand and couldn't let it go. He originally thought that this knife was black, but when the mud was washed off and the lead was exposed, he found that the blade of this knife was pure silver and the blade was black. Rather than saying it was a killing knife, it was better to say it was a cooking knife. After seeing Ichiraku finally accept this weapon, Mirai blinked at his sister. A telegram was sent. Mission accomplished. Hong Hong, great. She gave her brother a thumbs up, which made the latter extremely happy. Even looking at the rope tree was not so disgusting, but rather had a kind of delicate and handsome feeling. If the situation did not allow it, he would have wanted to hug him and kiss him to show his happiness. Everything is difficult at the beginning, but as long as it is started, the rest will be much easier. Hong Hong looked at the water ginseng, her eyes wandering between Kushina and Rika-chan. Both of them were involved in medical skills, and Rika was more advanced than Kushina. After taking a look at the puppet, she quickly had an idea. Kushina-chan, please accept this 1000-year-old water ginseng. Chapter 532. After Kushina symbolically refused, she accepted it. Just as Hong Hong thought, everything is difficult at the beginning. As long as Yul is convinced, the rest will be easy. And the rest of the people have learned from previous experience. Kushina looked at the precious medicine in her hand, and she said with a smile, when we go back, I will find Sister Tsunade and ask her to help prepare this precious medicine into a potion, and then we will share it. Hong Hong just smiled and said nothing. She turned to look at the puppet, and then said to Ling Hua-chan, this puppet is still new. I just noticed that there are traces of puppets on this island. I just didn't see how they move. Since you are also Byan, I think the action of this puppet is more or less related to Byan. Thank you, sister. Ling Hua smiled sweetly at Sister Hong Hong and accepted the puppet. Although she didn't know how to operate the puppet, they hadn't entered the interior of Sky Island yet, so they would know the method later. Moreover, the puppet's strength was comparable to that of a Jonin, and it was a rare helper. Most importantly, through the puppet guards of Sky Island, she could find that these puppets had no lines to control their actions. It seemed that they all had a certain degree of intelligence and could patrol automatically. After Hong Hong smiled back, she picked up a bird egg and handed it to Minato. She noticed that Minato frequently glanced at the bird egg, and thought he liked it more. This should be a summoning egg of a bird. If you can raise it, you will have the ability to fight in the air in the future. Upon hearing this, Minato was stunned. Then he seemed to have thought of something, and he was immediately in tears. It should be because he looked at the bird egg from time to time, so Sister Hong Hong mistakenly thought that he wanted this bird egg. The problem is that she might have guessed wrong, and she wanted to fry it instead of hatching it. Besides, he has a summoning beast. And it is one of the 3 holy places. To be honest, he really doesn't like other summoning beasts. Mirai smiled and put his arm around his shoulders, saying with a smile, "This bird egg is so big. After it hatches, this bird will definitely grow very big. By then, you will have a means of transportation, which is much faster than running on the ground, and it can also save a lot of energy." Kushina was also happy for Minato. She said, "Yes, when your team is on a mission in the future, you can use this bird to quickly send you to the target location." Minato's eyes lit up when he heard it. He heard the 2 words fast. He didn't have many hobbies. And fast was what he liked most. If I was fast enough, Mirai couldn't catch up with me. Thank you, Sister Hong. I really want this bird egg. I'll go back and ask the frogs in Mayaboku Mountain to help hatch this bird egg, and then let the young bird grow up in Mayaboku Mountain by absorbing the rich natural chakra. By then, it will definitely break through the size limit, and maybe grow into a big bird with a wingspan of 100 meters. By then, there will be the big toads on the ground, and this big bird in the sky. Then he will be more comprehensive. As for frying, whoever wants to fry, whoever dares to free his eggs, he will fry their eggs. Finally, several people looked at the last object, which was a palm-sized teapot. It was bronze, with magical patterns, very abstract, although it was hard to tell what was painted on it. But anyone who saw these patterns at a glance would feel a sense of awe. And there were only 2 people in the field who were not assigned. Noticing Hong Hong's embarrassment, Shenshu smiled and said, "Hong Hong, give this to Walai." He patted his back, where a box was wrapped. "I already have this box." This was dug out by Hong Hong, but it was very meaningful. Walai also had the same idea as Shenshu, and he also wanted to give this teapot to Shenshu. Although they quarreled honestly, their relationship was still pretty good. It's just that Shenshu's action was too fast, so he got the upper hand. Hearing this, he hurriedly shook his head and said, "I'm only interested in knives. This teapot is a cultural relic played by Yuren. I can't play with it." "Shenshu, this thing belongs to you." Shenshu raised his eyebrows, "You don't want it?" Hearing this, Walai didn't know why, and his desire to be humble suddenly became less firm. Looking at Walai's appearance, Shenshu's mouth curved, "Little guy, don't think that I, your brother-in-law, can't control you." As he said this, he picked up the teapot on the ground and handed it directly to Walai. "Take it, so that each of us has something, and everyone will feel at ease." After hearing this, Walai looked around. I found that they were all looking at me with the same eyes. It was indeed as they said. If I didn't take it, I'm afraid that Il and the others would not feel at ease if they took it. After all, I was Sister Hong Hong's younger brother. Didn't he get anything, and the others felt uneasy, especially Il who took it first. I'm afraid he would grit his teeth and return the knife. "Okay, I'll take it." Walai nodded in response. As he said that, he looked at the teapot curiously, and his expression suddenly became strange. He found that this was a storage teapot, containing 1 cubic meter of space, which could be used to store tea. This was the information fed back by the teapot after he input chakra. The reason why the lines above are abstract is that these lines themselves are seal lines. If this were placed in ancient times, or even in the Warring States period, it would be a rare treasure, but after the storage scroll was developed by the Uzumaki clan, the value of these storage vessels has been greatly reduced. Especially now, there is an inestimable huge storage space in the future, and the capacity of this cubic meter is not worth looking at all. He tried to see if it could be swallowed into the stomach. If not, just throw it to his father. He likes wine, so he can use it as a wine bottle. It turns out that storage equipment cannot be put into storage equipment. The future's mouth is sore, and he can't suck it in. In desperation, he also learned from the rope tree and found a piece of cloth and tied it to his body. After finishing the division of the spoils, several people put away their thoughts and focused their attention on this sky island. They are all on the periphery, and 100 meters inside is the patrol route of the puppets. After a few people took a look, they quickly figured out the patrol rules of these puppets. The guards here are really strict. If it weren't for Kushina's K-Fang barrier, I'm afraid we can't even get here, and even if we get here, there will be a fight. Rope Tree sighed. If there was no barrier talisman, how could he dare to speak so loudly? He even divided the spoils without paying attention to others. Kushina just smiled and didn't say anything. Ichiraku on the side asked, what should we do? He asked this question, and everyone looked at the future in unison. Even Hong Hong did the same. After all, they felt that their eyes were dark and they were groping blindly at the moment. Future knew more than them, maybe he had some action plan. After thinking for a while, Future said, we should try not to separate, so as to avoid any problems and be defeated one by one. And we will be much safer together with the protection of the barrier talisman. In this way, we should focus on careful exploration and try to find the place where the temple is. I think the Renzheng Eye is most likely there, and even the world here is supported by that power. If I remember correctly, there were only 2 big Renzheng Eyes on the moon during the Fourth War. One is the Bian inherited from the Otsutsuki clan, and the other is the Bian contributed by all the branches. After a large number of fusions, the stone eyeballs formed are the super weapons used by the branches to destroy the main family. Later, these 2 Rinnegan should have been fused together by the Otsutsuki people. But later they were crushed by Naruto and Hinata's balls. Here are beautiful mountains and clear waters, birds singing and flowers blooming, people live and work in peace and contentment, and the surroundings are sunny and windy. This is not the Earth, with a complete ecosystem. So there must be a super strong force to support all these unreasonable things. Now there is no battle between the main branch, and I think the first generation Rinnegan is inside the temple. After hearing what the future said, several people nodded, and they all had ideas in their hearts. Okay, we will focus on exploration. The most important thing is to remember the route distribution, so that if a battle occurs, we will not be unfamiliar with the place. Hong Hong nodded in agreement. Chapter 533. Things went smoothly beyond the imagination of the future. They cleverly avoided all the puppets and the detection of the Otsutsuki personnel. They easily entered the core of the Sky Island. Looking at the huge palace buildings around, especially the scene of many white-eyed people walking around. The future stood in the shadow corridor of a building, trying to hide themselves in the dark to reduce exposure, and then they were amazed. Although this barrier can block the sound, Rope Tree still subconsciously whispered, I thought there were at most 100 people on the entire moon, but I didn't expect that there were no less than 70 or 80 people in this palace alone. There are so many buildings in other places on the Sky Island. The number of people who want to come here is no less than that of one of our 5 major ninja villages. Future and Linghua nodded involuntarily. Indeed. There are more people here than they imagined. Including the people outside, it is estimated that there are at least 10,000 people. The strength of a big ninja village in the ninja world can almost produce this much combat power. And the killer weapons they have are enough to wipe out a big ninja village. So even if they have the cover of Kaifeng barrier, they can't help but feel weak in their hearts. They can't help but be cautious in speaking and moving, for fear that if they don't pay attention, they will be discovered and then be chased and intercepted by a force comparable to a big ninja village. At that time, no matter how talented they will only die. Let's find the reincarnation eye quickly, so as not to have more troubles at night. Future pursed his lips. This statement immediately won the unanimous agreement of the friends. Only Rope Tree asked blankly, this place is so big, how can we find it? After this, everyone subconsciously looked at Future, which made him embarrassed. Don't look at me like that. I haven't been to the moon, so how can I know where they put the reincarnation eye? What I know is that the temple is suspended in the air. But you can see that there is no island in the air here, not even a bird. Hearing this, several people shook their heads in disappointment. It turns out that the future is not omniscient and omnipotent. Minato retracted his gaze. Since he couldn't seek answers from the future, he could only think of other ways. Soon he had an idea, so he asked, why don't we catch someone and use your Sharingan illusion to ask for information? Hearing this, several people hurriedly looked at the future and Hong Hong. Hong Hong was somewhat tempted. This was indeed the best way. It was also the most commonly used method for the Uchiha. But the future rejected it out loud. No, the Byakugan is resistant to our Uchiha illusions. Our illusions are cast through sight, and the Byakugan will hinder the success rate of our illusions. He has been with Rika for the longest time, so they know each other well. At the beginning, he cast an illusion on Minato silently, and it succeeded easily. When it was Rika's turn, he was also very easy, but was quickly cracked by Rika. You know, Minato was talking to himself in the air for a whole morning, until he realized that they were clearly waiting in the future, but after so long, they were still spinning in the same place, and then he realized something was wrong. He didn't notice the illusion, but Rika, who was not as strong as Minato, did. This is caused by the resistance of the Byakugan to illusions. Ling Hua also nodded and said, and I found that the purity of the Bun of the Otsutsuki clan here is quite high. At least few of the main families of our Hyuga clan can compare with them. After hearing this, everyone was silent. The two of them had made it clear that the risk of catching a tongue was too great. After hesitating for a while, Hong Hong thought it would be better to catch someone. Even if they couldn't get anything out of him, they could still detain or kill him first. It was better than them being like headless flies here. Why don't we catch one? I'm quite confident in my illusion. Future has experienced the strength of his sister. After thinking about it, he shook his head and said, no, sister, your illusion is indeed very strong, but if we want to catch a tongue, we must make sure that this person knows where the temple is. Since the reincarnation eye is stored in the temple, it means that the higher the status of the person who knows where the temple is, the stronger his strength will naturally be. This is too risky. As he said this, his eyes suddenly lit up and he looked straight at his sister. He suddenly had an idea in his heart. An idea. He said directly, I do have an idea, but I don't know if it's feasible or not. Everyone laughed, knowing that the future guy was smart and had many tricks. Minato hurriedly urged, don't keep us in suspense, tell us. The friends stopped talking and all looked at the future. The future didn't waste any more time, he quickly said, you all saw my sister's good luck. Everyone nodded hurriedly. They had a deep understanding, it was simply amazing. In just a short journey, they obtained treasures worth no less than Sanma 335 million taels. Especially the Chakra's sharp blade kitchen knife, which is worth about 10 million taels alone. Although the price is a little lower, because its shape is a little smaller, it is priceless. Many people can't buy it even if they have money. That precious medicine is even more amazing, it can heal injuries if there are injuries, and prolong life and regulate the body if there are no injuries. It can't be bought without a price of 1 ma. When everyone heard the word good luck, their eyes lit up, and they vaguely guessed what the future wanted to say. Noticing the thoughts of his friends, the future nodded with a smile on his face and said, yes, it's what you think. Why don't we just leave it to my sister's luck? Minato was the first to agree. I agree. This idea is simply amazing. Sister Hong Hong's luck is amazing. She can pick up money when she goes out, and no one claims it. Although the future's luck is not as exaggerated as Sister Hong, he can make the people around him lucky. If the future is with Sister Hong Hong, can Sister Hong's luck be increased to the top? If you think about it this way, Ami. This idea is very feasible. I agree too. And me. The expressions on everyone's faces are the same as Minato's. Although they did not notice the specialness of the future, they all knew that Sister Hong Hong's luck was really outrageous. Even if she pointed casually, she might point to the buried treasure. Hong Hong saw that the method proposed by the future was actually this, which made her laugh and cry. She reached out and poked the future, shook her head and said with a smile, my luck is not omnipotent. As she said this, she also felt a little strange. Her luck was not so outrageous before. They just flew in a straight line for a short distance of a few kilometers, but every few hundred meters, they felt something. It felt that there was a treasure somewhere. At first, she thought that the people here were richer than the people in the ninja world, but when they sneaked into the interior from the gate just now, they all heard these people talking about their family affairs. Many people were very happy to eat meat. With so many treasures, life is so poor. You know, in their ninja village, orphans in the ninja school can eat meat every now and then. How can the people here be compared with their ninja village? But she clearly picked up 6 treasures in the lake. I won't talk about other things. Although the function is good, it can't be exchanged for food, but bird eggs and water ginseng can be eaten as food. They can't say it's so shabby. But if they are really shabby, then there is something wrong with the treasures I picked up. It's definitely not the treasures everywhere that I thought at the beginning. It's because of other reasons. Then I'll give it a try. Hong Hong thought about it and nodded. She looked around, and when she saw the east, she felt a little throbbing in her heart. Not knowing what it is, she thought it would be better to go this way. So she decided to follow her feelings and said to everyone, come with me, I feel like there seems to be something strange here. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, and they all followed happily. Since Sister Hong Hong said that there is something strange here, it means that there is really something strange here. So what treasure will it be? Will it be the purpose of their trip, the place where the temple is located? Chapter 534. A group of 7 people followed Sister Hunghong's steps stealthily and walked towards a remote palace. The further they walked, the fewer Otsutsuki people passed by. Kushina gradually stopped controlling the shape of the barrier bubble so frequently to avoid being touched. Soon they came to a palace that had been in disrepair for a long time. This was a small single-family palace covering an area of about 500 square meters. There was a gate, about 3 meters high and 5 meters wide, with high walls on both sides, but the wall skin had fallen off in many places. All piled up at the corner of the wall. No one had ever cleaned it, so it was obvious that no one would come here. There was a lock hanging on the gate. The lock was rusty, but the lock arm was still firmly hanging on the door buckle, and it was obvious that the lock was still playing its role. Rope Tree touched his chin and thought, "It's locked. It seems we have to find the key first." Future. He curled his lips speechlessly, pulled Rope Tree open, and said unhappily, "Find the key first? You think you are playing a game?" As he said that, he was about to pull out the crazy knife from his throat and cut off the lock. But his shoulder was also pulled by Yul, stopping him from pulling his throat. "Future, please let me try." As he said that, he came to the door with the new knife eager to try. Seeing this scene, Future also put down his hand, and he walked aside to make way. Yul looked at the knife without a wooden handle in his hand, he thought about it, and wrapped it firmly with a roll of bandage. Then he swung the knife down fiercely. In an instant, a white light flashed, and it seemed to stay for a second or two, which made everyone's eyes slightly fixed. It was like an illusion. Walai was good at using a knife, and he couldn't help but admire, "What a good knife, it really cuts iron like mud." "Yele, you are not bad, you can even make the blade stay for a short time. It's almost touching the sword chi. Is Yele's talent so strong?" Yele stood up and smiled embarrassedly. "Hee. After all, it's a guy who eats, so naturally I have to work harder on it." Before Walai and the others could say anything, they saw that the lock had slipped off. Its cut was very neat and smooth, almost like a mirror. Shang Shu couldn't help but exclaimed, "You also used chakra?" Yele nodded, "Yes, I want to see if this knife works well." Minato on the side looked at the doorknob, which was intact and not cut by the blade at all. This made him look at Ichiraku with a new look. Ichiraku's control is so strong that he only split the lock but did not damage the door. It seems that he was the last one in the past. How come he has become so strong in just 3 years? He couldn't help but look at the future. Could it be influenced by him? It seems that as long as you stay with the future for a long time, you will always be affected by something indescribable. Sister Honghong is like this, he is like this, Teacher Orochimaru is like this, and even Rope Tree and the others are like this. Even Ichiraku has become evil now. Rope Tree ignored them and pushed the door open directly. This door is strange. Even if the lock is rusty, this door is not so annoying. A creaking sound was heard. What came into everyone's eyes was a deserted courtyard. It was full of weeds, and there was a well next to it. There was also a big tree planted next to the well. In addition to weeds, the ground was also covered with a thick layer of dead leaves. However, it seemed that it didn't rain much here, so the dead leaves were very thick, and it seemed that the dead leaves from 3 years ago were still there. Looking at this kind of palace, well, I couldn't help but think of a word. Cold palace. It was very similar to the cold palace in the palace scene in the TV series in the previous life. No one cares, no one comes and goes. After feeling for a while, Sister Honghong took Walai and a few others and walked inside. Soon she stood by the well. "I always feel that there is something in this dry well." Hearing this, everyone's eyes brightened up several degrees. Because Sister Honghong said this before the 6 treasures. Shenshu immediately rubbed his hands. "I'll do it." He was the most interested in finding good stuff like this. Because Honghong said so. How should I describe the feeling? It felt like a wife directing her husband to do something. He couldn't stop. After Kushina wrapped the well with the barrier, Nawaka used the chakra climbing trick to slowly descend from the well mouth. Although there was no one here, it was better to be cautious. Rope Tree went down very quickly, but he came up even faster. When he came up, he was holding a skeleton. The skeleton had a piece of clothing that was obviously female. It was because the clothing was still there that the skeleton had not fallen apart. Several people had seen dead people, and even Ichiraku often killed people, so they were not too afraid of skeletons. However, when they saw the skeleton, they subconsciously held their breath. Because they didn't want to smell the stench. Hong Hong, this is a dry well, there is not even mud, I think it has been dry for a long time. There is nothing below except this skeleton. I wonder if there is something special about this skeleton. Rope Tree put the skeleton on the ground and asked in confusion. He looked at the skeleton and didn't notice anything wrong. Others gathered around curiously, and Kushina even lifted her collar and took a few peeks inside. Suddenly found that she was wrapped in bandages. It is unknown what material this bandage is made of, but it is very resilient. Even though the skeleton has no flesh, the bandage is not damaged. It is obviously not because of the clothes, but the bandage that allows her to maintain her human form. Hong Hong shook her head, I feel it is not this skeleton, but something at the bottom of the well. Upon hearing this, Mirai and Minato couldn't help but look at each other. They also noticed something strange. Sister Hong Hong didn't seem to have good luck, but some kind of intuition, just like a treasure-hunting rat, who can sense where there is a treasure. Before the two were ready to say anything, Nawaka jumped into the well again without saying a word. This time he stayed longer. Mirai and the others waited for a minute, but he didn't come up. Looking from the hole, they could see him digging something with his butt sticking out. So Linghua and Kushina looked at each other, and the two of them started digging holes and digging the soil in their original positions. After all, she is dead. We have moved her body, so let's bury her. After hearing this, the four people of Walai thought about it and followed suit to dig the soil. With more people, there is more power. In less than 10 minutes, Walai and others dug a rectangular pit out of the ground. Because there was no coffin, Linghua took out 2 quilts that she didn't like from her portable storage scroll, used them as coffins, wrapped the body, and put it in the pit. After they filled the soil, erected a stone tablet without words, and placed a few plates of fruit, incense, and candles, it was considered completed. Soon, Shenshu dug up an unknown object. This is another box, and there is still a lock on it. Strange, why is it another box? He muttered. However, it was very dark in the well, and he couldn't see clearly. So he held the box in one hand and climbed up quickly. Soon he was out of the well. Then he was stunned. He pointed at the new grave and asked in confusion, "Did you bury her?" Kushina nodded, "Yes, this person died at the bottom of the well for so many years, and no one found her. I think she was a miserable person, with only a torn piece of clothing on her body. Besides, since we have moved her body, we have the obligation to help her rest in peace." Shenshu didn't care too much about this. He handed the box in his hand to Linghua and said, "Here, this is the box I found after digging more than 1 meter deep at the bottom of the well. It is basically similar to the box Hong Hong dug before. It should contain the animal skin of your ancestors." Hearing this, everyone came up curiously and looked around the box. Not to mention, it is exactly the same. On the lid, there is also a picture of ancient people worshipping a towering tree. The box is surrounded by a series of indescribable and inexplicable abstract pictures. After Linghua took the box, she took a look at the lock that was rusted to the point of having little shape left, and she immediately understood. The water content at the bottom of the well was much higher than the soil under the tree, so the corrosion was much more serious than that place. However, the same thing was that this wooden box was still the same as the previous one, with no signs of corrosion. The same was true for the lock buckle. So Linghua opened the box directly in front of everyone. As expected, the box contained a piece of animal skin. Chapter 535. The handwriting on the animal skin is extremely beautiful, completely different from the previous regular handwriting. It is obviously a woman's handwriting. It is even possible that it was written by this corpse before it died. Just one content records the whole process of her being caught here. When this woman was 18 years old, she ran to the back mountain to catch fireflies because she was playful. Then she was kidnapped to this place by a group of people who were also white eyes but definitely not from her tribe. Originally, after her eyes were dug out, those people wanted to throw her into the temple for sacrifice, but one person was attracted by her beauty, so he kept her and planned to serve himself. Later, because of one thing, that person directly sent her to the cold palace. Until she died, he never came to see her. In addition, there is a map in the box. It was secretly drawn by her when she wanted to escape from here in the early years. It is more comprehensive, and it also records what happens in the temple every other year. Rope Tree looked at the day, frowning slightly. This day seems to be the Samsara festival, right? After hearing what Rope Tree said, Mirai suddenly remembered. The night when Hanabi was captured seemed to be the Samsara festival. For a moment, his face became bitter. So, are we here too early? It's only July now, and there's still a lot of time before the Samsara festival in December. Ling Hua didn't care too much. It's good to have the reincarnation eye, but if she doesn't have it, she doesn't mind. But when she held the animal skin and felt the energy contained in it that was similar to the previous animal skin, she thought about it and opened her bun. Then she was stunned. As the animal skin turned into ashes and dissipated, Rope Tree retracted his sight. He patted Mirai on the shoulder and comforted her in a rare way. Don't look so bitter. The Rinnegan is so powerful, how can we find it so easily? As the old saying goes, good things come hard. We have gained a lot from this trip to the moon. It is not a loss if we don't find the Rinnegan. Next time when we wait for the Samsara festival, we will come again. After all, it is only a few months away from the Samsara festival. We can wait. Mirai. Thank you, I am comforted. If Rope Tree hadn't said the last sentence, he might have been comforted. The problem is that they can wait, but Madara and the others may not. The person who was suspected to be Obito number 2 last time, the person wearing an anti-peeping mask, suddenly followed him. At first, he thought that Madara might have chosen her as the supervisor of the plan. But that person's strength was so poor, if it weren't for the critical moment, Black Zetsu rescued her. Maybe that person has already become a dead soul under his sword. With such poor strength, how could he be entrusted with an important task by Madara? So he has always been a little nervous. Because no matter how you look at it, he is the most suitable person to supervise the plan. Now what Madara has to do is to drag him into the darkness so that he can control himself. Maybe the drama of Obito will be staged on him. So he can't wait to go to the moon to increase the strength of Rika, and then increase the strength of his sister, parents, and then relatives and friends. Strength is the foundation. If you are strong, it will not be so easy to be calculated to death. The strength of family members is easy to increase. As long as you find a way to let them open the Mangeki, their strength will definitely jump to the level of Kage. The Kage level of this period is a powerful strength that can travel around the ninja world, not a soy sauce existence during the Fourth War. And isn't the teacher studying wood release? I heard that there has been a lot of improvement recently, which made Denzo happy to eat 2 more bowls of rice. When the time comes, he will ask for some and inject them into his parents. With the powerful activity of wood release cells, it will be enough to offset the side effects of the Mangeki. And his friends are all hanging on to the wall. Kushina has a tailed beast in her body, Minato's own talent is outrageous, and the Waki is even developing towards wood release. Although Rika has the Yin seal and her strength has increased a bit, she is still too weak to face Madara and the others. If she uses all her strength without regard for the consequences, her strength will be above the elite Jonin and below the level of Kage. This realm may be called the Quasi-Kage level. Plus she is his favorite person. So Rika is the most dangerous. No one knows Uchiha better than Madara. They Uchiha are very delicate and rich in emotions. Parental love is indeed very important, but it is far less than other emotions, such as brotherly love. A certain one fights 7 just for the brotherly love of his younger brother, and Shisui wants to protect the friendship of the village, slaughtered the entire tribe, including his parents. Even his girlfriend was killed in disregard. So in Madara's eyes, he would definitely think that his own love is above his parents' love. He would definitely kill his most important feelings and make him completely disappointed in the world. So he would wholeheartedly implement the Moon Eye plan for him. Just when Mirai was thinking bitterly, Rika opened her eyes and looked at everyone with a strange face. That, maybe I know where there is a reincarnation eye. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. He looked at Rika with an incredible face. How to describe that look? It was like seeing Mirai wearing geisha clothes and dancing square dance in astonishment. Because in their eyes, Mirai has always been a pure man. Even if his hair is long, it is not uncommon for boys in the ninja world to have long hair. You know. Mirai swallowed his saliva and asked again in astonishment. Yet. Rika nodded. She had just seen the hidden information in the animal skin. This was information that only the Hyuga clan could see, and the Otsutsuki clan could not see it. And it recorded one thing. That was the owner of the skeleton, who was valued by others, so he avoided becoming a sacrifice in the temple. So he survived, and in order to better serve that person, the person found a pair of bun and put them in her eyes, so that she could repeat the light. A few years later, she was shocked to find that her eyes appeared in the eyes of a boy. And the eyes had evolved. That kind of eyes was called reincarnation eye by that person. When she thought of her humiliation and her lifelong happiness being ruined by this tribe, she felt hatred in her heart. Later, she noticed that one of her tribesmen had sneaked in here. So with the help of her drugging and the calculation of the elder, the boy accidentally died in the temple. And the pair of reincarnation eye was also dug away by the elder. This incident instantly caused the anger of this tribe. They sent everyone to search for the murderer. Alas, just because the eyes in the boy's eyes belonged to this woman, without any evidence, the man directly took his anger out on this woman and directly ordered her to be sent to the cold palace. Hearing this, the shock on everyone's faces had all turned into sighs. Alas! Everyone couldn't help but feel sorry. After a long time, Mirai broke the silence. Did she say what drug she took? As far as I know, the Rinnegan is very powerful, even if the owner of those eyes is a teenager, even if the person who beat him is an elder of your Hyuga clan. But the gap between the Bun and the Rinnegan is too big, there is no comparison at all. Rika shook her head and said, I don't know, it seems that the Rinnegan is the source of power, and some kind of spell that can forcefully absorb chakra is cast. After all, that elder's attainments in sealing techniques are very high. Otherwise, it would be impossible to develop a nearly unsolvable curse seal like bird in a cage. After hearing this, Minato and the others understood. However, Mirai's face changed. For more novels, 150,024, join, https://discord.gg/xxtastk, vaguely remembered that there was a spell on the huge Rinnegan, which was the blood of non-Hyuga and Otsutsuki people. Once anyone gets close to the Rinnegan, the chakra will be forcibly absorbed by this spell. Could it be that this person had set up this spell, but later, the Otsutsuki people changed the spell a little, forming a protective Rinnegan measure that was ineffective against their own people? Yeah, it's very likely. Chapter 536. After a long time. After everyone digested this information, Linghua continued, the killing of the boy and the digging out of the reincarnation eye made the entire Otsutsuki clan extremely angry. The elder knew that he might not be able to escape alive. So when he noticed that all the Otsutsuki people were shocked, he hurriedly handed the caged bird curse seal and the pair of reincarnation eyes that were dug out to the only Hyuga clan member, asking her to help take them back. The woman knew the importance of these two things. The former could save the Hyuga clan members and prevent them from becoming livestock of the Moon clan. The latter could directly enhance the high-end strength of the Hyuga clan. But the latter was more important and more dangerous, so she planned to send them to the earth in batches. The first one to be sent was the caged bird curse seal scroll. After Linghua finished speaking, her eyes showed a complicated look. It was obviously developed to protect the tribe members, but now it has become a means for the main family to enslave the branch family. It's really unpredictable, and the big intestines are wrapped in the small intestines. But she didn't have any hatred towards these two people. If she had to hate them, it was the people from the main family who came up with the branch system. I didn't expect that the lunar channel would be completely closed after she sent out the curse seal technique. And she could only hide the reincarnation eye. Then she was banned and sent to the cold palace, and she could never go out again. Minato understood, I see, no wonder no one goes in and out of the channel, it turns out that it has become a forbidden area. The purpose is to prevent someone from taking the reincarnation eye away. It's just that so many years have passed, and it happened 800 years ago. I guess no one can remember this now. So the channel is so loose. They only saw two people guarding the passage and a big crab. It's been so long, why didn't they see a member of the Otsutsuki clan go down? That makes sense. Several people agreed with Minato's analysis, because they thought so too. Then Noeka looked at the grave that had been buried, and looked at Linghua hesitantly. After all, the corpse was a member of the Hyuga clan, and if they found the eyes, then this person's kindness would be great. Linghua didn't hesitate too much, she said, take her back to earth and bury her. After all, she was also a miserable person. So the friends started digging the grave without saying anything. Then they put the bones into a brand new seal scroll and packed them away. At this moment, none of them noticed the abnormality of the bones, including Mirai and Linghua. Soon everyone followed Linghua out of the cold palace and walked towards an inconspicuous place. Before leaving, Mirai was very considerate to close the door, and then glued the lock with glue so that it was locked on the door. From the outside, nothing unusual can be seen. Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Mirai. You are still careful. When Mirai heard this, his nose grew a little longer, and he raised his head and said, I won't do the same bloody things that the protagonists in Uncle Jiraiya's novels do. Everyone came to a barren mountain on an island smoothly. There are not many trees here, especially the top of the mountain, which is bare, like a bald middle-aged uncle. The future and others quickly followed Linghua's guidance and came to a mountain. This cave is very big, at least as big as 30 basketball courts, and very high, at least as high as 20 floors. The cave is very messy, with large and small gravel everywhere. There are also many abandoned mining tools. But they are all in tatters, and even the shape can hardly be seen. It is estimated that they have a history of at least 1,000 years. It can be seen that this mine must have been rich in production. Especially on the top of the cave, there are countless bats hanging upside down. Each one is the size of a palm. It makes the ground, it was all sticky and smelly feces. If you stepped on it, your scalp would go numb. And there were countless cockroaches gnawing on the night-shining sand. The dense cockroaches made everyone's skin numb. It was quite delicious. The few people who came down didn't dare to land at all, and all floated in the barrier. As long as the barrier turned into a ball, they could ignore gravity and float in it. But there were two people who were different, that was Kushina and Linghua. The two sisters looked at the feces with shining eyes, and directly took out the blank sealing scroll and cleared the way in front. Whenever they came across feces, the two of them would seal it with Thes Crawl. In addition to being convenient for movement, this feces can also be used as medicine. Night shining sand has the effect of improving eyesight, and is a must for many pupil jutsu families. Favorite. As for Xiaoqiang, rope tree floated directly in the barrier, condensed the rays Nan, and used its light to disperse the insects. Fortunately, their actions were covered by the Kaifang barrier, and now it was daytime and the bats were sleeping. There was no fear of disturbing them. It can be said that Kushina's Kaifang barrier helped a lot in this dive into the moon. If it weren't for it, the 7 people in the future might have been tied up by others. Soon, Linghua led everyone to the deepest part of the cave. The first thing they saw in the future was a huge bat hanging upside down on the stone pillar. It was so big that it was almost 30 meters tall, only slightly smaller than the crab. Its head was almost hanging to the ground. It should be the leader of this group of bats. Of course, it was also sleeping. At this time, Rope Tree suddenly leaned close to the future's ear and whispered to him. He pointed at the vertical bottom of the bat leader and asked in confusion, "It poops here, can it sleep well?" Future looked at it and was immediately happy. "Don't say, this guy can actually sleep well." Under its head, there were huge particles. Each one was almost the size of a human fist. And they were piled up like a mountain. At least 5 or 6 meters high. The smell was even stronger, almost a bit irritating to the eyes. This made Minato and Ichiraku feel sick. However, Kushina and Rika's eyes were full of light. Without saying a word, they took out the sealing scroll and put it away. Even when Rika was putting it away, she glanced at Future, and that look almost made Future pee. Scared Future quickly covered his mouth with both hands and said in horror, "Hwaer, this is not allowed." Hearing this, Rika shrugged helplessly and stopped looking at him. Seeing this, Mirai dared to exhale a breath of foul air. Linghua is really something, she actually wants me to use the snake swallowing technique. When he thought of the scene of stuffing a fist-sized piece of feces into his mouth, he instantly felt goosebumps all over his body. It was as disgusting as it could be. The two of them wasted 3 minutes and filled 4 sealing scrolls, and then they stood up contentedly. Kushina took off her gloves and said happily, "This bat leader's night shining sand is a fine product at first glance. The teachers will definitely like it. Yes, I have never seen such a good night shining sand." As she spoke, she looked at the big bat, and a hint of greed flashed in her eyes. Should she pack up the big bat and take it away? This way, she would have a constant supply of night shining sand medicinal materials. Coincidentally, Kushina and she thought the same thing. "Hwawa, you said we." Not only Linghua knew Kushina's thoughts, but Mirai also understood something. He hurriedly stopped her and said, "Don't, the most important purpose of our trip is the reincarnation eye, not this big bat. Besides, even if you sign a contract and let this big bat become your summoning beast, how do you plan to take them away? Although summoning technique can summon creatures from other spaces to help you fight, the farther the distance is, the more chakra you need, which is not cost-effective at all. And it's only temporary. Besides, it's just night shining sand. You have packed so much, enough. After hearing Walai's words, the two sisters couldn't help but look embarrassed. Indeed, they had packed so much night shining sand, enough to sustain their consumption for a long time, so the value of this big bat was reduced a lot. So both of them dispersed the idea of collecting bats. After bypassing the bat leader, Walai and the others continued to walk towards the cave entrance, because according to Linghua, the place where the reincarnation eye was hidden was in the deepest part of the cave. Soon, the few people groped to the deepest part of the cave. Linghua, this is the end. Shang Shu said, turning his head to look at Linghua behind him. Hearing this, Linghua took a step forward and carefully recalled the picture she saw on the animal skin. After more than 800 years, I don't know if the pair of reincarnation eyes still exist. If not, maybe this trip is really in vain. Although the cave has changed a little, she can still recognize it roughly. And Bian is represented by excellent insight. Soon, she found the scenery in the picture. She hurried to the wall and reached out to touch it. Unfortunately, she didn't find anything unusual. I remember it's in a hole in this wall. Everyone help me find it. The wall is blocked with stones, so it should be easy to find. Oh. Okay. Ichiriko hearing this, he and Kushina stepped forward to help find it. Naoki was puzzled. Find it? Wouldn't it be more convenient to use the Bian? Mirai, who passed by him, glanced at him speechlessly. You think you're the only one who's smart? He kindly explained, since the first two wooden boxes are made of the same material, the third wooden box is obviously the same. In addition to being able to resist the passage of time, this wooden box also has the effect of hindering perception. Whether it's Linghua's Bian, or Uchiha's Sharingan, or even my perception technique, none of them can find the wooden box. He touched the wall and patted it. Naoki. He glanced at the future speechlessly. You said that it would be better if a good person didn't have a mouth. Chapter 537. 7 people, just surrounded the wall, knocking and hitting. Kushina also needs to distract herself to control the barrier, so that it always covers the future and avoids the sound from being transmitted and disturbing the creatures here. Soon, Hong Hong heard a different echo on a stone wall. It was very subtle, if it weren't for her sharp 5 senses, she might not have noticed it. And the touch also had some subtle weirdness. She knocked on the stone wall, slightly, as if she could knock it in with a little force. I think there's something strange here. All the future people looked happy, and they gave up their positions directly and surrounded Sister Hong Hong. Really, why did I forget that Sister Hong Hong's luck has always been good? Wouldn't it be better to just let her find it? They thought so, but no one said it out loud, and they all looked at Linghua subconsciously. If nothing unexpected happens, the pair of Rin Egan should be hidden in the hole. Linghua also noticed the looks of her friends. She didn't say anything, but took a deep breath and suppressed her excitement, anxiety, and some retreat. Mainly because she was afraid that she would be happy for nothing. After all, 800 years have passed. What if she opened the box and found a pair of Bian that had degenerated to ordinary ones, or even Bian turned into ashes? But now that her pants were taken off, she was only one step away, but the ups and downs in her heart were even stronger. She couldn't help but look at the future subconsciously, wanting him to help her take it out. She really didn't have the courage. Rin Egan has been her biggest hope in the past 5 years. At the beginning, she thought that with it, she could slaughter the entire Hyga clan. There is no one in the world who can restrain her anymore. But now, she needs the power of Rin Egan, more than before. The future is being targeted by the world's biggest conspirator. She needs strength to protect him. So she has high expectations, but correspondingly, she is more afraid of disappointment. Everyone naturally noticed the pleading look in her eyes, and all looked at the future. Kushina and the other 2 girls are girls, and they all know how much pressure Linghua is under, so they all sent a telegram to the future while looking at her. Help her. The future didn't notice the sight of her sister and Hong Hong. When he saw Linghua's sight, he came to her without saying a word and comforted her. Don't worry, even without the reincarnation eye, I can still protect you. Linghua. She pouted and said nothing. Fortunately, she didn't know Long Kui, otherwise, she would definitely understand Long Kui's mood at the time. As the future said, he took the initiative to reach out and press the place where his sister had just tapped. Sure enough, there were some signs of looseness. It was as if it was not a hole with the wall. But there was no gap, and to the naked eye, it looked like a hole. However, it was very flat with the stone wall, without any bumps, and it was impossible to simply take it out with your hands. The gap was also very small, only the thickness of a fingernail. If a careless person knocked on it, it would be impossible to find it. But this was not difficult for the future. He made a seal with one hand, extracted the chakra in his body, and made it flow to his palm. Let his palm slowly increase the suction. This is the skill of climbing trees. The future has trained to release chakra with both hands and feet, forming suction or repulsion. Can easily climb trees or step on water. Even like his shadow snake hand, he has trained to use these two skills as long as the body part can touch other objects. For example, the gluteus maximus, the pectoralis major. As he exerted a little force, the bricks that were perfectly embedded in the stone wall were quickly sucked out by him. Everyone looked closely and their eyes lit up immediately. Box. Another box. The same box. I think there should be no problem with this pair of reincarnation eyes. Yes, although reincarnation eyes are eyes, they must have extraordinary power to resist the passage of time. This pair of eyes must still exist. Everyone started to say good things. Just now, they all noticed Ling Hua's emotional changes, and naturally guessed what she was worried about. So they all said good things. Although there was a component of comforting Ling Hua in it, there was also prayer in it. Say a few more good words, if they are really said, they will be happy in their hearts. Mirai glanced at the bricks adsorbed on his palm, and frowned. Slightly lifted it. This brick is a trapezoidal cuboid, about 40 centimeters long, with one end as big as a laptop computer, and the other end as small as a tablet computer. And it is tilted downward to prevent it from falling out. The big end is outside, the thin end is inside, and the cut is very smooth, obviously not cut by ninja tools. It looks like it was cut by ninjutsu. Otherwise, it would never be so tight. Minato on the side also looked at the stone brick curiously. He touched the cut surface curiously again, and suddenly said, "So that's it, when Mrs. Hyuga cut this brick out, she should have thought that it might take a long time for her to come here. In order to prevent the stones from growing together and being difficult to take out, special powder was used. It is used to prevent the stones from connecting together." Hearing him say this, Mirai suddenly realized that it was no wonder that she pulled it out easily. Ling Hua looked at the familiar box, and she was relieved. I don't know if it was because of the box or because of what Kushina and the others had just said to comfort her. She felt much better now. So she took the initiative to reach out and take out the box inside. This time, the lock on the box showed no signs of rust. Obviously, this cave was very dry. So Ichiraku volunteered again and took out his kitchen knife. The material of this lock is very good. It has not changed much for at least 800 years, but it can't stop Ichiraku's chakra and the sharpness of the knife. I saw a flash of white light, and the lock was cut in half. Similarly, Ichiraku controlled it very well and didn't hurt the wooden box at all. Looking at the organization without the lock, this wooden box is like a beautiful woman who has taken off her belt. As long as she blows, her mystery will be exposed. Everyone couldn't help holding their breath, and their eyes fell directly on the wooden box. Ling Hua subconsciously glanced at the future, and also wanted to ask him to help her open the blind box. But when she noticed the brick in the future's hand, she couldn't say that. Ling Hua, you have to be strong, you can't always rely on the future and be a useless vase. Thinking so, her eyes were gradually covered with a touch of determination. So she made up her mind and opened the lid directly. At this moment, everyone's eyes were wide open to the greatest extent ever. When they saw the two blue eyeballs soaked in an unknown liquid, they all froze. Even the future was the same. He didn't expect that there was actually a pair of reincarnation eyes that had never appeared in this world. And it was buried in this cave. It is estimated that people from the Otsutsuki clan rarely set foot in this place. Even if they came, they left in a hurry. Or they were driven away by bats. Even if someone really went deep into this place in the past 800 years, it is estimated that they would not notice the existence of a pair of reincarnation eyes inside the inconspicuous wall. Snap! Just as everyone was staring at the two eyeballs with burning eyes, Ling Hua closed the box directly. This made the friends stunned, and they had no idea what was wrong with Ling Hua. After noticing the puzzled eyes of the friends, Ling Hua hurriedly explained, "I opened it a little hastily just now. I suspect that we may have been under an illusion. So close the lid and let's try again." After that, she slowly opened the box in front of everyone. There were still the two blue eyeballs inside. Snap! In an instant, Ling Hua closed it again. Everyone! Open! Close! Close! Open! Everyone, iota underscore. Is this kid so excited that his brain is burned out? Seeing Ling Hua opening the box for the 7th time, Walai reached out and pressed her shoulder, and said, Hua, this is true. After 800 years, this pair of reincarnation eyes is still there. Ling Hua, gurgle. Ling Hua swallowed subconsciously. It's not an illusion. Of course not, we all saw it, and you, me, and my sister are all pupil users, how could we be easily caught in an illusion? Really not. Walai looked at Ling Hua's stupid look, knowing that she was under too much pressure and had been holding a line, and now she saw the intact reincarnation eyes. She couldn't turn around all of a sudden. It was like a computer crash, stuck in the same place. Repeating one thing. So he hugged her directly. He pressed her in his arms and comforted her, Hua, it's okay, I'll take care of everything. Ling Hua's eyes gradually became other colors. Her breathing and her body began to quicken slightly. Is the Rin Egan still there? It's still there. Mirai said firmly. Chapter 538. Finally, after Mirai's holding sister in arms comfort method, Ling Hua finally reacted. Her face flushed as she looked at the eyeballs in the glass bottle. Her eyes were full of excitement. Is this the Rin Egan? Mysterious runes were flowing on the glass bottle, which was filled with light green culture fluid. It seemed that these lines not only preserved the Rin Egan from being eroded by time, but also concealed the fluctuations of the Rin Egan. Through the liquid, everyone could clearly see that the Rin Egan soaked in it was more of a work of art than an eye. It had the biological characteristics of an eye and the exquisiteness of a work of art. It seemed that time had never passed on them. At this time, Nawaki raised a key question. I have a question. Mirai glanced at him, and then continued to watch the Rin Egan. Speak. Day after day, he had the most questions. Rope Tree pointed at the unknown liquid in the glass bottle and frowned and asked, 800 years have passed. Will this liquid expire? Everyone, oh. They were all stunned. This is a good question, and a good question that hits the point. Why didn't they think of this question? Ling Hua closed the lid subconsciously. When she saw the pattern on the lid, her expression suddenly became wonderful. Judging from the weathering of the first two animal skins, this box is not completely able to resist the passage of time. It can only block a large part at most. The reason why the animal skin can exist for a period of time is due to the special pupil power attached to the animal skin. When Ling Hua uses the Bun, these pupil powers will be activated and transformed into a message, and then dissipate. After losing this pupil power, the animal skin will instantly dissipate due to the effect of time. So can this pair of reincarnation eyes still be used? Will the two eyes disappear instantly if the lid is opened? And what Rope Tree said is right, is this liquid expired? For a moment, everyone was silent. Mirai walked to his side speechlessly and slapped him hard in annoyance. You are really smart, we didn't think of the problem, but you thought of it all at once. Hearing this, Rope Tree smiled embarrassedly. Hee. I said, I am actually very smart. Everyone, ... Smart? Did you really not hear the good or bad words that Mirai said just now, or are you pretending not to hear it? Mirai turned his head and looked at Minato, and suggested, you said, if we solve the person who raised the problem, will there be no problem? Minato glanced at Rope Tree and nodded in agreement. Then, like Mirai, he looked at Rope Tree viciously. That makes sense. Rope Tree. Fuck, let's talk it over, don't hit him. Seeing that his brother and Minato were about to bully Rope Tree, Hong Hong quickly stepped out to smooth things over and said, okay, stop making trouble, are we going back now? After all, the biggest goal has been achieved, and everyone has gained a lot of benefits. The most important thing is that they appeared in the human family land with a swagger, and no battle has taken place. This is incredible. I always feel that there seems to be some extraordinary existence protecting them. Mirai is a person who listens to his sister very much. Since she has spoken, Mirai is not going to punish Rope Tree. He looked at Ling Hua in the box in her hand. His brows were slightly furrowed. After a moment, he suddenly looked at Kushina and asked, Kushina, can your barrier shield the fluctuations of the Rin Egan? Hearing this, Kushina immediately guessed his thoughts. She didn't say anything, but closed her eyes and carefully sensed the barrier talisman. Soon, she shook her head, I don't know. I haven't even seen the fluctuations of the Rinnegan, nor have I experienced its power. I haven't even felt the power of Nagato's Rinnegan. I can't give you an accurate answer at all. Minato asked curiously, do you want to absorb the pupil power of the Rinnegan here? Mirai nodded and replied, well, I have found the eye. I want Linghua and the others to absorb it as soon as possible, so as not to have more troubles. As he said, he looked around and continued, I guess you have also read the novel written by your master. The protagonist Naruto once got a treasure and wanted to absorb it in a safe place, but it was secretly stolen by others halfway. Although the treasure finally returned safely in the hands of the protagonist Naruto, but this is reality, not fiction. If such a bloody thing really happens, who can we cry to? And the most important thing is... Future said, he did not make any sound, but said with lip language, there is a very uncertain factor on the earth. This is the moon, which is relatively far away from that guy. Absorbing the pupil power here as soon as possible is the top priority for us. Everyone's face became solemn when they heard it. They learned about Black Zetsu's plan to save his mother from Future. I agree with Future's idea. It is indeed very safe here. Minato thought about it. Although Rope Tree's brain is not very good, he has an advantage, called being able to follow good advice. After hearing Minato's agreement, he also said, me too. Everyone ignored him. In the future, their eyes fell on Ichiraku, Sister Hong Hong, and Kushina. Kushina directly expressed her concerns. I agree with the future, but we are now in the Moon Clan's territory. I am worried that if they detect the fluctuations of the reincarnation eye, we will be in danger. Shencha blinked twice and said, Future, I think Kushina is right. Future. Just now you said I am the same. After a moment of silence, he turned to look at Kushina and asked, do you have a way to improve the shielding ability of the Kaifeng barrier? Hearing this, Linghua also looked at Kushina in a hurry. Everyone knows the phrase the longer the night, the more dreams there are. But if in this dangerous place, once the breath-off Rinnegan is exposed, I am afraid that the people here will chase them to the ground without a way to the sky or the ground. If Kushina has a way to block the fluctuations of the Rinnegan, just like this time, they quietly entered the village, quietly left, and then quietly came to this cave. That would be the best. Others also looked at Kushina. There was a look of expectation in their eyes, but Yul was the only exception. He is not interested in these fighting and killing. He is a chef. He just wants to make delicious food, especially ramen. Although ramen is just a small bowl, there are so many names in it. The boiling of soup stock, the selection of side dishes, the kneading of noodles, the control of heat, etc. Each one is very critical. If one link is wrong, the taste of the ramen will be flawed. This is very bad. After thinking for a while, Kushina said, if I use all my strength to activate this barrier talisman, I can increase its shielding ability to the highest level, maybe I can cover it up. Hearing this, everyone thought about what Kushina said. Originally, Kushina could last for 3 days. If she used all her strength to activate it, I am afraid she could not last for a few hours. If she activates the third stage of the barrier talisman, she can only last for more than 10 minutes. I don't know how long it will take Linghua and others, so it is not worth it. So Minato asked, if I add my chakra, can it extend the time? Even if it is to absorb the eye power, it will take time, so he thinks that he can help a little bit. Besides, he is not interested in eye power. He thinks that speed is the most important thing. It has been decided that in the future, the word flash must be added after the name of the ninjutsu. Kushina thought about it and nodded, okay, and Minato, you have a good attainment in sealing techniques. If I have your help, I can be more relaxed. I said last time that they had used the Kaifeng barrier curiously in the future, so they naturally knew how to use this talisman. It's just that without the blessing of the Uzumaki clan's bloodline, they can only use it to the level of the armor at most, that is, the first mode. It can't bring out its true power at all. But as a power bank, they are more than enough. Ichiraku also said, please use my power too. Mirai followed up by saying, use my chakra too. It just so happens that I haven't trained my eye power much, and I'm not interested in the Sharingan. Everyone, iota_. What should I do if I really want to hit someone? The problem is that what he said is true. Damn it. But since he has expressed his opinion, the situation is very clear. Hong Hong, Nawaki, and Rika need the eye power of the Sen Rangen. Nawaki needs Yang escape, Hong Hong needs Yin escape, and Rika needs both Yin and Yang escape. There are exactly 2 eyes, one for Rika, one for Nawaki and Hong Hong. As for why Rika didn't just change to this pair of eyes, it's mainly because this pair of eyes is not Ling Hua Sit's her own, and Ling Hua needs to break the bird in a cage, so she can only let her eyes evolve. If she changes her eyes, then the bird in a cage that is deeply rooted in her bones and soul will still exist. Chapter 539. Just do it. Although everyone knew that there was the 9 tails in Kushina's body, they knew that they could not convince the 9 tails. Even if it was the same for the future, he knew clearly that this guy hated Uchiha. For example, in the last 9 tails chakra experiment, he was the first one to be beaten by the one-tailed Kushina who was out of control and had her waist broken in half. The back of his head hit his anus, and he was so painful that he thought he was dead. Later, the out-of-control Kushina was not so violent to Minato and the others. He suspected that if he was there in person, the 9 tails chakra would directly abandon Minato and the others and only attack him. So they all tacitly did not look for the 9 tails. The 4 people in the future formed a square formation and surrounded the 3 sisters in the middle. Kushina divided the chakra supply points of the barrier talisman into 4. Corresponding to the 4 directions of east, west, south and north respectively. Each person is responsible for a direction, which can greatly reduce her pressure. Of course, given Ichiraku's strength, the area he is responsible for is the smallest. Although Mirai and Ichiraku have not systematically learned the sealing technique, they still know how to provide chakra. So after they all confirmed that they have connected the barrier port and can provide chakra, they all nodded to Kushina. Indicated that they can start. Seeing this, Kushina nodded immediately and changed her hand seals. After she finished the seal, Mirai and others only felt that the suction force in the connected channel increased instantly. Just like a dragon sucking water, the part of the chakra that was originally extracted dissipated instantly. Everyone's face changed suddenly. They hurriedly gathered their minds and immediately condensed chakra for it to absorb. Everyone's face became very exciting. Hiss! What a horrible consumption of energy. Yet, I feel like I can only hold on for more than 10 minutes, you guys have to hurry. Ichiraku's face was extremely solemn. Although he is a genius compared to others now. But no matter how talented he is only 12 years old. The consumption of this barrier talisman is a bit stressful for him. Mirai also hurriedly told her own situation, I'm fine, I can only hold on 40 minutes at most. Minato followed up and said, I can't compare to Mirai, I can only hold on for half an hour at most. He has a lot of chakra, but compared to Mirai, it's still a little bit worse. Kushina heard this and had a plan in her mind. She said, I'll only be around 2 hours, Sister Hong Hong, Brother Nawaki, Ling Hua. Within an hour and a half, whether you succeed or not, you must stop absorbing, otherwise we can't hold on. After thinking about it, for the sake of safety, Kushina added another barrier in front of the 3 people in the future to protect them all. No one knows what will happen next. She doesn't want everyone to be hunted down by the people here because of her and others. Okay. The 2 women and 1 man nodded in unison. No more nonsense. Ling Hua handed a reincarnation eyeball to Sister Hong Hong, and took one herself. She took a look at the barrier that could no longer see the outside world, and knew that this was the result of Kushina's full strength to open the barrier talisman, just like the last time they fought against Yahweh Zirgui. She took a deep breath and suppressed all the distracting thoughts in her heart. Then she slowly opened the lid of the glass bottle. There are also runes connecting the lid and the bottle body, but these runes seem to exist not only to prevent someone from opening the barrier, but also to protect the eyeballs inside from being washed away by the passage of time. And the energy that provides the lines comes from the reincarnation eye. It can be seen at a glance that it was the work of the previous Hyuga elder. However, Ling Hua doesn't care why the eyeballs haven't been completely absorbed after 800 years. These questions will be discussed later. Now time is urgent and every second counts. She didn't know how long it would take her to absorb the power of this eye. As the lid was opened, a powerful pressure burst out from the bottle in an instant. Like a mountain or a sea, it was boundless. It seemed to be able to create the world and destroy it easily. One of the 4 people who maintained the barrier almost knelt down. The pressure suddenly doubled, causing the consumption of the barrier to increase a lot. Although he was mentally prepared, he was caught off guard and almost couldn't hold it. Fortunately, he didn't forget his duties and still firmly controlled the hand seal to stabilize the chakra extraction in his body. Ling Hua, who was close, was caught off guard and was blown away by this force. Until he hit the barrier wall, the 4 people in the future did not suffer much impact because they were protected by the barrier. However, when the future saw Ling Hua's miserable appearance, they almost gave up the seal in their hands and rushed to Ling Hua to see if she was okay. But they were stopped by Kushina's loud shout. "Don't move, Ling Hua-chan is fine, she was just hit by the pressure of the reincarnation eye. It will be fine in a while. What we have to do now is to ensure that they can absorb this pupil power safely." Hearing this, the future just loosened half of his hand and stopped. Kushina was right. Their most important task now is to control the barrier talisman and prevent the leakage of breath so as not to be discovered by the Otsutsuki clan. Although he couldn't move, he could still ask, "Ling Hua, are you okay?" Ling Hua stood up from the ground, shook her head, and forced a smile. Her throat moved slightly, as if she had swallowed something. "I'm fine, don't worry. My internal organs are all displaced, I didn't expect that the pressure alone is so strong. The power of the reincarnation eye is really terrible." But now she can't let the future and the others worry, so she pretended to be fine and walked towards the eyeballs that were floating in the air and emitting azure blue light. At this moment, the reincarnation eye no longer has that pressure, and now it is just floating in the air quietly. In the future, they are protected by the barrier and can't feel it, but it is not difficult to see from Ling Hua's difficult steps and the expressions of Sister Hong Hong and Shenchu who are struggling to resist. The pressure is still there, although it is not as strong as before, but they also seem to be struggling. Under the worried eyes of the future, Ling Hua finally walked to the front of the eyeball with difficulty. She sat down cross-legged with great difficulty and began to slowly seal. For a moment, the light band emanating from the eyeball of the reincarnation eye slowly floated towards her eyes as if it had been summoned. It was like a wisp of green smoke finding an outlet. In the future, they were blocked by the barrier and could not feel any changes. But Sister Hong Hong and Shenchu could clearly feel the change in Ling Hua's momentum. The momentum she exuded was gradually getting stronger and gradually moving towards the reincarnation eye. It seemed that although Ling Hua was struggling, she successfully began to absorb the pupil power. Shenchu and Hong Hong looked at each other. The former immediately said, "Hong Hong, stand further away, I will open the lid." Hong Hong's face changed slightly when she heard this. "No, let's face it together." She didn't want to hide behind Shenchu and become the object of his protection. But Shenchu just smiled, and then said firmly, "This pressure is spreading in all directions. There is actually no difference between one person and 2 people. And I am thick-skinned and the most frail among us. This pressure may make me embarrassed, but it can't hurt me." After Hong Hong hesitated for a while, she noticed that Yul's expression was a little pale. Although the paleness was not very obvious, it was obvious that he was about to give up. He didn't say anything more immediately. He nodded to Shenchu, reminded him, and then retreated to Ling Hua. At this moment, Ling Hua was in a state of absorbing pupil power. If she was interrupted by this impact, no one knew what would happen. Seeing this scene, Shenchu retracted his sight. He looked at the glass bottle in his hand, then half knelt on the ground, put down the glass bottle, and quickly formed seals with both hands. About 3 seconds later, he snorted lightly and called out the name of the technique. Earth Escape Hardening Technique. This technique is a defensive technique of Earth attribute, which made them very embarrassed at first. For example, Torin Ashok and Yue Yugui. These 2 people are the best in this technique. The scroll that Mirai obtained from Kanda is not a complete version, but there are many books in Nawaka's house, among which the 2nd generation has done a detailed research on this technique of the Land of Earth. Relying on these notes, Nawaki also successfully deduced the exquisiteness of this technique. It greatly increased his defense. After making preparations, he looked in 4 directions. In the future, they all nodded to him one by one, indicating that they were ready. So he stood directly in front of Hong Hong. After Uchiha Hong thought about it, he quickly formed several Earth attribute seals with his hands, wrapping her and Ling Hua in them. Earth Escape Earth Formation Wall. It is better not to disturb Ling Hua if you can. This person who might become her brother's sister is her brother's favorite, and will accompany him for life. She is also their favorite sister-in-law and daughter-in-law. Chapter 540. Shang Shu had been prepared, so he was not blown away before the momentum exploded. His body was just bent backwards by the pressure. Just when he was about to give up and fall to the ground, exposing Hong Hong and the others. A pair of soft and delicate hands suddenly pressed against Shang Shu's back. A gentle voice suddenly sounded from behind Shang Shu. "Shang Shu-kun, let's face it together." As she said that, she pushed hard behind Shang Shu and straightened his body. It was Hong Hong who was originally inside the earth wall. Realizing that Hong Hong was pushing hard behind him, Shang Shu suddenly felt endless power in his heart. His face was flushed. The corners of his mouth rose wildly, and his eyes were full of joy. "Okay, let's face it together." As if oppressed by the momentum of Shang Shu and the others, the reincarnation eye suddenly slowly retracted its pressure. The pressure in the field gradually decreased a lot. At this moment, Ichiraku had already knelt down among the 4 people who were maintaining the barrier, but Minato was fine. He was half kneeling on the ground. Only Mirai and Kushina could still stand in the field. After the pressure was reduced, Noeki and Hong Hong made different seals with their hands. Mirai had asked them about the technique of absorbing pupil power when they were eating. Although Linghua was also a user of pupil technique, she didn't know this one. Fortunately, Mirai and Hong Hong knew how to do it, so she gave it to them. Moreover, the way to make seals was different for pupil power of different attributes. Although Noeki couldn't change the hand seals, Hong Hong taught him the seal of absorbing yang release, so he only needed to make the seals step by step, and what he absorbed was the yang release pupil power. Even if he didn't have eyeballs, he could use this power. The cave was always very quiet, and no insects were ever disturbed. None of the bats noticed that someone had walked over their heads with a swagger and collected most of their poop. Cold Palace. There was a man standing here. A man about 20 years old. He just passed the door of the Cold Palace and suddenly froze. Then he narrowed his eyes and stepped back. His sight fell on the door. A gleam of light appeared in his white eyes. On the earth. When Baizetsu's body told Heizetsu that he could not sense the spores. The latter's face changed slightly. He had just come down from the moon and did not notice anything. They may have gone to the different space of the 3 holy places, or they found your spores. Heizetsu's face became very solemn. The former is fine, but if it is the latter, then it means one thing: they are very likely to find that someone is monitoring them. This will have a certain impact on his plan. Thinking about it, he asked again, "Where is the last place your spores sensed?" White Zetsu replied without hesitation, "On the back mountain of the old site of the Hyuga clan." After losing his senses at that time, he hastily settled Hyuga Tsuyoshi and quickly rushed in that direction. When he arrived, there was no one there. There were only the remnants of food. I think that's where he projected the picture and saw the delicious food. There was also a glowing spring next to it. He couldn't get in. This spring was a bit dangerous for him. Because it would greatly enhance his activity, if he wasn't careful, it would impact his consciousness, turn him into a fool, and turn his body into a big tree. Become a real plant. So he found Black Zetsu and didn't rush into the spring. As he spoke, he looked up at the moon in the sky and asked tentatively, "Do you think they are on the moon?" After all, I always feel that the man called Uchiha seems to know something. Black Zetsu touched his chin and pondered for a moment. Indeed, that person seems to know a little bit about everything. He told Minato Namikaze the details of the Sharingan at the beginning. He even knew the existence of the Mangeki when he was 7 years old. Although he said that he saw it in his father's study, I also searched it and found that there were indeed records of the Mangeki. But I always feel that he is very strange. After listening to Black Zetsu's words, the White Zetsu knew that he had similar feelings to himself. Combined with the recent changes, he hurriedly asked again, "Do you think he is also eyeing the huge reincarnation eye?" He also got some information from Black Zetsu about the things on the moon. Knowing that there is a huge reincarnation eye on the moon, it is also because Black Zetsu absorbed the pupil power and injected it into a pair of ordinary bun, which transformed it into a reincarnation eye. Although it is a short-term one-time eye. But as long as people can bear it, they can exert strength beyond the level of Kage in a short period of time. They originally planned to use this power to let Hyuga Tsuji kill Hyuga Rika in front of the future. Because this is what Madara told them, they don't have to wait for the future to strengthen this person's strength. Hearing this, Black Zetsu laughed immediately. Then they are doomed to be happy in vain. The temple where the eye is stored is still floating in the air. People can only go up during the Samsara festival. At other times, this temple is wrapped in a barrier. Anyone who is not an Otsutsuki or a Hyuga will be drained of chakra if they approach. He almost fell into this curse at the beginning. Fortunately, he is not a normal person. He quickly cut off that part and immediately moved away from the reincarnation eye. Then he controlled a sleeping Otsutsuki guardian and used his blood to finally absorb that part of the pupil power. He admitted that they were indeed evil in the future, but it was useless no matter how evil they were, because even an old bastard like him almost capsized, and he didn't believe that these 7 people would be intact. But I think with Hyagarika here, their lives won't be in danger. Besides, it's hard to say whether they can reach that place. I had to work very hard to barely enter that place. Black Zetsu said, and then he continued, so, you monitor at the old site of Hyaga. If they are really on the moon, they will definitely come back from the passage there. Then you can see if your spores are still there. If they don't come back from there, we must be prepared to deal with it. White Zetsu nodded. He looked at Black Zetsu about to leave and asked in confusion, what are you going to do? Black Zetsu turned his head and looked at White Zetsu, and smiled sinisterly, of course, let Hyaga Tsuyoshi fall in love with Uchiha Mirai. And Hyaga Tsuyoshi has already demonstrated this matter, so Black Zetsu just needs to let him dream. Dream of being pressed down. Or dream of him supporting Mirai from behind. He. White Zetsu's original body. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Now there's something interesting to watch. But after Black Zetsu left, he was stunned, and then he suddenly realized something. He couldn't help but slap his forehead, damn, why did I forget to ask? After all these years of surveillance, he found a suspicious point. Why will the 7 of them be so evil in the future? This is totally illogical. This is a ninja world, not a ninja village. The world is so big, there are always geniuses emerging. These 7 people are placed in any big ninja village, and they are the focus of training as the descendants of the cage. But why are they concentrated in Konoha? Also, why did the last man Ichiraku suddenly rise and surpass many top students in just 3 years? At the beginning, he also found that Ichiraku was not right, and then he realized that the whole thing was not simple. I wanted to find an opportunity to ask Black Zetsu, but it turned out that he forgot. Forget it, I'll ask him next time I have a chance. Muttering, he slowly sank into the ground and hid. Above the moon. The young Otsutsuki looked at the gate of the cold palace and slowly approached it. He soon stopped in front of the gate. The door was very tight, and you couldn't see inside from the outside. His sight slowly passed through the lock. Then fell on the threshold. There was a strange thing here, which attracted him. As he reached out to pick up the foreign object, his eyebrows slightly raised. This is... Inside the cave. Ichiraku had collapsed on the ground. His face was so pale at the moment that his hands couldn't maintain the seal. Hoo. Sorry, I tried my best. It has been 19 minutes since Brother Rope Tree and the others absorbed the pupil power. To be honest, he didn't know he could hold on for so long. It should be that part of the pupil power of the reincarnation eye was absorbed, causing its pressure to gradually decrease, so he was able to hold on for so long. And he was extremely grateful. Fortunately, he had eaten a full stomach, so there was still food in his stomach, which could quickly transform into chakra energy for him. Chapter 541. Linghua and the others only absorbed the pupil power, but did not merge it now. Because it was too late. It took nearly 40 minutes for the 3 of them to absorb the pupil power. Finally, when the future was exhausted, Linghua finally opened her eyes. There was still that white in her eyes. It was not azure blue, but everyone dared not look at her eyes. Even the Uchiha siblings, who were from the 3 major pupil jutsu families, were the same. And every time they were swept by Linghua's eyes, all of them would feel creepy. Kushina's face turned a lot paler, as if she had no blood. She was the main force to maintain this barrier. Not only did she have to take over the work of Minato and Ichiraku after they fell, but she also had to operate the barrier talisman. Although in the last 10 minutes, Aritake and Honghong took over the work of Minato and Ichiraku. But this also made her exhausted. Seeing that the eyeballs floating in front of Linghua had turned from azure blue to pure white, Kushina put down her hand directly. The barrier talisman that was originally shining brightly also dimmed rapidly at this moment. But it only returned to the beginning. It can ensure that they will not be discovered in the second state in the future. With her mind relaxed, she almost fell down. Fortunately, Honghong, who was beside her, hurriedly helped her up. She looked at Linghua who had already helped her brother, and turned to look at the red-haired girl, sincerely grateful, Arigato Kushina-chan. She could feel the majestic pupil power in her eyes at this moment. It felt that as long as she exerted a little force, she could break some shackles and transform into a higher level existence. She knew what it was. That was the real power of the Uchiha above the Sharingan, the Mangekyo Sharingan. But this was just an illusion. If she could open the Mangekyo Sharingan so easily. So now Uchiha has at least 4 or 5 pairs of this kind of eyes. You know, Uchiha has a lot of Sharingan, these eyes are from the dead tribesmen. They were all taken back by Uchiha and kept together. So their ancestors did a lot of research on Mangeki. They found that this kind of eyes can only change qualitatively, not quantitatively. It is even more impossible for quantitative change to produce qualitative change. They can only awaken by themselves. Now that she has absorbed the Yintun pupil power of reincarnation eye, it only makes her pupil power far beyond the same kind, but it still belongs to the 3 Megatama level. When her eyes really evolve to Mangeki, that is when her eyes can really play a role. Kushina shook her head weakly, looked at Sister Hong Hong, and forced a smile. I'm glad to help you. When she came to Konoha alone, what she wanted most was to get the recognition of this village. Later, she found that the prejudice in people's hearts was a mountain that could not be shaken. She tried hard to integrate with them. But she was always excluded by them. Facing her current dream, they all disagreed and called her a tomato monster. She thought it would be difficult for her to survive in this village. But the result was beyond her expectations. She subconsciously looked at a yellow-haired man who looked at her with heartache. The corners of her mouth rose slightly. Grandma, I found my love. Where he is, it is my whole world. She is very satisfied with her current life. There is someone who loves her and loves her, 2 close sisters, and 3 reliable elders. There is also the future, Ichiraku and other partners. Really, she is very satisfied. By the way, there is also a cousin named Rope Tree. So if she can help them, even if she is a little more tired, she will be happy. Sister Hong Hong, let me do it. Minato took Kushina from Sister Hong Hong's arms and said distressedly. Hearing this, Hong Hong naturally handed Kushina to Minato. Although Minato was very tired, after a short rest, he barely had the strength to move. On the other side, Mirai half knelt on the ground, panting heavily. His forehead was full of fine beads of sweat, and his clothes were wet. This is the high-speed activity of cells throughout the body, which generates a lot of heat. The body's functions instinctively release a lot of water to cool down. Kushina still has chakra, but he doesn't have a drop. As soon as Linghua opened her eyes, she saw Walai was about to die of exhaustion. She was immediately frightened and rushed to Walai. She hugged him anxiously, gave him support, and asked, Walai, are you okay? Walai smiled bitterly and panted twice, huff. It's okay, it's just that I've consumed too much energy and am a little exhausted. I'll be fine after a rest. Linghua Shi inherited 50% of Tsunade's medical ability. Don't underestimate this 50%, because this 50% is enough for her to be qualified for the position of director of the medical department. That is the position that Koharu Yudatan is in now. She quickly helped Mirai to recover some of his strength. Then she supported him and walked to Hong Hong and the others. Mirai looked at Kushina, and after finding that she was fine, he looked at his sister again. When he felt the power of the pupil, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. This trip to the moon was a complete success. Sister, how is it, are you sure you can open the Mangeki? Although Mirai's face was full of weakness, he still asked curiously. Hearing this, Hong Hong, who was recovering Kushina, shook her head with a bitter smile. She also learned some medical ninjutsu from Sister Tsunade, but of course she was not as good as Kushina, let alone Linghua. It's difficult. Although I feel like I can break through this layer of shackles with a little effort, this weak shackles are like an ocean with no end in sight. It's really too difficult. Future's face froze slightly. He thought that his sister would soon be able to open the kaleidoscope after absorbing the yin power, but it turned out that he was overthinking. So he looked at Linghua and asked something that everyone was very concerned about. What about you, can you open the reincarnation eye? Linghua looked at the progress bar in her mind, which showed 50%. She also shook her head, I don't know, after all, I just absorbed it, and it hasn't merged into my eyes yet. Is that so? Future nodded. After he finished speaking, everyone looked at Rope Tree in unison. This made the latter a little excited. Finally, it's my turn to show off. He scratched his head and said shyly, I'm fine. As he said this, he stretched out his hand in front of everyone. Then, in front of their shocked eyes, a small sapling suddenly emerged from his palm, just like his hand was parasitized by a plant. Fuck. Oh my god. Oh my god. Mamma mia. Is this the wood release that Brother Rope Tree has been thinking about? In an instant, countless people stared at Rope Tree with wide eyes, their eyes full of shock and excitement. Seeing that his friends were more excited than him, Rope Tree smiled foolishly. Hee. I have fulfilled my mission. I found that as long as I absorb Yang release, it will be swallowed up and strengthened by the Yang attribute chakra in my body, and I don't need to merge it myself. With the increase of Yang release, I can finally use the wood release technique. To be honest, he was very happy, but not as happy as the others in the future. Originally, he thought he would be so happy that he would jump for joy, but the result was beyond his expectation. He actually thought it was normal and there was no need to be too surprised. As he spoke, he suddenly frowned. He looked directly at his shoulder, and his expression became unusually solemn. As he performed wood release, he suddenly felt something wrong on his shoulder. If it weren't for the fact that his body was still filled with a lot of Yang release, which stimulated this abnormality, he would not have noticed anything wrong at all. Seeing that Rope Tree was laughing and his face suddenly became serious, everyone's face changed. Before they could ask, Rope Tree spoke. I have something on me, stay away from me. Hearing this, the two women who were still able to move in the field immediately pulled everyone behind them. They had been together for several years and knew each other well. They knew that what Rope Tree said was a big trouble. Minato directly hugged Kushina and retreated to the edge of the barrier. The position of Rope Tree was vacated all of a sudden. Rope Tree, what happened? Hong Hong directly opened the 3 Megatama and carefully searched Rope Tree's body, but did not find anything abnormal. Rika also opened the bun. Also found nothing. But her eyes made Rope Tree's whole body shudder. It was as if he was being stared at by a top predator. He suppressed the fear in his heart and forced himself not to look at Rika. Something has been put on me. Someone is watching us. As he spoke, he formed a seal with his hands to gather chakra. Since this thing reacts to Yang Dun, he has to take a closer look at what it is. Chapter 542. As a white object grew from the body of the Rope Tree, everyone's faces became interesting. What is this monster? Is this the person who is monitoring us? We didn't even notice his existence, how scary. Without saying anything, Hong Hong threw an illusion directly at the white figure growing from the Rope Tree. When the latter was about to scream in horror, he was controlled by Hong Hong. Seeing this scene, the future was relieved. But his face also became ugly. Facts have proved that they are indeed being monitored by White Zetsu. He immediately shouted, "Brother, check if there is anything wrong with us. Now that these spores have been discovered, if they pretend not to know, I'm afraid it won't work. These spores have their own independent consciousness." Okay. Rope Tree responded, and immediately started with Hong Hong. Because he found that this thing just now actually wanted to devour his chakra. If he had not participated in the maintenance of the barrier, even if he had discovered it, he would have been sucked dry by him to counterattack. Mirai had just finished speaking. He instantly felt exhausted, as if the little bit of chakra left in his body had been sucked away by something. And it was the kind of unreasonable forced suction, even more furious than when he was supporting the barrier just now. In an instant, he knelt directly. He was weak to begin with, and after such a suction, he didn't even have the strength to move. There was a drowsy feeling in his mind. Oh no! He rolled his eyes and fainted completely. As Mirai fell down, many people around him also fell down. Ichiraku, Minato, and even Kushina were directly out of strength. So that the barrier began to crumble and was about to dissipate. At the same time, a huge white object gradually appeared on their bodies, which expanded rapidly. Soon, half of a white human body was condensed. One of the white creatures shouted in astonishment, "Damn it, how could you possibly discover our spore technique?" But Rope Tree knew that the situation was urgent at the moment, and it was not the time to talk. He took the lead in rescuing Hong Hong. Because there was also a white creature on Hong Hong's body, and only the two of them had the strength to fight back. And they still had the ability to control them. At this moment, he grew behind Hong Hong, avoiding her sight. So Hong Hong couldn't control him with illusions at all. Damn it, do these guys have any IQ? They actually know how to guard against the illusions of Sharingan. But although these things caught them off guard, their own abilities were very strange, but their strength was not very strong. Rope Tree directly pulled out the kitchen knife in Ichiraku's hand and chopped it directly at the part of the white creature that connected to Hong Hong. The knife was very sharp. Although Rope Tree had not practiced swordsmanship, he was quite good at using the knife, at least he could cut wherever he pointed. In an instant, the knife flashed, and the white creature attached to Hong Hong's back immediately broke. After Hong Hong felt that the chakra was no longer flowing, she immediately turned her head and glared at the white creature lying on the ground. The latter was about to scream, but in an instant, he met Hong Hong's eyes. All of a sudden, he became calm. Save Kushina first, the barrier will fail. After Hong Hong did all this, she immediately shouted to Rope Tree. Good. These spores seem very strange, and they made people suffer a great loss without any sound, but their strength seems to be just like that. As Rope Tree raised his knife and split them, Hong Hong released the illusion control again. Soon all 7 white figures were controlled. After doing all this, Hong Hong and Rope Tree couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Hey! That's close. Rope Tree said, with a trace of relief on his face. These creatures were obviously humanoid, but they were not formed yet, so they could not launch an effective counterattack. If they were allowed to form successfully, he would not be able to deal with them all at once in a short period of time. Even if they held the unconscious people hostage to threaten him, he would be restricted. Kushina had already stabilized the barrier again. But her face was quite ugly. She rubbed her swollen eyebrows tiredly and spoke reluctantly, "Let's go, it's not safe here anymore." The barrier had just broken a hole briefly. I guess the breath in the barrier must have leaked out. Her words were like turning on some kind of switch. The originally quiet cave gradually became noisy. Especially the group of bats, they started to chirp and call, making people feel upset. Just now the barrier dissipated, our breath has been exposed, now I am afraid that not only the bats in the cave have been alarmed, but also the Otsutsuki clan. Hearing what Kushina said, Noeki and Hong Hong looked at each other, their faces were ugly to death. Linghua hurriedly said, "Hurry up, someone is already looking this way." As she said, she helped Mirai up, and then took a look at Kushina's chakra, her face became even uglier. And Kushina can't hold on for much longer. Her chakra has been absorbed by the white creature just now, and now it is less than 10%. It can only last for more than 10 minutes at most. Kushina was so weak that she didn't want to talk, and Minato beside her didn't even have the strength to stand up, so he could only lie on the ground, his face as pale as he could be. Only Linghua, Noeki, and Hong Hong had spare strength in the field. But the condition of the 2 women was not very good. They had their chakra absorbed by this thing just now. If it weren't for Noeki's quick action, I'm afraid the 2 of them would be like the 4 people lying on the ground. At this moment, Ichiraku and Mirai have completely fallen into a coma. Only the 3 of them can rely on them. Noeki immediately split a shadow clone. Then he said to Hong Hong, "Hong Hong, you still have chakra, you take over Kushina's chakra supply." "Okay." Hong Hong responded. Fortunately, she had taken over Minato's position before, so she knew how to supply chakra. Linghua is also proficient in chakra and can help a little. With the help of the 2, Kushina finally felt much better. Noeki quickly formed seals with both hands and added the power of light and heavy rock technique to the barrier. It turned into a ball, wrapped several people and quickly floated out of the cave. At this moment, he didn't care about hitting the flying bats. He didn't care that the Otsutsuki people would see the bats being mysteriously knocked away. At this moment, they had to quickly move away from their original position to avoid being surrounded by the Otsutsuki people. In the future, they would no longer be able to fight back. Inside the palace, the Otsutsuki youth held a caterpillar in his hand and played with it curiously. This was the insect he picked up at the threshold of the cold palace gate. This kind of insect is very rare. According to the book, this kind of insect is called a caterpillar. It is very ugly when it is young, but once it breaks out of the cocoon, it is the most beautiful butterfly in the world. He wanted to take it back and raise it to see how it turned into a butterfly. But before he returned to his room, his expression was slightly startled, and then he turned his head to look in one direction. The veins in his white eyes suddenly popped up. Such a strong yin-yang escape, and there is also the breath of an outsider. As the line of sight zoomed in and out, soon he saw a cave. He knew this cave. It was said that some rare metals such as iron ore could be mined in this cave in the past, but hundreds of years ago, this mine had been fully developed. So it became an abandoned mine. Then it was occupied by a group of bats and used as their nest. In this regard, the people of their clan were too lazy to care and let them be. Then he saw a magical scene. The flying bats seemed to be hit by something. Judging from the impact surface, it should be a ball. But he couldn't see what ball it was, as if it was an air cannon. At this moment, it was flying quickly towards the cave entrance. He could sense the abnormality, and the head of the clan, the deputy head of the branch clan and others also noticed this change. They were still discussing their understanding of the ancestors' last words fiercely. Not only did they quarrel with spit flying, but some even took slippers and slapped each other in the face. Typical of not being able to win the argument, but also having to fight. Just when the quarrel was getting more and more intense, a breath suddenly flashed and swept through all of them, making them all stunned, and they all turned their heads to look outside the door. Is that the breath of the Renzhung I? The head of the branch family felt the breath full of yang escape, and the breath of the Renzhung I mixed in it, and his face became excited. They were very familiar with this breath, because the world they lived in was provided by this holy artifact Renzhung I. The Renzhung I that my family has been looking for 800 years has finally appeared, haha. The head of the main family stared with a pair of white eyes and directly ordered, there was a breath of an outsider in the breath just now. It must be that an outsider found the Renzhung I that the Haiga people hid at the beginning. We must not let them escape out of the moon. Everyone, all out, make sure to catch them and take back the Rin Egan. He almost shouted the last words. The voice was so loud that it almost spread across the entire moon. In an instant, countless people suddenly looked up in the direction of the cave, and all rolled their eyes. The reincarnation I is the treasure of their clan. Everything they have, including the climate, wind, clouds, thunder and lightning, food, water resources, etc., is created by the reincarnation I in the temple. It is the foundation of their lives. So they will never allow anyone to steal their roots. For a moment, countless Otsutsuki people rushed towards the cave. There were even countless people riding on huge bird-summoning beasts and puppet beasts, rushing towards that place quickly. It was like a startled hornet's nest. Countless hornets quickly flew out of the nest, and soon they densely covered the sky. It was like a black cloud that quickly covered the sky, stretching for dozens of kilometers. What Ling Hua saw was the secondary picture. Chapter 543. As soon as Rope Tree rushed out of the cave, his expression changed. They caught up so quickly. The original journey was more than 10 kilometers, but when he rushed out of the cave, those people had already rushed halfway. We must not be entangled by them. He glanced at the cave they came from, then controlled his flight and turned a corner. He even pretended to be flustered as if he accidentally touched the water surface, and then quickly raised the barrier ball. After doing all this, he immediately turned around again and rushed towards the passage hole. At this moment, he didn't care about chakra, and injected all of it into the technique in one breath to increase the flight speed. When the three girls Ling Hua saw Rope Tree's feint, they couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. I didn't expect Rope Tree to have such wit at the critical moment. Based on Rope Tree's action of touching the water surface just now, I guess those people must think that they are fleeing in that direction. This will lead to the pursuit of Otsutsuki. However, the idea is good, but the people of Otsutsuki are not fools. Many of them are going to chase after the water surface that just passed by. Although they can't see what it is, they think it must be a thief who used some treasure. Seeing this, the deputy head of the branch family shouted immediately. Don't chase it, this is probably a trick of the outsiders. Because he has a better way to find the outsiders. Many people subconsciously stopped when they heard it. Even the people of the main family are the same. The clan system of the Otsutsuki clan is not as strict as that of the Haiga clan. Because the branch family does not have the bird in a cage technique, they are like two branches of a clan. The main family is the main branch, and the branch family is the branch. But in fact, the two branches are the same. So the people of the main family sometimes listen to the words of the deputy head of the branch family. The deputy patriarch of the branch family had a gleam in his eyes, and he said to the people around him, Patriarch, this man used a very advanced treasure, and our Bian is completely ineffective. Not only that, their Bian can't see the change in airflow, otherwise, he can't run away. Judging from the situation just now, this treasure is not completely invisible, because it will affect the water surface, bats and other tangible substances. I suggest that we change the weather directly and let the rain help us find the foreigner. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard it. Oh my! What a good idea. The patriarch of the main family also nodded in agreement when he heard it. I think so too. As he said that, he quickly formed a seal with both hands. This seal is somewhat similar to the seal of ninjas on Earth, but it is a little different. After he finished the complicated and complex seal, he immediately shouted, "Reincarnation, wind and rain summon." In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color. It was sunny and windy before, but the next second, it turned into a scene of howling winds. Especially above their heads, dark clouds quickly emerged and expanded rapidly at an exponential speed. Gradually, drops of rain fell quickly from above their heads. The deputy head of the branch family saw this scene, and a trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes. Although the difference between their branches is not very obvious, the head of the main family firmly controls the authority of the holy weapon. If the head of the main family of this generation was not more hypocritical, he would not dare to take the people of the branch family to do this. The last wish of the ancestors has clearly stated that once it is determined that the world created by the six-path sage is a failure, we, as the Otsutsuki clan, have the responsibility to destroy the human beings on the earth and reshape a new peaceful world. Thinking of this, his eyes narrowed. So I must get this pair of reincarnation eyes. Only by mastering the same eyes can he not be afraid of the authority of the main family. The face of Rope Tree, who had already flown far away, became extremely ugly. Damn! What I hate most is smart people. He didn't expect that his wishful thinking would fail. These people actually guessed his thoughts and quickly thought of restraint measures through his collision with the bat and the water surface. The sky above his head suddenly became dark, and the dark clouds had spread to his head and quickly surpassed his flying speed. The heavy rain behind him was already pouring down. Seeing that the heavy rain was about to catch up, Ling Hua hurriedly pointed to the island below. He said anxiously, "Brother Rope Tree, there. There is a small cave on that island, let's go there to take shelter." Hearing this, Rope Tree immediately manipulated the barrier ball and flew down without saying a word. It would be great if Ichiraku was still awake. Let him draw a big bird, which is much better than me flying with ninjutsu. Much faster. His technique is more like floating than flying. Fortunately, he can't fly fast in a straight line, but he has plenty of ways to fall. When the heavy rain behind him was about to catch up with him, he just controlled the ball and flew into the cave. At this time, Shenchu really relaxed. "Hey, I was scared to death. I thought I was doomed this time," he said with fear. The crowd of people was like wasps, with so many people. Not only people, but there were even more puppets. It was estimated that there were no less than 8,000 puppets. Behind them, there were more people and puppets catching up. If he was not careful and was entangled by them, he would not be able to leave. These puppets would wear them out. Ling Hua stood in front of the cave entrance. She looked at the heavy rain and the feeling of rolling eyes from time to time. She frowned slightly and said with a wry smile, "I was careless this time." Shenchu looked at the future. After all, he was the one who suggested absorbing it earlier. But he didn't say anything, because what the future said was reasonable. Early absorption can avoid more trouble. And if it wasn't absorbed earlier, they might not know that they were being monitored. Maybe there would be a bigger mess. So no matter how you look at it, he agreed with the future's plan. At this time, Kushina spoke weakly, "Rika-chan. I will tell you how to maintain the barrier." Among the three people, the only one who can catch up with her in sealing skills is Rika-chan, followed by Sister Hong Hong, and then Mr. Shenchu. Although Rika also absorbed some chakra from White Zetsu, she still has some strength left. And she herself is about to be unable to hold on, and now she just wants to have a good sleep. "Okay." Rika responded. As she said that, she moved closer to the direction of the little sisters. Kushina didn't hide her thoughts, she spoke out the seal and principle of Kaifeng barrier all at once. Under her instructions, Ling Hua also knew how to maintain the second mode of Kaifeng barrier. That is, the mode that can block the Bun, the naked eye and other perception methods. There is also the most profound third mode, which is to completely isolate the space and cannot be touched or sensed by any object. Just now, she activated this mode and barely resisted the pressure of Renshengan. But this mode consumes too much chakra, and Kushina couldn't maintain it for long in her prime. Because Kaifeng barrier is already in the second mode, it doesn't matter whether the Uzumaki bloodline is needed or not, as long as someone provides chakra and the seal method. After watching the little sister take over the control in person, Kushina was relieved to relax her tense mind. "I'm afraid I'll have to sleep for more than 3 days. The rest depends on you guys. The moment she finished speaking, she fell into a coma. Among the 7 people in the group, only Rope Tree, Hong Hong, and Linghua remained awake. And all this was due to these 7 white creatures. If it weren't for them, they would have collapsed in the future. But they would never have been drained of chakra and fell into a coma like now. Hong Hong took out a pen and ink and carved seal patterns on them. These guys can absorb chakra and grow rapidly. The ability is too weird, and conventional rope-type restraints are probably useless, so she directly used the sealing technique to serve. After taking a look, Rope Tree didn't say much, but closed his eyes and sat cross-legged. He only had about 30% of his chakra left. Just now, this guy sucked away 30% at once, and took over Ichiraku's position to maintain the barrier and consumed 10%. Just now, he used up more than 20% of his chakra when he used the earth escape technique. After all, in order not to be discovered, he used all his strength to activate the technique. He put his chakra into the technique without caring about his life. He also helped Kushina maintain the consumption of the barrier. The fact that he had so much chakra left was the result of his excellent physique. He also knew that Hong Hong and Linghua didn't have much chakra left. So he had to hurry up to recover so that he could take Linghua's place. I guess she can't hold on for much longer. Outside, everyone's eyes were sweeping everywhere. Even when the queen ant and the male ant on the island were laughing, they didn't let go. Almost starting from the bat cave, they searched outward bit by bit. But there was no gain, as if the foreigners were no longer in this world. Immediately, the head of the clan shouted loudly, "Patrol team, immediately block the passage to the earth, and make sure not to let a fly go. Everyone else, search with all your might." Hi! Soon, many Otsutsuki ninjas rushed in all directions with 1, or even 7 or 8 puppets. One of them was very smart and took out the steel wire and let 10 puppets hold it, forming a simple large net. They went to the place where the rain could not reach. A real carpet search. Chapter 544. 4 days had passed since the search. The highest level of the palace. The decision-makers of the Otsutsuki clan were all sitting here. But they didn't make a big fuss and beat people up like before. Their faces looked very ugly at the moment, and even their eye sockets were all stained black. They looked very tired. Because they hadn't had a good sleep in the past 4 days. Especially the 2 chief and deputy chiefs, Zong and Fu. They were very concerned about the reincarnation eye and wanted their people to get this pair of eyes. So they also joined the search team. Report. At this time, a clan member's report came from the door. It drew everyone's attention. Some of them immediately showed hope in their eyes. Could it be that they found it? Even the 2 clan leaders who were sitting upright couldn't help but stand up and looked at the newcomer with sharp eyes. It seemed as if the previous fatigue was an illusion. As the messenger rushed to the center of the hall, he immediately knelt on one knee and said loudly, "Clan leader, the 7th sweep has ended, and the foreigner has not been found." Hearing this, the 2 clan leaders' breathing stagnated, their bodies swayed slightly, and they sat down on the chairs. The fatigue on the clan leader's face reappeared. He couldn't help but put his hand against his forehead, his crutch resting on the armrest, and waved his other hand, saying helplessly, "Let them rest, and then let the second team continue the carpet search." They divided all the Otsutsuki clan members into 3 teams, and took turns searching for 24 hours. Yes. As the messenger left, many people in the center of the hall looked very unhappy. Some people couldn't help but talk about it. "Damn it, this is the 7th big search, we have searched everywhere, but why can't we find the man's trace? You say, that man is not on the moon anymore, right?" After this was said, many people became even more silent. Because this possibility is getting bigger and bigger as the number of failed big searches increases. At least half of the people now believe this possibility. The other half of the people said they didn't believe it, but most of them thought the same as the other half. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The clan leader directly rejected it. But not many people answered. They all looked at the person in the main seat silently. The branch clan leader stood with the clan leader for a rare occasion. He said, "We all looked in that direction when the breath of the bat cave leaked. At that time, you also saw the bats he hit when he rushed out of the cave, and the situation when he brushed against the water surface after leaving the cave. That speed was not fast. Our people arrived in a short time, and the clan leader directly cast summoning wind and rain at that time. The activation speed of this spell is very fast. With that person's speed, it is absolutely impossible to exceed the speed of wind and rain. As he said, his eyes narrowed slightly. Looking at a huge map placed next to him, pointing to several islands, drawing a circle and saying, at that time, he was most likely to find a cave on the island and hide in it, so as to avoid being exposed by the rain. After this, many people nodded involuntarily. Some of them thought of it, some did not, but with the words of the deputy clan leader, they once again confirmed the idea that the man was still on the moon. But some people also raised questions, but deputy clan leader, our people have focused on these places, and even dug the ground 3 feet deep, but still can't find them. Hearing this, everyone stopped talking. Yes, they have searched these places for more than 10 times, in addition to the general search, there are also personal searches. But they can't find them. Just when the deputy clan leader had nothing to say, a young man walked in. He is the son of the deputy clan leader of the branch family, and his status is second only to the 2 clan leaders and the son of the clan leader. He is the 4th noble person in Otsutsuki. Of course, his strength is also good, at least the young master of the main family can't beat him. Clan leader, father. After the young man came in, he respectfully saluted and shouted to the 2 people in the chief and deputy seats. When the head of the branch family saw his son coming, the sadness on his face also dissipated a lot. He smiled and asked, German, why are you here? He is most satisfied with this son, and he is also the proudest of his life. He is strong, smart and has a very good character, which is very consistent with his name. The word in the word. The most important thing is that he is born with leadership qualities. As long as the people of their branch family and the people of the main family have been in contact with him for a long time, they will be involuntarily impressed by his temperament and willing to sacrifice their lives for him. The purpose of his great efforts to find the reincarnation eye this time is to give it to his son. Many people looked at Otsutsuki Takuto. They all had a good impression of this man who was full of noble temperament. Even if they didn't like him, they wouldn't have any malice or anything. Otsutsuki Takuto nodded to everyone, as a greeting, and then answered his father's words. He walked to the front of the huge map and stretched out his hand to touch the bat cave. He looked at everyone and asked, I know everyone has searched this area, but I found that the intensity of the search for the bat cave here seems to be the lowest, so I have an idea, is that person hiding in this cave? After his reminder, everyone was stunned. Bat cave? Fuck, it's true. I only sent people to search there once. After finding nothing, I stopped searching. Me too. We're all the same. Our search was very intense, but after 10 minutes of heavy rain, we found nothing unusual. The chieftain stopped the search for the sake of our crops. That person might have run out of the caves on these islands at that time, and then avoided our searchers and returned to the bat cave. Very reasonable. Reason, after all, there is a saying from our ancestors that the most dangerous place is often the safest. That thief must have hidden in the bat cave. After all, that cave used to be a mine cave, and the space inside is bright. Our people will just take a look at it at most, and not many people will check it too carefully. That's right, let alone them, we are all affected by inertial thinking. Yes, we all saw the signs that the man was away from the cave entrance, so we instinctively thought that he would not return to the bat cave again. For a moment, everyone's eyes were bright. Otsutsuki Takuto's words opened up a new direction for them to explore. After the head of the branch family heard his son's words, he and the head of the clan couldn't help but look at each other, and their eyes were full of realization. The 2 of them didn't even think of this. It was still a young man in his 20s who pointed it out before they reacted. For a moment, they were all a little ashamed. Otsutsuki Takuto listened to everyone's compliments and said politely, you are all respected people, and you have to deal with many complicated affairs all year round. Originally, you adults could have thought of this, but the reincarnation eye is of great importance, and it is normal that you adults did not react for a while. Hearing this, everyone's evaluation of him was a little higher. Look, this child is good at talking, and he speaks so nicely. We really like what he says. The head of the clan immediately clapped his hands and shouted loudly with righteousness, okay, this time we will search from the outside to the inside. It is imperative that the distance between people should not exceed 10 meters. I will use rain to cooperate with the search. In the hall, everyone stood up in unison and responded loudly in unison, hi. This time, they felt that there was a great hope to find the hiding place of that person. In the bat cave. The future woke up faintly. Water. He murmured instinctively. Ling Hua's face lit up immediately after hearing this. She rushed to Walai and knelt down on her knees, letting his head rest on her legs. At the same time, she took out the water bag and handed it to Walai's mouth. Water is coming. As the cool water entered his mouth, Walai sucked it instinctively. Gulp. Gulp. Seeing that Walai was about to drink up all the water in the water bag, Ling Hua hurriedly took it away and stopped him, saying, Walai, you have been in a coma for 4 days. It is not advisable to eat and drink too much at once. And there will be more to drink later. After hearing Ling Hua's words, Walai came back to his senses. He looked at Ling Hua's chin in some astonishment and asked incredulously, I have been in a coma for 4 days. Why does he feel like he just fell asleep? No. He suddenly remembered something. Before he fell into a coma, the last chakra was sucked away by the white zetsu spores. He sat up suddenly in shock. Where are those white zetsu? Chapter 545. When Mirai saw the 3 complete white zetsu with arms and legs, his face turned ugly. If I remember correctly, he seemed to have seen 7 before he fainted. Each of them had white zetsu spores. Did 4 escape? He asked. Minato on the side shook his head, Mirai, you think too much, they didn't escape, they just merged into 3. Speaking of this, he was also very scared. If he hadn't woken up early, I'm afraid Kushina and the others would have been killed by these white creatures. After he subdued the 3 white zetsu, Ling Hua, Hong Hong and Nawaka directly threw their best binding techniques on them. 2 sealing techniques, plus Nawaka's snake gaze curse binding. The 3 white creatures were suppressed to death. Mirai was relieved when he saw Minato and heard his words. Only then did he have time to look around. This is a cave, not very large, not very high, only a person of 1.5 meters can stand upright at most. There is a dim cave entrance in the distance, very small, only able to accommodate 1 person at most. There is a stone wall outside the cave entrance, and the light is reflected from the stone wall to the inside of the cave entrance. As he instinctively used the perception technique, he immediately understood. This is the Bat Cave. They are in the cave above the Bat Cave. The cave entrance is open inward, so when they entered from outside the cave before, they did not notice that there was a cave above their heads. He noticed that Ling Hua, who was kneeling behind him, was about to get up, and he rolled his eyes and fell down directly. That's good. Hiss, my head still hurts a little. After waking up from the future, Ling Hua had a bright smile on her face. Of course, she saw what the future was thinking, but she was embarrassed to point it out. Yul asked, are you okay, future? Hearing this, future stretched out his hand to cover his sight. He shook his head and said, I have consumed too much chakra, and me body can't bear it. I understand. So he took the soup from the stew pot beside him and said, this is the water ginseng and phoenix soup I made. It is good for recovery. Drink more later. Hearing this, future was stunned. He raised his arm, looked at him in confusion and asked, water ginseng and phoenix soup? What is this? Why hasn't he heard of this name? Shenchu shrugged and said speechlessly, it's an old hen stewed with 1,000-year-old water ginseng. Look, even future doesn't know what his name means, so it's better for him to name it himself. Very down to earth, you can tell what it is as soon as you hear it. Yul ignored Shenchu. He held a bowl of soup and walked towards future carefully. At the same time, he said, chicken soup is here. Mirai was not polite. From what Rope Tree said just now, he understood that there was water ginseng in the soup. That was the precious medicine given to Kushina. And he hadn't eaten for 3 days. If someone hadn't fed him thin soup during his coma, he would not have the strength to get up now. So he sat up again, took the chicken soup, raised his eyebrows, and found that the temperature of the soup was just right. It seemed that Yul was thoughtful, so he gulped it down. As the hot soup went down his abdomen, he didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt his stomach gradually warming up, as if the chicken soup began to work. He had strength all over his body. At this moment, he noticed that there was still a person lying next to him. Kushina hasn't woken up yet. Hearing this, the joy on everyone's faces disappeared. Ling Hua shook her head, she took out a handkerchief from her chest and handed it to Mirai, asking him to wipe the soup stains from the corners of his mouth. Not yet. This time, she consumed the most energy, and this time, she is the biggest contributor. If it weren't for her K-Fang barrier, they would have been caught. The future may not be known, but those who have awakened, especially the three people like Nawaka who are not unconscious. They are extremely aware of the horror of the Otsutsuki clan. All the people are soldiers, tens of thousands of people can be pulled out at any time, and each person can drive 1 to 10 puppets. With such a large number of people and strength, they are only 7 people. Even if the Nine Tails is released, it is estimated that it will not be easy to escape. The Otsutsuki clan is so terrible. Suddenly, Ling Hua's face changed drastically, and she looked at the outside world fiercely. Around the corners of her eyes, veins were exposed. Oh no, they reacted, and now they are not searching from the bat cave to the outside, but from the outside to the inside. She saw many people who were originally supposed to gather at the entrance of the bat cave. They all received orders and immediately ran in all directions. What will they do next? Movement, no need to think about it. When the people present heard this, their faces suddenly changed. Damn it, the passage to the earth is blocked, we can't go back at all. Rope Tree hurriedly ran to the cave entrance and looked down. There were only 2 Otsutsuki people in the bat cave. There was no night shining sand on the ground for a long time, and it looked unusually clean at this moment. Because the bats were also driven away. Mirai hurriedly stretched out his hand and touched the ground, his face was unusually solemn. There were at least thousands of Otsutsuki people within a range of 5 kilometers. They all dispersed. There were 2 in the cave. He couldn't see any further. At this time, Minato suddenly suggested, "It's obviously not safe here. I suggest that we move to the castle now." His words suddenly made the panicked Rope Tree and others brighten their eyes. Oh my god, what a good idea. Everyone in the palace has basically come to us, which means that there are not many people there, and according to people's inertia, the palace is the headquarters of the Otsutsuki, and they will subconsciously relax their vigilance against the search there. For a moment, Minato's suggestion was recognized by everyone. Mirai immediately said, "Well, let's move to the castle, and there are many palaces there. There are many obstacles, which can provide us with a good hiding environment." After having an idea, all the friends started to work. They cleaned up the venue. Ling Hua walked to Sister Hong Hong and said, "Sister Hong Hong, let me do it." As she said that, she made seals with both hands to maintain the barrier of the barrier talisman. In the past 4 days, the 3 of them took turns to support the barrier. I don't know how many of the soldiers' grain pills they swallowed, and even half of Kushina's precious medicine was eaten by them, and the remaining half was used by Ichiraku to stew chicken soup. Fortunately, the Kaifang barrier can even block smells, otherwise, he would not dare to cook soup. Mirai had just woken up, and his body was still a little weak, so he was arranged by everyone to look after Baizetsu. Minato picked up Kushina, and Rope Tree controlled the barrier to squeeze out of the cave. Ichiraku and Hong Hong input chakra to maintain the operation of the barrier. Nowadays, the barrier is an important reliance for their survival. We can't let the barrier dissipate. Looking at the 2 Otsutsuki clan members below, Rope Tree sighed. Although the barrier can still isolate the sound inside and prevent it from being transmitted, he still lowered his voice and said, "If Kushina wakes up, why would we be crushed and run around when the 3rd stage of Kaifang barrier is opened? The 1st stage of Kaifang barrier is the way that laymen like Jia activate and use it. It can block perception, but it cannot block the naked eye, smell, and other factors. The 2nd stage is to form a ball to isolate everything. Not only can perception skills such as Bun not see it, but even the naked eye can't see it. The 3rd stage is to directly cut out a space. Let them enter the different space, and they will not be noticed by people outside at all. Even if they intersect, the 2 will not feel anything. To put it bluntly, this is to become people from 2 different worlds. Unfortunately, Kushina is still in a coma. So they have to wait for Kushina to wake up before they return to Earth. As soon as they floated out of the cave quietly, the faces of Nawaki and others changed. No, they are going to use the weather to search for our traces again. At this moment, the sky quickly became gloomy again. It feels like it will rain heavily soon. Let's go. Ichiraku said, and immediately took out the scroll, and immediately drew a big bird with a wingspan of more than 10 meters in the ball, carrying everyone on its back. Rope Tree transferred the technique to the big bird, so that the pressure on the barrier could be reduced. After doing all this, the big bird immediately spread its wings and rushed towards the palace quickly. For a moment, their speed was more than 10 times faster than Rope Tree's. Soon, everyone flew under the eaves of a house where almost no one was. After landing on the corridor, they all looked at the dark clouds behind them, which made Hong Hong and the others feel palpitations. Last time, they were just a little bit away, and they would be exposed by the rain immediately. But before they could breathe a sigh of relief, a voice came from the corner behind them. Duren, what do you want to say by calling me here as your father? Asked the deputy chief of the Otsutsuki clan curiously. He noticed that his son looked outside the eaves, turned his head with some doubts, and used the Bai Yan, but he could not see anything. After a moment of doubt, Duren also felt that he might have thought too much, so he shook his head and put his heart away, and put aside the strange feeling in his heart. Then he spoke out his purpose, Father, please give me a team. Okay, I'll leave the 7th team to you for your use. By the way, what do you want those people for? The deputy clan leader agreed immediately. Otsutsuki Takuto looked around. This place was very remote and there were not many people around, so he explained, if I'm not mistaken, the foreigner is not alone, he has companions, there should be 5 to 7 people. Otherwise, it would be impossible to maintain the secret technique all the time, so that we can't see it. And we haven't found them for so many days, which means that there must be 1 or even 2 perception ninjas among them, maybe they are Bian users. Because only Bian users will think about Songan. The future people who heard this all felt a shudder in their hearts. How did this guy guess this? Outrageous! I'm going to use this group of people to make a hole here and lure you into the trap. Otsutsuki Takuto said with a smile. Chapter 546. Hearing this, the deputy clan leader's face slightly condensed. He hurriedly looked around, although he also opened his white eyes, he did not see the existence of other people. But he still instinctively looked around and confirmed again that there was no one. He lowered his voice and asked hurriedly, do you mean that group of people will run to the core position of the tribe? The German nodded, his eyes flashing with wisdom, well, after all, there is no place on this moon that is safer and more convenient than here. The palace is full of our people, and it is our core. Although many tribesmen don't say it, they will instinctively think that foreigners are afraid of this place, and they will hide as far away as possible. But through the Bat Cave incident, it can be seen that this group of people is bold and likes to play tricks under the lamp. They will think that all our people have gone out to find them, so our base camp will be much emptier and is the best place to hide. As he said, Otsutsuki German looked at the scattered palace buildings outside the eaves corridor. He said with emotion, after all, the terrain here is complex, there are many houses, and many houses are equipped with barriers to shield perception. It is the best natural place to hide. If I were them, I would definitely move here. After hearing his son's analysis, the deputy clan leader flashed a look of relief on his face. His child is so smart and outstanding. But it would be great if he was from the main family. In this way, his son would be able to become the clan leader in the future and lead the entire Otsutsuki clan. Instead of becoming the 4th person in the clan. After they abdicate, he can only be second and have no chance of being the first. He will have to be under that useless clan leader for the rest of his life. Every time he thought of this, he couldn't sleep at night. But this time it was different. The appearance of the reincarnation eye brought him hope. As long as his son gets this pair of eyes, he can rely on this pair of noble eyes to become the first person in the entire Otsutsuki clan. Even if that useless young master didn't want to give up his position, the clan members wouldn't agree. You are worthy of being my son. Your analysis makes sense. In this way, I will keep the people from the 1st battalion, and gather the people from the 2 battalions. I will definitely help you take down that foreigner. After hearing his father's arrangement, the elegant smile on Otsutsuki Takuto's face was slightly excited. Under his father's command, there are a total of 10 battalions, each with a number of 500 to 800 people, and a total of 3,000 people under his father. Another 5,000 people are on the clan side. The remaining clan members are the people of the elders. The 1st and 7th battalions are both equipped with 800 people. They are the 2 trump cards under my father. I didn't expect that my father would give me the command of the 2 battalions at once. In other words, he got the command of 1,600 people at once. This is not a small force. Don't worry, father, I am absolutely sure they will run over here. Well, I believe in you. The deputy clan leader said, and he looked outside, I'll leave this here to you, I'll help you stabilize that old guy, and make sure he doesn't react and notice this. Then I'll trouble you, father. Otsutsuki Takuta said, he looked outside the eaves. Although he couldn't see anything, he felt that the group of people should have received the news and quickly flew over here. Wait, the reincarnation I is mine, I will definitely fulfill the wishes of my father and ancestors and reshape the new world. Thinking about it, he suddenly had an idea and shouted loudly. Who? Come out! His action instantly scared the 6 future people who were hiding in the corner of the corridor and eavesdropping. Kushina was still in a coma. Originally, they were all surprised to hear it in the future. They didn't expect that the actions of themselves and others were actually predicted by this young man. Just as they were about to quietly retreat, they heard the young man's loud shout. They were so frightened that their faces changed drastically, and their hearts were tightly clenched by a big hand, and their breathing was stiff for a moment. The next moment, a large amount of adrenaline was quickly secreted from their bodies. All of a sudden, their bodies became hot, and everyone drew their weapons. They had only one thought in their minds. They were exposed. Although they didn't know how they were exposed. So they decided to strike first, and all of them went side by side to deal with the father and son first. Moreover, this place was remote, and after their previous conversation, they could clearly confirm that there was no one else here. So they have a certain amount of time to do this. Not only were they shocked in the future, but even the deputy clan leader was startled by his son's sudden shout. He hurriedly scanned the surroundings, and even scanned everyone within 10 to 20 kilometers. He didn't see anything abnormal. He couldn't help but look at his son. I don't know what he noticed. Otsutsuki Takuto also opened his bin and explored around. His ears moved from time to time, taking in all the abnormalities around him. Half a minute passed. In the future, they have made preparations, waiting for Hong Hong to expand the barrier and wrap up the father and son. Then they rushed forward. Completely solve this problem. Takuto, did you find anything? Hearing his father's question, Takuto Otsutsuki retracted his gaze and shook his head. No. The stunned deputy clan leader. The future 6 people who were ready to take action. They were stunned for a moment. No. If there was no, then why did you scream just now? It was so scary. For a moment, the boundary of the barrier ball froze 1 meter away from Takuto. It only took one breath to completely wrap up both the father and son. But the word no made Hong Hong unable to do anything. Seeing the stunned look on his father's face, Takuto Otsutsuki smiled embarrassedly. Explained, I just wanted to trick him just now to see if there is anyone hiding around us. It's best if there is no one. If there is, my shouting just now will definitely scare him, and inevitably reveal that he came here because of his feet. His ideas and plans are all good, but he encountered a group of wall hangers. Hit him directly from the equipment. Hearing this, the deputy clan leader couldn't help but praise, not bad, your cautious mind is very good. After praising his son, he noticed that the clan leader was ready to summon wind and rain. So he said, I'll go over first, and I'll leave this to you. Be careful. Okay, father. With that, the two went their separate ways. Future and others. This is a false alarm. After they couldn't see the backs of the two, the future people couldn't help but look at each other. Damn it, I was almost scared to death just now. I thought we were all exposed. It turned out that it was just a feint by that guy. Rope Tree curled his lips and looked very speechless. So insidious. Who said it wasn't? Mirai also rarely agreed with him on the same topic. Only Minato looked at the two people's backs with an abnormal expression. What's wrong? Mirai asked curiously. Others also looked at Minato at the same time, and the latter explained, this guy is too smart. I feel that every step we take is in his calculations. He felt a little palpitating at this moment. He heard the analysis of this guy just now. He was shocked and scared at the same time. If they hadn't all come into contact with Kaifang Barrier, and Kaifang Barrier itself was a treasure developed for Bun. The most important thing is that this talisman only requires the people of the Uzumaki clan to open the second and third modes, and the rest can easily maintain its state as long as they know the seal. I'm afraid they have already fallen into this man's hands. When Walai was about to speak, Ling Hua suddenly pulled him and motioned him to look at the end of the corridor. Two people walked out of the shadow there. It was the father and son of Diran, and they hadn't left yet. This made Walai and the others look froze. This bastard is still deceiving us. Shenchu's face was not very good. He felt that this man was full of tricks. It made him feel uncomfortable all over. It seems that you are worrying too much. There is no one here. The deputy patriarch looked at the quiet corridor and said. Otsutsuki Diran heard this and nodded slightly. It seems that I am worrying too much. This is the most suitable place to land, but now it seems that their flying speed is really not fast. They haven't arrived yet. Maybe they still have a fluke mentality, or they are really flying too slowly. At this time, a lot of footsteps sounded from behind them, and soon there were densely packed people here. These are the members of the 1st and 7th battalions. Everyone, surround this place and hide well, open the shielding barrier to prevent outsiders from noticing anything. Darren waved his hand and gave the order directly. The captains of the 2 battalions had already received instructions from the deputy chief, asking them to listen to Otsutsuki Darren. So without saying anything, they all arranged their own people, hide in the surroundings. The faces of Walai and others also changed slightly. They didn't care about anything at this moment, and flew up from the rope tree seal, taking everyone with them, and quickly passed by their encirclement while the encirclement was not tight. Chapter 547. Walai and the others looked at the people in front of them, quickly and methodically placing something. Some of them looked like talismans, but the word in the middle was bind. Ling Hua looked at the talisman and guessed, this may be a triggered binding spell. Once someone steps on it, the talisman will react quickly and freeze the person in place. At this time, they had crossed the encirclement and stood behind the people who set the trap. These people didn't talk about anything. They were very silent and cooperated very well. And the movements were very fast. Walai watched them place the talismans on the ground, on the walls, and even on the eaves above their heads. The range was very large, almost lined up in a row, nearly 3 kilometers long, and facing the direction of the bat cave. If they didn't know, they might really jump into the trap all of a sudden. Rather than saying it was a trap, it was better to say it was a line of defense. And after the talismans were activated, these talismans quickly disappeared. There was nothing unusual with the naked eye. But the future could sense it through the ground in the corridor. These talismans were still there, but they were wrapped in a special energy. It made its mimicry exactly the same as the color of the surrounding environment. After seeing this scene, the 5 people looked at Sister Hong Hong in unison. They were really lucky. It was so lucky that they eavesdropped on the conversation between the father and son of the moral man and knew their plan. At the moment when the encirclement was about to form, they quickly and silently crossed the encirclement. After taking a few glances, everyone left directly. It was very dangerous here, and they had noticed that it was drizzling in the direction of the bat cave. Although the rain was small, it would not hinder too much vision, and it would not cause too much damage to crops. Soon, they avoided the sparse Otsutsuki people. Came to a remote place. Hong Hong found a place at random and floated in with everyone. This is an independent courtyard. The courtyard is full of weeds, and there is a hole in the roof of the house. It is obviously an uninhabited courtyard. It is exactly where they will settle in the future. And behind this courtyard is a big mountain, and there are similar deserted houses on both sides. If something unusual happens, they can choose the back mountain or the neighbors to escape quickly. Ling Hua looked at Hong Hong, who was a little tired, and she took the initiative to take over her work of maintaining the barrier. They are not Kushina. If they want to maintain the Kaifang barrier, they must make a seal. In addition, a large amount of chakra is required. Kushina can control it with her mind. Hong Hong moved her wrist and suggested, let's rest here for a while, recover our energy, and wait for Kushina to wake up. Okay. As long as she wakes up and regains her strength in her heyday, she can open the 3rd stage of the barrier talisman, ignore the people who are searching, and go back to the earth through the passage. Ichiraku went to cook alone. The future and the others sat together and began to discuss this action. He apologized devoutly, I'm sorry, I was too reckless and thought too simply of the Otsutsuki clan. If he hadn't proposed to come here, his friends wouldn't have been in danger and almost killed. Although from the results, this time there was no danger, and each of them gained a lot of benefits. Minato placed the egg next to Kushina. This is the moon, Mayaboku mountain is in a different space on the earth. Now is the time when chakra is most needed, he can't waste it, so these days, he has been carrying this egg with him. He smiled and took the future's shoulder and said, we are ninjas, there are dangers every moment. This time we came to the moon, not only have we gained knowledge, but also gained a lot of benefits. As he said, he looked at the bird egg, and a trace of expectation flashed in his eyes. He couldn't help but fantasize that when the big bird grows up, he will be like Jiraiya, wandering around the ninja world, eliminating evil and promoting good. Of course, he will take Kushina with him and become a pair of big eagle chivalrous couples that everyone envies. The rope tree beside him also comforted him, that's right, and any risk is accompanied by benefits, but this time, we didn't get away with it. As he said that, he slapped the future on the back and said happily, and our gains far exceed the risks, just like me. After saying that, he raised his palm, and the next moment, a small sapling grew out in the barrier. At this time, the future felt the strong vitality coming from the sapling. I finally learned wood release, and now it's our Konoha 7's turn to rule the world, hee hee, ha 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 ha. As he spoke, he couldn't help but get excited. He seemed to see himself driving a 1,000-meter-high wooden Buddha, punching a big wild tree with one punch, and kicking a wind shadow with one kick. Make Konoha the strongest village in the world. Then become a Hokage, marry the rich and beautiful Hong Hong, and reach the peak of life. Most importantly, he seemed to see the guy in the future, tearfully handing his sister over to him reluctantly. He looked like he wanted to resist, but didn't dare. This picture immediately tickled his G-spot, making him climax for a while. He couldn't help but laugh out loud with a mehahaha. The future guys. They looked at Nue's laughter, especially his throat was exposed, as if he was laughing as he was. One by one, they just looked at him speechlessly. Walai even came close to her sister, put one hand in front of her mouth, and whispered, "Sister, see, there is something wrong with Shenshu. Don't look for a boyfriend like him in the future." As he said this, he pointed to his head. He looked like he had a serious illness here. Shenshu was still in a deep climax and didn't care about Walai's words at all. Anyway, the brother-in-law would always gossip in Hong Hong's ear. But he and Hong Hong really love each other. And these days when Walai was unconscious, they completely let go. They started holding hands, and this milestone made him excited. So he didn't care about it, and he could only talk about it. He was even a little excited in his heart, and his face began to flush. He wanted to become stronger than Walai, so that he could forcibly snatch Hong Hong away from Walai. He looked like he wanted to resist, but he couldn't resist at all. Ah! Sparacy! Seeing that Rope Tree was still laughing and sweating, Mirai felt a little unhappy. For some reason, he suddenly felt that he didn't like Rope Tree at all, especially his smile, and wanted to give him 2 big slaps. Let him behave himself. So he hummed and said, "Then congratulations, you finally learned wood release." Before Rope Tree's mouth grinned to the roots of his ears, Mirai continued, "Teacher Orochimaru and Danzo will love you very much." Rope Tree, ha 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 ha, quack quack. In an instant, Rope Tree's hearty laughter turned into a duck. Looking at Mirai with a look of astonishment. Instantly dumbfounded. WTF? Teacher Orochimaru and Danzo, love me. When he thought of this, he remembered the experience of lying on the experimental bed every now and then in the past 3.5 years, which made him want to cry without tears. The good mood was gone in an instant. Damn! According to the law that smiles will not disappear but will only transfer, Mirai felt much better when he saw the sad face of Noeki, and even a bright smile appeared on his face again. Asterisk. After Mirai felt that his body had recovered by more than half, he walked in front of Linghua and took over the control of the barrier talisman. He provided the chakra consumption himself. Fortunately, he had let everyone eat before setting off. So after they all woke up, most of the chakra in their bodies had been restored. Moreover, after Mirai woke up, he drank another bowl of chicken soup, which contained 1,000-year-old water ginseng, which quickly restored his chakra during this period of time. So he is now the person with the most chakra in the field. Linghua did not refuse anything. When handing over, she said a lot of precautions. I won't say anything else, the only point is that the barrier cannot be broken or closed. Now Kushina is still in a coma, and they don't have the ability to activate the second mode again. Once it is turned off, all they can do is use the first mode like the others. On this moon full of enemies and puppets, the first mode is too dangerous. It is far less reassuring and comfortable than this mode. Chapter 548. They rested in the courtyard for about a day. During this period, Orochimaru sent a private message to ask if anything happened to them. Mirai briefly said that they had alarmed the people on the moon and were currently hiding in a safe place with Kushina's talisman. The reason why they haven't come back yet is that they want to wait for Kushina to wake up. And there is Linghua, the nurse in the team, so they asked Orochimaru and others not to worry. At this time, they all stuck to the wall with great vigilance, watching the 3 people and 7 puppets in the courtyard knocking around. Rope Tree whispered, "Why are they here again? This is the 5th time, can't we sleep well? They chose tourist here yesterday." As a result, in the middle of the night, a noisy sound came from not far away, which scared everyone. They hurriedly hid aside. Even in their hearts, they were still thinking whether they were exposed. But fortunately, Mirai comforted them and said that they would start a large-scale search again within the palace. This stabilized them. Facts have proved that Mirai was right. Those people just came in to take a look, walked around and left. Including this time, it was the 5th time. Before Mirai could silence him, they suddenly saw a big Satsuki man who looked left and right and walked towards them, and even reached out to unbutton his crotch. In his sight, this was just a desolate wall. There were not many weeds. It was self-evident what this man was doing by looking at his movements. The 2 girls in the team were so scared that they hurriedly closed their eyes and turned their backs with shame and anger on their faces. Minato and Nawaka looked at each other. The former was controlling the barrier talisman, and he immediately made the barrier become spherical, wrapping himself and others. And Nawaka quickly raised the barrier. Avoid meeting the Otsutsuki who released the water, but dare not go too high, because there are countless puppets in the sky pulling iron wires to form a large net, slowly moving forward. Once the big net touches the barrier, they will be completely exposed. When the other 2 saw him peeing, they couldn't help but feel the urge to pee, so they also walked to the corner of the wall silently to release the water. After they all released the water, the 3 of them left without saying a word with ugly faces. After the people who searched for this wave left, Rope Tree then controlled everyone to land on the ground. He looked at the open gate of the yard and couldn't help sighing. When will these days of hiding end? Future also had the same idea as him, this was the 5th time. Why don't we move our position? Hearing this, the friends looked at each other and were very excited about it. It rains here from time to time, and the roof of the house is still leaking. We will be easily discovered, so I agree with the idea of the future. Rope Tree took the lead in expressing his opinion. Hong Hong, Ichiraku, Ling Hua and Shuman all had no objections, so after Ichiraku put down the stove and the stew pot, they planned to move immediately after eating. Move to a place where the house is still intact but no one is there. In this way, there is no need to worry about rain. After eating, the future people packed up their remaining belongings to avoid being discovered. Then they began to float towards the core area. Although there are many people in the core area, there have been some big moves these days. So there are too few people at home. Even if many people go back, they fall asleep immediately. And because those places are inhabited, the search intensity is relatively small. It is also an excellent place to hide. It's just that the speed of the large search team is too slow. After the future people have eaten a meal, this group of people searched the 3-kilometer area. Helplessly, they could only follow them from a distance, stopping and starting. In the central hall, the atmosphere was unusually heavy. Although the place was full of people, it seemed as if there was no one. It was quiet everywhere. Compared with yesterday, many people had the word tired on their faces today. Their faces were even paler and sallower, and even their eyeballs became red and white. The dark circles around their eyes were so thick that they scared people to death. It was as if they had been punched alive. Black and blue. Even the nobleman Otsutsuki Takuto was a little messy at this moment. He stood in front of the huge map, staring at it intently. As if he wanted to find something unusual. In the hall, there was silence for a long time, and finally someone brought up the idea that they had abandoned before. Do you think that thief has fled to the lower world? Otsutsuki Takuto guessed that they were only the father and son knew about the group of people, and no one else knew about it. This idea was proposed when the group of people was not found on the first day of the search. But not many people believed it, and they didn't dare to believe it, so they were suppressed with other reasons. But after repeated failures, someone finally proposed it again yesterday. This time, few people rejected this idea. But with the words of Otsutsuki Takuto, they soon felt that this idea was unreliable. And what Otsutsuki Takuto said made sense. But this time, the person was still not found. After this argument was proposed again, everyone was silent. Including the 2 leaders sitting in the main seat, and Otsutsuki Takuto who was looking at the map. Although no one spoke in the field, this time, everyone couldn't help thinking on their faces, maybe they were really not on the moon. Although when the breath was leaked at the beginning, it could be seen that the speed of the ball was very slow, but no one could say whether it was deliberately shown to them by foreigners. In fact, the speed of that person was very fast. It was much faster than the speed of the wind and rain spreading, and then it went directly to the entrance of the passage and quickly returned to the earth. After a long silence, the clan leader finally spoke. Let's look for it again. If we still can't find it this time, then send people to the earth to look for it. When talking about the earth, half of the people present showed a trace of disgust on their faces. The earth is now full of hatred, killing and crying everywhere. It's not like their moon, where everyone lives and works in peace and happiness. So the world created by the six-path sage is a failure and must be destroyed. So this half of the people are not willing to go to that dirty world. But if that person really escapes to the dirty world with the reincarnation eye, even if they don't want to, they have to bring the eyes back. As for the other half of the people, the expressions on their faces are not very good. Although they don't hate the people in the earth as much as the people of the branch family, they don't like them very much. They were not willing to go to that world either. Because the atmosphere there would pollute their noble bodies. That world, since the disintegration of the ninja clan, the whole world suddenly fell into chaos. The air was filled with the disgusting smell of hatred. People either killed each other or betrayed each other. But humans still did not learn from their lessons, and continued to repeat the days of you killing me and I chopping you to death day after day. Originally, it was thought that the emergence of the ninja village would bring peace to the ninja world, and then they would open a passage to let the people of the earth realm witness the holy figures of their noble Otsutsuki clan. But the result was that the scope of the war became even larger. In the past, it was at least a fight between clans for survival. Now, it turned out that wars between countries were caused by selfishness and interests. Every time there was a war in the earth realm, they seemed to be able to hear the irrational fighting of humans on the moon. The noise made them upset. Therefore, the people from the two branches of the clan all didn't want to have any contact with the people from the earth. To them, humans were dirty and ugly creatures. They couldn't be compared with their noble Otsutsuki people. Let's focus on checking our place of residence this time. Otsutsuki Takuto suddenly said. He attracted the attention of everyone in the field. Without waiting for them to ask anything, Otsutsuki Takuto continued, they must have escaped from the bat cave and then entered our place of residence from a remote place. Originally, only the father and son knew about this. He even set up a 3-kilometer-long pocket in the easiest place to land yesterday, but he didn't see anyone. He failed at the last hurdle. As soon as these words came out, the clan leader sitting in the first seat narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that they didn't catch that person either. Yesterday he noticed that the branch family was missing 2 large groups of people. Later, the deputy clan leader explained to him that they wanted to protect their place of residence to prevent that person from taking revenge on their place of residence. This was a lie, how could he believe it? After he failed to find the person yesterday, he thought that he was secretly caught by the people of the branch family, so he urgently contacted the spy planted next to them to inquire about the situation. The spy told him that they also did not find the person. At this point, it seems that they really did not find him, and it was not a trick to confuse him. Chapter 549. Walai and the others found a single family house and moved in. This house is 3 stories high, with a step structure on the front. In other words, from the front, the second floor is shorter than the first floor, and the third floor is much smaller than the second floor. On the open-air balcony on the second floor, there is also a carefully arranged flower stand. Flowers are blooming, competing for beauty. It seems that there are people living here, but they are not often at home. The yard and the room are very clean, but there is too little breath of living people. The most important thing is that the houses here are intact and are not afraid of rain at all. There are just a few more traps. But under Walai's perception, they are all invisible. They are easily avoided. Walai and the others went directly to the attic to see if they can live here. Although the attic is not as spacious as the first, second, and third floors, it is enough, and its range of activities is large. In the middle, that is, below the beam, there is a height of 1.78 meters, and the tallest rope tree can stand up straight. It is this dust, at least 1 meter thick. Looking at the dust on the floor of the attic, the future people were a little silent. I didn't expect that this villa looked so clean, but there were actually dirty places. Let's change the location. It's easy to leave footprints here, so that people will find abnormalities. Minato hesitated and said. This is the main reason. Another reason is that Kushina is still in a coma, and he doesn't want her to sleep on such a dirty floor. She loves cleanliness so much that every time she wears clothes for only one day, she will take them off and wash them. Sister Hong Hong, Ling Hua and even Rope Tree don't want to hide here. Let alone Yul. He is a chef, and loving cleanliness is his instinct. This can be seen from his frowning eyebrows that are higher than everyone else. After thinking about it, Future agreed with everyone's idea, then let's all go to the corridor on the second floor. He found that there was an independent room on the balcony on the second floor, which was built on the corner of the wall. It is also a good place to shelter from wind and rain. And most importantly, the door was not locked. When everyone pushed the door in, they suddenly found that this was a chess and card room. The room covers an area of about 30 square meters, with 2 tables placed in the middle. On one wall, there are cards, chess, and other entertainment props. On the other wall are coffee tables, sofas, etc. This is obviously a room for entertainment. This room is good, much better than the previous 2. Nawaka liked this room at first sight. Minato put Kushina on the sofa, and he said immediately, yes, it's really good. Kushina finally doesn't have to lie on the ground. This makes it easier for him to take care of her. The only hidden danger is to always be alert to the owner of the house coming home. Ling Hua said with white eyes, looking around. What she meant by saying this was to remind everyone not to be caught in a trap. Hong Hong was still maintaining the barrier. She was making seals with both hands. Just when she wanted to sit on the sofa beside her, she accidentally scratched the crystal boat ornament on the coffee table while walking. She was so shocked that her expression changed drastically and she immediately caught the ornament with her feet. Her action also scared the Future and the others. Especially when they saw Hong Hong's hand, they almost instinctively let go. Fortunately, Shenshu grabbed her hand quickly and maintained her seal. Then he shouted with a face full of fear, "Don't let go. Once you let go, the barrier will be closed immediately. Every time they change guards in the future, they will make sure that the person who changes guards has made seals and taken over the authority. Only then did they dare to let go and rest." Future quickly came to her sister's feet and picked up the ornament. Hey! He held the ornament and couldn't help but let out a breath. His heart, which had been gripped for a moment, also relaxed a lot. He only felt his heart pounding at this moment. It felt like a fish was about to drown. Hong Hong's face was flushed with shame. In addition to her hand being held by Shenshu, she also felt ashamed for almost letting go of the handprint just now. Shenshu held Hong Hong's hand, and his mind was already distracted at this moment. He couldn't help but rub it twice. The touch was so wonderful, just like touching the white of a cooked egg. It made people unable to stop. Hong Hong was so embarrassed that she glared at him and signaled with her eyes that her brother was still down there. Be honest. Shenshu remembered this and quickly let go of his hand. If his brother-in-law knew that he was touching his sister, he would definitely go crazy. Never underestimate the madness of a sister control. Then they were all confused. What? Are you looking at? Rope Tree asked in confusion, and squatted down at the same time. Mirai has been squatting and looking at the ornament. This ornament is a sailboat made of glass. It is the size of a palm. It looks crystal clear, with distinct colors, and the details are lifelike, which looks extremely beautiful. But Mirai just thinks there is something wrong with this ornament. Seeing that her sister, Rope Tree, Ichiraku, Minato, and Ling Hua all gathered around curiously and looked at her, so Mirai expressed her doubts. Why do I feel that this thing seems to be unusual? Hearing this, Rope Tree immediately laughed, the kind of unpleasant laugh. The owner of this house is either rich or noble. How can the things in his room be simple things? As he said, he stood up without caring and planned to walk around. Don't you think it's too easy for us to get in? Rope Tree's steps just about to leave suddenly stopped, and he looked at the Future in confusion. What did you say? The Future pointed to the door and said again, do you think the decorations in this house are expensive? Hearing this, everyone, even the stubborn guy Shenshu, immediately realized something. The things in this house, whether it is tables, chairs, benches, or large, medium, and small ornaments, are extremely valuable. In his opinion, the total value of all the things here is about 1 floor. That is about 30 million taels. Such valuable things, but the door is not locked, they can come in with a push. Aren't you afraid of thieves? Yul hesitated for a moment, and he asked, could it be that the owner of this house is very rich, so he doesn't care about these financial matters at all? The Future did not answer, but said again, there is one more thing, I just found it strange now. What is it? Don't you think that skeleton is strange? What's strange? Shenchu asked back. He was a little bit behind the future's thoughts. He was just talking about the strangeness of this house, but why did he mention the skeleton? Is there any connection between these two things? So Hong Hong asked, is there any connection between the skeleton and this house? Walai shook his head and said, no. Everyone was stunned and looked at Walai speechlessly. What are you talking about? Walai, stop being naughty and get down to business. Ling Hua patted his shoulder lightly and urged him unhappily. Didn't you notice that the skeleton is 800 years old and is still at the bottom of the well? It is still so well preserved and still in human form. The same goes for the clothes and the bandages. What kind of material is so good? As he said that, he looked at everyone and his expression became unusually solemn. Such a simple abnormal point, but none of us noticed it at the time. Ling Hua, you even suggested burying her on the spot. After we buried her, we found the second piece of animal skin. No one objected to digging out her skeleton again and preparing to bring it back to earth for burial. Why did we come up with this idea? For a moment, all the friends froze. The breathing paused for several seconds. There was astonishment in their eyes. Yes. Such a simple thing, why didn't they notice it at the time? Even everyone agreed to pack up the skeleton and take it away. Why did they come up with this idea? Also, the skeleton of any person has been there for 800 years, but it still exists. You know, the power of time is very terrible. Yes, the skeleton not only did not rot, but no one even took her out. You know, 800 years is a long time, and there will always be Zomion looking at the bottom of the well during this period. Ling Hua couldn't help thinking. And it's at the bottom of the well, the chain is rusted to the point that only a few pieces are left, why is the frame still intact? So those who didn't understand, all subconsciously looked at the future. This made the latter unable to figure it out. Isn't it that you are all looking at me? I don't know why I asked. Minato sighed and muttered, even you don't know. Future. Should I know? Chapter 550. They couldn't figure out the skeleton, and they didn't dare to take out the weird skeleton in the future. Because the ordinary skeleton, in their eyes, was full of weirdness at the moment. They were all afraid that they would be tricked. And the surroundings were not safe, so even if they had doubts, they had to endure it. So they discussed the first thing again. Why didn't anyone lock the door in this house? That look was like tempting a thief to steal. Let's go to other rooms. Minato suggested. If there are no more valuable items in other rooms than this chess and card room, then it proves that this house is indeed very strange. But Rope Tree didn't care. What's so strange about this? I often don't lock the door when I'm at home. He didn't lock it before, even though he has reached puberty, has ideas and has secrets, but he still didn't lock the door, just hid the secrets in his body. Future rolled his eyes at him. He thought everyone was like them, and could put valuable things and secrets in their bodies. Many people, even those who live in the clan, will lock the door when they go out. Soon, everyone went around all the rooms. They gathered again in the chess and card room. Nothing unusual, the things placed in those rooms are also very valuable. Ichiraku asked doubtfully. There were no locks in those rooms either, and they could all be opened with a push. It seemed that they didn't worry about thieves coming in or not. It was as if they were all emptied and the owner of the room didn't care. Strange, am I thinking too much? Could it be that the people of Otsutsuki are all of good character and don't pick up things on the road? No, it's impossible. If that were the case, it would be impossible for Tonari to be the only one left after the 3 wars. Mirai walked to the window and pondered something. He felt that this house was very strange. But the strange points he could think of seemed not strange at all from other directions. Shang Shu looked at Wei Lai as if he was possessed by a demon, and shook his head speechlessly. He ignored his brother-in-law's madness, but took over Hong Hong's work and took on the consumption of the barrier talisman for her. Hong Hong then moved her wrist and walked towards Wei Lai. She comforted him softly, "Brother, maybe you think too much." Her words pulled Wei Lai back from his contemplation. When he saw his sister, he frowned slightly and said with a confused look on his face, "I just think this house is strange." Looking at her brother's sad face, Hong Hong couldn't help but stretched out her hand to pinch his cheek and said with a smile, "I see that you haven't fully sobered up yet." In the latter's confused eyes, Hong Hong smiled again and said, "Don't you have the perception technique? Use this technique to see and you will know." Hearing this, Wei Lai was petrified on the spot. Fuck. Such a simple method, why didn't I think of it? Could it be that his brain was also taken away by Baizetsu? Otherwise, how could he not think of this method when he is so smart? Thinking about it, he couldn't help but hug his sister and said ecstatically, "Sister, you are really my lucky star." If the situation did not allow it, he would have wanted to kiss her twice to express his excitement. He hurriedly reached out and touched the ground, closed his eyes and felt it. With this perception, he discovered something incredible. Although there are many places in this house with anti-peeping barriers, materials, etc. But he doesn't need to look so far, just look at this house. Ling Hua and the others looked at the future curiously, wanting to see what abnormalities he could find. 3 seconds later, the future opened his eyes. There was a flash of light in it. Sure enough, there is a problem. As soon as these words came out, the originally indifferent rope tree also became curious. He asked, "What did you sense?" Future shook his head in front of everyone and said, "I didn't sense anything." Everyone was confused when they heard Future's words, but Shang Shu was unhappy. He said angrily, "You said there was a problem even though you didn't sense it. Hey! I found that you feel different since you woke up. Did the white Zetsu suck your brain out?" As he said that, he glanced at the 3 white Zetsu lying in the corner. Their eyes were full of confusion. In addition to the seal patterns on their bodies, each of them had 2 big snakes tied to their bodies. One of them was added by Future later. It's hard for these big snakes. After so many days, they are still coiled around the 3 white Zetsu. It's hard to believe. For them. Future ignored him, he looked at his sister and continued, "Although other rooms are shielded, I can at least sense a little bit, but in this house, I can only sense the objects in the room, and I can't sense anything outside the room. Even the room under our feet, and even the next room, they seem to have disappeared in my perception." Everyone who heard this immediately understood why Future said that he couldn't sense anything. Feelings are like this cannot be sensed. Minato pondered and said, "In other words, this looks like a high-end chess and card room, but there is actually another secret in the dark." Mirai nodded, "Well, the decorations here are very expensive, but the door is not locked, obviously to hide some secrets." Shenshu jumped out to object again, "Your words are illogical." As he said, he noticed that Minato and the others were looking at him, so he continued, "Since the door is not locked to confuse thieves, why not just lock the door? This can also prevent thieves from succeeding easily. Thieves will naturally move to other homes to steal. If the thief pried open the lock and stole everything in the room, after obtaining such precious treasures, it is unlikely that he will find other secrets." Mirai, "Well, then tell me, why didn't the owner of the house lock it? Really, this guy Shenshu is a good person, it's okay if he doesn't have a brain, but why does he have a mouth? One day, we have to join forces with Ling Hua to poison him and mute him, and see how he can still nag. When Shenshu becomes a mute teammate, he thinks he will be much more relaxed." Shenshu scratched his head a little embarrassed when asked by the Future. "If I knew, I would have to ask." Future, _ Damn it, Shenshu is not cute at all. He is nothing like his sister, who is so kind, gentle, virtuous, and very beautiful. I just don't know who will get the chance in the future. Thinking of his sister, he subconsciously looked around. He realized at this time that he didn't hear his sister's words when they were talking. She was clearly beside him just now. But when he turned his head to look for his sister, he found that his sister was standing in front of a wall cabinet. She was still holding the crystal ship ornament in her hand. She was looking at the cabinet with a tangled face. This aroused his curiosity, so he walked closer and asked, "Sister, what's wrong with you?" Then Shenshu and the others realized that Hong Hong was not beside them, and they all looked at her. Hong Hong was still tangled, and she heard her brother's words. She explained, "This ornament was placed on the coffee table just now, and it is easy to fall to the ground. It is also a glass product. I am afraid it is fragile, so I plan to take it somewhere else." As she said, she saw that her brother had walked to her side, so he pointed to the wall cabinet and said, "But I found something strange. There is an empty space on this wall cabinet. Obviously, all kinds of exquisite ornaments are placed in other grids, why is this one empty?" The friends heard this and all came up. After seeing this, they were immediately surprised. "Really? Why is this compartment the only one that is empty? How strange." Shang Shu said, He glanced at the two people on his left and right, and then asked, could it be that the secret in this room is related to this anomaly? Future looked at the crystal boat in his sister's hand. He asked curiously, sister, do you want to put this up? Hong Hong nodded and said, well, but when I found the anomaly, I didn't dare to put it up, for fear that something abnormal would happen. That's why she stood in front of the wall cabinet, looking so hesitant.